the office at 9. делегатів.
Знайшлася картка на Францію.
Ja, das war der erste. Ja.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may ask your kind attention, I would on behalf of you all like to ask the opening ceremony to begin. The flags do not go up. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and privilege to be able to open this joint conference of the ABN and EFC here in London, and on your behalf most cordially to welcome you on this very important occasion. I would like at the outset to give a special word of greeting to people on the top table, the Honourable Yaroslav Stecько on my left, General Singlau, Mr. Guillermo Kirkpatrick, Mr. Dodchev from Bulgaria, the Honourable Stefan Terlecki, Member of Parliament, Mr. Blinsky, Mr. Habib Meyer, and Mrs. Stecько, and Dr. Haidt. We have a very slight alteration to the program. The main speaker, the Right Honourable Lord Chalfont, has been unavoidably detained, and he doesn't expect to be able to get here. We are therefore extending the opening addresses somewhat, and we will bring forward the ABN session. It is a great honour for me to be able to ask the Honourable Yaroslav Stecько, the ABN President and EFC President, to open our proceedings. There is no one, I think, who has done more for the cause of freedom and liberation than Yaroslav Stecьko. Quite honestly, he's a legend in his own lifetime. And it's a great thrill for me as a United Kingdom Member of Parliament to be able to share a platform with him on this occasion and to be able to welcome him on behalf of you all. Mr. Yaroslav Stecько.
Mr. President, dear General Singlau, Honorary Presidium, my co-fighters, ladies and gentlemen. Today's attention is focused on the summit between President Reagan and Soviet Russian dictator Gorbachev. The issue at hand is primarily military. The importance of this issue is a consequence of the gains of Russian imperialists under the guise of communism, whose primary goal is world domination. Only the collapse of the Soviet Russian Empire will decidedly eliminate the threat of nuclear or a nuclear holocaust. To achieve this, and attention must be drawn to the Achilles heel of the Soviet Russian Empire and its system, the subjugated nations. Without the inclusion of the issue of the subjugated nations in the creation of new realities in the world, all agreements and pacts of exclusively military nature will not eliminate the crisis. The crux of the matter lies not in the change of guard in the Kremlin, which will never disallow its imperialism and aggressiveness, but in the striving for freedom and national independence of the subjugated nations. In the final analysis, they are the key to the resolution of the world crisis, and in its context, they must be viewed as a political superpower. Naturally, the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, ABN, is against nuclear war and proposes its own alternative for the elimination of the root cause of the present war crisis. The cause of the crisis is the existence of the evil empire. The ABN supports the zero option, a stance for the elimination of all nuclear weapons. The ABN also supports the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, as the most human proposal to date, one which destroys weapons, not people. No temporary solutions will solve the crisis if lasting solutions are not faced on a parallel basis. The subject of this conference is precisely to establish a basis for that lasting solution which, in our view, is rooted in the invincible human quest for freedom and independence inherent in every man and nation on earth. The key is to find a way to release the explosive power of revolution among the subjugated nations, which in turn would bring down the Soviet Russian Empire, the prison of nations par excellence. This should be the subject for consideration and study not only at our forum, but for the entire free world. Many erroneous formulae, theses, assertions, and comparisons must be corrected because the enemy's disinformation, his newspeak, has already infiltrated the ability of free man to perceive and speak the truth. For example, to place on the same ethical and political level both the United States and the USSR is to fall into the trap of the enemy's newspeak. Both superpowers have been equally blamed for causing the current global crisis and for the threat of nuclear holocaust. The call for mutual so-called concessions created the impression that both superpowers harbor criminal schemes to rule all the nations of the world. A comparison on the part of the United States would mean the surrender to Russia of Afghanistan, even West Germany or some other free nation. This is why all steps in favor of concessions, compromises, retreats, and so on by the USA would be equivalent to giving up the defense of the freedom and independence of some nation not yet dominated by Soviet Russia. Moreover, to give up the defense of still free nations and those already oppressed is equivalent to, in the long run, to renouncing one's own freedom and independence. What is the reason therefore of this world conflict? What does Soviet Russia really seek? Moscow's goal is to hold on to the subjugated nations and to gain control over increasingly more countries until the global domination finally is complete. By now, the goal should be known to all, although there is a lack of effort to voice this fact loud and clear. The crux of the matter is that Moscow's object of conquest, the captive nations fighting to stay free, be recognized as a power potentially capable to breaking up the imperial structure of Soviet Russia. Negotiations between Moscow and the West have yet to address the issue of the enslavement of scores of nations and hundreds of millions of people as a main cause of the current world crisis. If activated to the highest possible level, the subjugated nation's powerhouse can tilt the scales of history in favor of world freedom. This can be achieved through the strategy of psychological offensive, psychostrategy, on part of the West, designed to win over the hearts and minds of Soviet army personnel recruited from among the subjugated nations. As a result, in the pre-insurgent strategy of the liberation process, they will progressively weaken the military machine of the Soviet Union and strengthen the fabric of their own nations until a critical moment is reached when they will turn their arms against the oppressor. By fostering and strengthening by means of the available communications technologies in the infrastructures of the subjugated nations, and by counterposing our system and philosophy of life to the Bolshevik system, such a psychostrategic offensive can systematically undermine the Soviet Russian system of occupation. Moreover, if the West would seize its economic and other types of relations with the Soviet Union, including satellites, if it would stop supplying it with grain, technology, credit, and so on, Moscow would be forced to allow, albeit reluctantly, the revival of socio-economic institutions, such as, for example, the private ownership of land to increase agricultural productions. This is in turn would strengthen the indigenous infrastructures of the captive nations, further undermining the colonial system of Soviet Russia in very real terms. The existence of the underground churches in the subjugated nations has not only a religious significance, but also profound lay and national implications. Faith in God is not only a theistic concept per se, but also a form of struggle of a nation's individuality and spirituality. Soviet Russian imperialism attempts to impose upon the nations it controls a totally aligned philosophy and way of life. Given this fact, the liberation process in the subjugated nations cannot be viewed only in military and technical terms, because we are dealing here with a revolutionary process encompassing all the spiritual, cultural, social, economic, political, and religious dimensions in the existence of those nations. Western psychostrategists should take notice of this unique revolutionary phenomenon taking place behind the Iron Curtain, a phenomenon which can be fully interpreted, analyzed, and conveyed by those representatives of the subjugated nations who are organically tied to their nation's spirituality and philosophy of life, by those who have not been affected by the scores of so-called progressivists and new speak created by the Soviet Russian Big Brother, to use Orwell's concept and this system. The rebirth of Islam in its worldly mainstream aspects will eventually be redirected against the real enemy of all religion and the Islamic nations, communists and Russian imperialists. Afghanistan today is the case par excellence. Unfortunately, Afghanistan has not yet become the rallying cry for the Shiites and Sunnites, and its plight is still ignored by the West. The main thrust of Islam's struggle has not yet been focused in its totality against its most dangerous enemy, Russian imperialists and communists. The issue of Afghanistan is not even duly included in the strategy of the West, not to mention an almost total lack of modern military assistance to the Mujahideen. And how many hours of programming is Radio Liberty broadcasting into Afghanistan, ridiculously few. Moreover, programming of, for example, of the Ukrainian Service of Radio Liberty has so far failed to serve the current liberation needs of the Ukrainian nation. We have already established that the psychostrategy of the West is decisively inadequate. One concrete example should suffice to illustrate the point that a suitable radio station should be made available to the ABN for unhindered broadcasting behind the Iron Curtain. Its long-range effect would more than compensate a given quantity of military hardware in terms of weakening the fighting capability of the Soviet armed forces. The theme of this conference, High and Low Frontier, Strategic Defense and Liberation, describes the path to follow if the free world is eventually to prevail over Soviet-Russian totalitarianism. High Frontier is the actual implementation of the results of the Strategic Defense Initiative SDI. Low Frontier is a psychostrategic and political offensive against Soviet Russia which should be based on the inclusion of the captive nations as a vital element in the West on activity measures with a commitment to provide assistance to prospective insurgencies on the territories of the subjugated nations. The combination of high frontier with low frontier fully addresses the search for a solution of the impasse in the current world crisis, provide a viable alternative to the threat of a nuclear confrontation between Soviet Russia and the West, offers a way out of the sham that the so-called disarmament process has become over the decade, and lastly, it provides a blueprint for dismantling the Soviet Russian Empire with the least threat to humanity. A synthesis of high and low frontier is today the only road that can lead to a world of peace, security, and freedom for all the nations on earth. The means of achieving a safe and free world are at hand. The United States and the whole free world must now master enough political will and moral strength to break out from the vicious circle of false detente, containment, spheres of influence, hopes of convergence of East and West, and embark on the road of saving humanity for oblivion. There is no other alternative. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, Mr. Stецько, thank you very much indeed for those inspiring remarks at the beginning of our conference. I think you've focused the issues very directly, and we look forward to your continued participation throughout these days. Before I make my own speech, I would like to convey the greetings of a number of colleagues from the House of Commons and others. First of all, Mr. John Watts, the Member of Parliament for Slough, who was present yesterday at our reception. Mrs. Edwina Curry has personally told me to convey her greetings to the conference. She regrets that a previous engagement prevents her from attending. Mr. Tom Normanton, Member of Parliament and Member of the European Parliament. To my deep regret, I find I have a number of commitments during the 21st to 24th which I cannot change. I hope you will continue to relate my strong support to your organisation and to wish you every success in pursuing your objectives. Mr. John Butterfield MP also sends his greetings and wishes the conference every success. Mr. Robin Squire, MP, I trust that conference will have a fruitful outcome. I send my most sincere greetings, he writes, and good wishes to those participating, and congratulate them on highlighting so many important issues. In all the comparisons that are drawn between countries of the Western world and those behind the Iron Curtain, we must never forget that those in Eastern Europe are denied what we take for granted, namely the right to express dissent and, above all, the right to remove an unpopular government. Pending the long-awaited establishment of such rights, it is clearly essential that we retain our vigilance and analyze our response to the Soviet Empire. My friend and colleague Winston Churchill, very many thanks for your letter of the 20th of September inviting me on behalf of the EFC to be present at a conference in London on the 21st and 24th of November. I very much regret I'm unable to be with you as I'm in the United States that week. However, I should be obliged if you would convey my warm feelings of solidarity with the peoples of the nations of Eastern Europe and others, including Afghanistan, Nicaragua and Cambodia, who have lost their freedom to Soviet oppression. Then from the Belarusian-American Union of New York, regretfully I will be unable to participate in the conference due to my professional duties. On behalf of the Belarusian-American Association, I avail myself the opportunity to extend greetings and best wishes to all the participants, and we hope that all members of the conference will successfully achieve its goals. We Belarusians join our forces with all subjugated and freedom-loving nations in the struggle for the liberation of our countries from Russian communist domination, and we join all those who intend and will preserve freedom of individuals and nations in the world. And lastly, Professor Magnino, health reasons prevent my participation. And then we have some others. Where are we? The Patriarch himself has written here, the Cardinal Miroslav Lyubachevsky, eminent Mr. President, distinguished Presidium, eminent President Stecько, I greet all of you who have gathered at this conference of nations subjugated by the Soviet Union, nations which are seeking and fighting for freedom. May your deliberations be guided by the Christian spirit of freedom and justice in Christ's truth, which is the only liberating force. And you will know the truth, and the truth will make you free. John chapter 8, verse 32. His Excellency Royal Highness Otto von Habsburg. My dear Mr. Wilkinson, warmest thanks for the kind invitation to come to London for the meeting of the European Freedom Council. As I wrote to President Stecько, it would have been a great joy and privilege for me to accept. To my great regret, nevertheless, it will not be possible. In the first place, we have on the 21st Political Committee, which I must attend, and in the second place, on the 22nd, 23rd and 24th, will be the Party Congress of the CSU, at which I have to be present as one of the CSU's representatives in the EEC. I regret this very much and wish great success. I do hope that some other time it will be possible for us to meet again. Mr. Liechtenstein, Ambassador and Senior Fellow, on behalf of the Heritage Foundation in Washington, D.C. To all conference participants, it is a high privilege to send this message of solidarity and good wishes to all of you, on the invitation of our esteemed friend, Prime Minister Yaroslav Stecько of Free Ukraine. We come together, whether in person or in spirit, as freedom fighters the world over. A single commitment inspires us all: to defend freedom where it exists, to advance freedom where it is denied. Both as an idea and as the most powerful force of our time, freedom is indivisible. Those of us who enjoy its blessings to the full dare not evade our broader responsibility. Wherever totalitarian oppression holds people in thrall, there is the enemy, and there must the battle be fought. The occasion of your conference provides an opportunity for our rededication. In common with tens of millions of my fellow Americans, I want you to know that we are with you, wholeheartedly and with inextinguishable ardor. May God bless our great cause. Congress of the United States of America, House of Representatives, Washington, D.C. Dear members of the European Freedom Council, it is an honor to be able to extend greetings to you as you meet in London to discuss the world's frontiers in defense and liberation. As we look back on 40 years of peace in Europe following the end of World War II, we are struck by how many have been denied the fruits of that peace. And yet we are also struck by the dauntless resiliency of the human spirit and the drive for freedom that lives in the hearts of those trapped behind the Iron Curtain. It is that same spirit that inspires the freedom fighters in many parts of the world. Places such as Afghanistan, Angola, and Mozambique, Nicaragua, Cambodia, and Laos. I believe that it is incumbent upon all free men and women to align ourselves with the forces of freedom, that all people may someday know the true peace of liberty. Finally, it is clear that freedom cannot expand if the free world stands vulnerable to Soviet intimidation. We must look first to our own defense and that of our allies in order to reach out to others. In that undertaking, the Strategic Defense Initiative proposed by President Reagan is a moral imperative. My compliments on the good work of your Council, and my best wishes for a successful conference. Jack Kemp, Member of Congress. This is from the Ukrainian Orthodox Orthocatholic Church, and it is addressed to His Excellency Mr. Yaroslav Stecько, President of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations. Eminent Mr. President, I am grateful for your invitation to attend the ABN Bloc of Nations Conference, which will be held on November 21st, 24th, 1985. Unfortunately, I will be unable to attend the conference in person. Therefore, I extend to all the attendants my greetings. May God's blessing guide your work. With love in Christ, Archbishop Anatoly. This is from the Apostolic Exarchate for Ukrainians of the Byzantine Rite in Australia and New Zealand. To Mr. Yaroslav Stecько, Prime Minister of Ukraine, President of the ABN. Sir, news of the coming conference, about which your letter of September 25th informed me, was pleasant reading, and were I younger and freer, I would gladly be present. As a member of a nation occupied by godless extremists and deprived of elementary freedom, freedom to pray, I can only rejoice when I learn of conferences productive of greater understanding of the menace of atheistic communism. Knowing that the stooge Russian Orthodox Church is in my homeland, Ukraine, deliberately out to destroy the Ukrainian Catholic and Orthodox churches, and seeing Russian imperialism spreading like a plague in Africa, Afghanistan, Cambodia, etc., with all freedom-loving people, I rejoice that in the latter part of this month in London will be this conference about which you have told me. With all my heart I desire, and most earnestly do I pray, for the success of this conference. May the blessings of God be showered on all those present. While you thus commemorate the 40th anniversary of the termination of World War II and the last decade of the Helsinki Accords, may you especially be enlightened by Almighty God and enabled to make more and more aware of the menace of atheistic communism. May we all live to see the not too distant day when the world is truly free and when nations and free individuals are no longer jailed, tortured, or killed for desiring to be so. Yours most sincerely in the King of Peace, Bishop Ivan Prasko, Eparch for Ukrainians in Australia, New Zealand and Oceania. Diocese of Stamford, Connecticut, United States of America. Dear conference participants, I have been informed that you shall be meeting in London, England from November 21st to 24th, 85 to deal with a host of problems, the main theme of which is high and low frontiers, strategic defense and liberation. The topics you will deal with are varied, yet their study is necessitated by the continual cancerous growth of communism throughout the world. Vigilance must be exercised to combat its atheistic philosophy and to return a lasting peace to the world. May your sessions be fruitful and aid the subjugated peoples of the world in soon realizing genuine freedom for their respective countries. With every good wish, I remain sincerely yours. Basil, Bishop of Stamford. United States Senate, Washington, D.C. Yaroslav Stecько. Sir, it is a pleasure to send my warm greetings to you and each of the participants in the EFC-ABN conference. May your deliberations be guided by the wisdom and love of freedom so evident in your planning and purposes. Efforts such as yours are important to all free people everywhere. I congratulate you, and with you I pray for every success, now and in the future. Sincerely, Rudy Boschwitz, United States Senator. Institut européen pour la paix et la sécurité. This is to myself. Dear colleague, I thank you very much for your cordial invitation of 20th September, which I only discovered now after election campaign activities have slowed down. But I am afraid I shall not be able to commit myself until the very last moment. As you probably know, the re-elected majority in Belgium is now in the process of forming the new government, and according to the responsibilities that will be given to me, it is very likely that I will be sent on mission during the very time of your conference. If I should not be able to attend, and you can't, I will send greetings to be read out during the conference, as you suggested. Wishing you the best of success, I remain yours sincerely, General Robert Claus, retired Senator. House of Commons, London. From Bill Walker, MP. Sir, thank you for your letter of 20th September. I hope to attend the conference of the EFC. However, if parliamentary duties prevent me from attending, I wish the President and the Council every success in their efforts to maintain the interests of the free world and to sustain the freedom fighters from behind the Iron Curtain. Bill Walker, Member of Parliament, Perthshire. State of Michigan, United States of America, Office of the Governor. Distinguished delegates, on behalf of the State of Michigan, I would like to convey my greetings and best wishes on the occasion of this conference on high and low frontiers, strategic defense and liberation. Through forums such as this, we in the free world are able to exchange ideas and information on the plight of those whose freedom has been curtailed or denied through political and economic repression. We in Michigan stand firmly behind the cause of freedom for all peoples and wish you every success in your deliberations. James Blanchard, Governor. Here's one from an old friend of mine. Congress of the United States, House of Representatives, Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. Stecько, I consider it a great privilege to be able to send my greetings and this brief message to you at this time. The struggle against communist oppression that has been so diligently and bravely carried on by the people of your organization is indeed worthy of recognition and support. The example set by the many fearless martyrs who have given their lives in this struggle is an inspiration to all people everywhere, but especially to those who live beneath the yoke of communism. I am reminded of the words of the great patriot of this country, Thomas Jefferson. He must have understood very well the price of freedom, for he stated, "The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots." Certainly those who have given their lives in the 40-year struggle against communism know all too well the meaning of Mr. Jefferson's words. I have no doubt that they considered it not only a necessity but an honor to give their lives for their country. Mr. Jefferson also made another statement that bears repeating, as we honor the brave patriots of so many countries struggling under communist oppression. He once declared that "I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man." The tyranny that the communists have tried to exercise over the minds of the free peoples in this world must never be allowed to triumph. I know that with your efforts it never will. For your spirit of freedom and liberty is strong and will remain strong. It is our duty, indeed our privilege, to support this ongoing struggle to restore the lost democratic principles of political and cultural self-determination that have been wrested from numerous countries by the communists. Let us never forget the sacrifice of those who have given their lives for the cause of liberty, and let us renew our pledge to fight every form of tyranny over the mind of man. Philip M. Crane, Congressman. We have indeed, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, over 100 messages, and we could be here till lunchtime were I to continue. And we will read other greetings later on. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. Yaroslav Stecько, Madam Stecьko, fellow parliamentarians, Stefan Terleski and Guillermo Kirkpatrick, General Singhal, distinguished guests from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. It is a tremendously exciting thing for me as a British Member of Parliament in this fine city of London to be able to greet you and welcome you to the capital city which houses the mother of parliaments and which has for so many a long year been regarded as a bastion of freedom and democratic liberties. As the years have passed, and as in this country the memory of war has thankfully receded, it is nevertheless very important that we who are working together in a great struggle for self-determination and freedom from communist oppression in those countries that are currently enslaved by Marxist-Leninist governments, it is very important that we should explain to our fellow citizens what the truth is behind the Iron Curtain and in those countries that are captive today. I often think that our greatest enemy is not just the threat that faces us, and we all know the dimensions, the awesome dimensions of the Soviet military machine. That is not, in a sense, the greatest threat, ladies and gentlemen. The greatest threat rests right here, in this country, maybe even in some parts of the United States. I hate to suggest it, but maybe even there too. The threat of complacency and taking things for granted, assuming because our life here in these privileged Western democracies is relatively comfortable and peaceful, secure and prosperous, that must necessarily continue, and that it is perhaps even our right to continue to enjoy a high standard of living and ease and material prosperity. But history teaches us very differently. In the life of nations, as in personal life, when all is seemingly well, fate is always round the corner with a sandbag. So you have always to be vigilant. You have always to assume the worst. And I am glad that our alliance of free countries, the North Atlantic Community, the NATO alliance, has sustained the President and the administration of the United States in the preparation of the summit conference, which has just concluded at Geneva. There has been, I think, considerable unity within the Western Alliance, and this has undoubtedly strengthened the authority of the President of the United States and meant that in the negotiations that have just concluded, the President has not weakened. He has stuck to the principles for which we believe. The principles, namely, that the West has a right to be properly defended, that the peoples behind the Iron Curtain have an entitlement to human rights, like the countries of the free world, and that tensions should be eliminated where they threaten to cause conflict. For example, in the Near East, Southern Africa, Central America, Southwest Asia, and Indochina. But over all these deliberations, there has loomed the greatest issue of all, the threat of nuclear warfare. And that nuclear threat is what people desire most earnestly to be lifted from the heads of mankind. And modest progress has undoubtedly been made, because while President Reagan has stuck firm to his principles, he has at least achieved a dialogue with General Secretary Gorbachev, and the dialogue will continue. Now, the theme of this conference, High and Low Frontiers, Strategic Defense and Liberation, is, I believe, an exceedingly good one. Because when we're looking at the questions of security for the free nations and liberation for the enslaved, there are, in a sense, two dimensions. There is the upper strategic dimension, the mutual balance of terror, the deterrence created by the nuclear forces on either side, and of course the whole panoply of armaments of an intermediate range nuclear kind, of a tactical kind, of a conventional nature that sustain them. And there is the lower but equally important level of the psychological and ideological conflict and political struggle that are maintained at the same time. And in a sense they are both equally important, because it would be no good for us to deter war and ensure that a nuclear holocaust never came. Maybe preserve Western Europe from the horrors of conventional attack or nuclear blitzkrieg. But if we were to lose the political struggle, if our countries were to be subverted from within, and our governments change from a democratic nature to a totalitarian, socialistic, communist kind, then we would, in a sense, have lost all that our armament and defense were seeking to preserve. And at the other level, it would be no good if we maintained our democratic liberties and we were very successful in spreading the attractive message of pluralist democracy under the law, if at the same time we allowed our defenses to become weakened and we became subject to nuclear intimidation or blackmail by overwhelming military force, or even because of our very vulnerability, subject to aggression itself. So I do think that both the dimensions that are being addressed in this conference are valid, that they interrelate, and that they are worthy of the detailed consideration which they will receive. Now, let's just look at some of the areas that were addressed in the Geneva talks. First, the issue of disarmament and arms control. As you will remember, the Soviet position was to seek a 50% reduction in nuclear delivery systems on either side. Strategic delivery systems, I mean. Now, what the Soviets mean by strategic delivery systems is not the same as what we in the West regard as strategic delivery systems. And there's an exceedingly important distinction here, ladies and gentlemen. Because the Soviets regard as a strategic delivery system anything that can hit the heartland of the USSR. And that rules into the equation all our intermediate range nuclear forces in Western Europe, stationed here on behalf of the NATO alliance, which are of limited range, but in Sovietized strategic, yet crucial for the defense of the democracies of Western Europe, an essential part of the linkage of the Western European station capabilities and those deployed by our American friends in the homeland of the United States. And clearly what the Soviets are seeking is a build down in these, while of course they themselves will, for geographical reasons, be very easy, owing to the propinquity of the Soviet Union to the free countries of Western Europe, be able to strike still relatively easily at the United Kingdom, West Germany, and so on. So that's one element of the equation that we've got to look at very, very carefully, exceedingly cautiously. And the other is, of course, the question of warheads. Because the Soviets have been exceedingly imprecise when they talk about a 50% reduction. The Soviet strategic nuclear arsenal is characterized by very modern intercontinental ballistic missiles that have characteristically more multiple warheads than do their American counterparts. So what is important is not so much a reduction in the number of launchers, but a reduction, a mutual and balanced reduction in the number of warheads. Then the next part of the communique deals with the non-proliferation treaty. And both superpowers want more countries to sign. Well, that I think is self-evidently desirable. No one would query that. But the fact that so many countries have not signed is, in my judgment, Mr. President, evidence of the necessity of maintaining that high frontier defense, that strategic defense, which is being researched through the Strategic Defense Initiative program. We will know by the end of the decade which technologies look to be feasible and practical. The US administration will have some estimation of the relative costs involved and will be able to come to decisions at that time. But since a number of existing nuclear countries, like the Chinese and the French, for example, and other potential nuclear powers like Israel, South Africa, India, Pakistan, maybe even Libya, since they all have not signed and show no signs of doing so, this is yet another reason why it is important to have a strategic defense capability. Then there is talk in the communique of emphasizing the importance of the Vienna talks on force reductions, conventional force reductions. Well, these talks have been going on since 1973. They've been almost the longest running show, I expect, in that fine city. But little progress has been made. In fact, no progress has been made, because the fundamental stumbling block has always remained that the Soviets would always insist upon a similar reduction on both sides, rather than a relatively higher one on their own side, which is of course necessary, seeing that in numerical terms on the Central Front in Europe they outnumber the West by 3-1. Then there is talk too of moving towards success in the Stockholm disarmament talks. Well, maybe it's a useful place for dialogue, I'm not sure. When I hear news from Scandinavia, much as I like my Scandinavian friends and their great allies, the Danes and Norwegians in particular, but I'm always anxious about the security position in Scandinavia and the incursions of Soviet submarines and aircraft and so on into Scandinavian territorial waters and airspace are matters for anxiety, as is the great imbalance of forces in that region and the growth of Soviet sea power and amphibious capability in that region. But the Stockholm talks, I suppose, fulfill a useful function, although I have a certain cynicism towards them, as not much progress really seems to be made. Then the two leaders have committed themselves to visit each other's countries. Mr. Gorbachev is to go to the US in '86, and President Reagan to the USSR in 1987. Well, I can see no harm in that. I think that's a healthy process and a good one. And as I say, I think that is to be welcomed because it's part of the ongoing dialogue. Then there's talk of humanitarian cases which should be solved in a spirit of cooperation. Now, really, this is the one that seems the strangest of all. Were it to be achieved, that would constitute a breakthrough. But I have very deep reservations about it. No one, I think, can seriously expect it to happen. All that has transpired since Mr. Gorbachev came to power does seem to indicate that repression has been intensified, that in Ukraine in particular it has got worse, and the regime is highly orthodox, exceedingly repressive, and very strict on any traces of deviancy or dissidence. It's 10 years since the Helsinki Accords were signed, and virtually nothing has happened in the field of human rights to lend cause for optimism. Then there's a statement about air safety. Well, that is desirable. After the appalling incident which led to the shooting down of KAL Flight 007, no one could desire anything other than an improvement of air safety cooperation between the two superpowers. It was a flagrantly atrocious crime, that shooting down 2 years ago, and there can be no justification for it. I think it brought home to some wishful thinkers in the West the lengths to which the Soviets are prepared to go and the total disregard they have for human life and normal civilized values. And then there is the question of consulates, a Soviet consulate being opened in New York, and an American one in Kiev. I particularly welcome, obviously, the US one in Kiev, but here again, I would hope there's going to be very strict enforcement of reciprocity of staffing, because what we have seen in this country and what happens in the US is that there's a proliferation of Soviet personnel, and there's a disproportion of representation grossed in the Soviets' favor, and very little seems to be done about it. I hope in this particular case that there is a very strict reciprocity enforced. So, to return to our original theme. As we said, Mr. President, at the press conference yesterday, the theme is timely and it is topical. The question of Star Wars has become hugely emotional in the Western democracies. It's a phrase I detest. It's a phrase used by disinformers and those who want to pervert a proper interpretation of the true nature of what strategic defense really is. The strategic defense concept, to which researchers in the USA are working, is really, as one of our correspondents so eloquently said in the letter that I read out earlier, it is a moral responsibility. It is a genuine effort to use our new technologies that we have evolved in our free enterprise economies in the West, to restore a better balance between the offense and the defense in the most critical area of all, namely the strategic equation of nuclear arms. It's perhaps a paradox, a fortunate paradox, but one that isn't entirely desirable, that since the end of World War II, the peace here, at least in Western Europe, has been preserved. In other words, there's been no further aggression into Western Europe on the part of the Soviets, because of the unified position of the NATO alliance, the guarantee issued by our American friends to be ready, if necessary, to repel aggression against Western Europe with nuclear arms. And the uncertainty in the Soviet mind created by this nuclear guarantee has meant that, mercifully, even conventional aggression against Western Europe has been ruled out. But one doesn't necessarily want the only option to a strategic attack, or even an intermediate range nuclear attack, to be massive nuclear retaliation. There could be a merit in seeking, at least, for example, against an attack by miscalculation or accident, simply to intercept the incoming missiles. And above all, since the Soviets have made such a huge investment in their strategic nuclear armory, we want to deny to them the potential advantage of preemptive attack. If a possible aggressor would never know, because of the effectiveness of a space-based strategic defense system, if he would never know and could never be certain that with a particular missile he could destroy a particular target, then the advantage of surprise attack, of unprovoked aggression, would be denied him. Now, it always astonishes me, it doesn't entirely really, because we know what the Soviet animal is like,
but that there should be such a huge Soviet propaganda effort against the SDI. It is, after all, a totally defensive system. No one can use space-based defenses to kill people in other continents. They pose no threat of the incineration of cities and the destruction of civilizations. All those space-based defenses can do is intercept the missiles of an aggressor. So why on earth should the Soviets be so angry? I attended a conference on strategic defenses in Stockholm, organized by the Stockholm Peace Research Institute in July. And it was fascinating because it was a conference of experts from East and West. And it's very rare that one has an opportunity to discuss these matters with Soviet experts. And throughout the 3 days of the conference, not once would they admit that they themselves have been conducting very high-level research of great intensity into the military uses of space technology. And we know, ladies and gentlemen, that the military uses of space technology and the construction of an overwhelming strategic nuclear capability have been the main priorities in the Soviet defense effort for many years. And it is, Mr. President, quite simply because the Soviet leadership sees the advantages that it believed it had gained by building up this huge strategic offensive nuclear arsenal, denied to it the power to blackmail and intimidate its neighbors, reduced by the potential effectiveness of the strategic defense initiative, that they rage against the so-called evils of Star Wars. And that's why they are so adamant that the Americans should not pursue the SDI program. Now, I'm deeply thankful that the President of the United States, with the full backing of the NATO alliance, has not in any way diminished his commitment to the SDI program. The Soviets wanted him to bargain that away in advance, and most resolutely he refused to do so. So I think we have good cause for satisfaction in that respect. So to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you feel that the theme of this conference is topical, that it meets the needs of the hour. But of the two frontiers, the high frontier may be the one that catches the public imagination in most of the headlines in the newspapers. But the frontier that really matters is, in a sense, the low frontier, in the minds and the hearts of men. If we, who have the privilege of freedom in the West, lose the determination to secure to our brethren in the East and elsewhere where they are enslaved by communism the desire to achieve liberty for them, then the chances of their securing freedom are very remote indeed. So all I can say to you is that, inspired by the knowledge, the dedicated expertise, the experience, the wisdom, the battle honours, the accumulated battle honours for freedom that have been won by so many in this hall over so many years, we may all rededicate ourselves to the struggle for the liberation of the captive nations from totalitarian communism. That is the goal of our conference, and I hope that at the end of our deliberations on Sunday, we will have marched a good way towards that objective. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an official confirmation which I regret to have to communicate to you, that Lord Chalfont has instructed me to communicate his deep apologies for absence. He has been unavoidably detained for business reasons that he could not foresee. He sends his warmest apologies. And in those circumstances, I think for the convenience of members of this conference, we might adjourn until 11:15 and then resume for the ABN part of our proceedings. Thank you very much. Which one? This is the person.
Fellow delegates, opening the conference of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, I welcome the President and all members of the European Freedom Council, especially Honorable representative from Spain, and the members of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations who have arrived here from various countries and continents. I welcome the delegates and guests, co-fighters for freedom and national independence of Afghanistan, Bulgaria, Belarus, Croatia, Cuba, Estonia, Georgia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Nicaragua, Poland, Slovakia, Turkestan, Ukraine, and Vietnam, and also from the free nations of the world: Great Britain, United States, Spain, Italy, Sweden, France, Belgium, Germany, Israel, India, Japan. I am pleased that our conference is honored by the presence of the outstanding champion of freedom for the subjugated nations and freedom in the free world, the President of the United States Council of World Freedom, and now also the President of the World Anti-Communist League, and the enthusiastic defender of the main theme of our conference, High and Low Frontier, Strategic Defense and Liberation, General John Singleton. ABN conference is open. I invite to the Presidium of the conference Mr. Thompson, Chairman from Latvia, Vice Chairman, Professor Cherowski, National Chairman of the American Friends of ABN, Vice Chairman Mr. Glinsky from Belarus, Vice Chairman Dr. Stuga from Romania, Secretary Dr. Ilic from Croatia, and Mr. Habib Meyer from Afghanistan.
Yes, I'm on the air. Honorable President, distinguished Presidium, distinguished delegates, thank you for entrusting me with the responsibility of chairing the next part of the proceedings, and I will try to fulfill this obligation to my best ability. I concur with the Honourable John Wilkinson that we have come together at a time when the political impact can be of benefit, of future benefit to us. I do hope that we will have a joint ability, understanding and wish to move during our proceedings today and tomorrow, so that eventually our goal comes nearer. And I wish that we all have a very successful and a very satisfactory participation at these conferences here in London. May I now dwell with a notice, resolution committee. The Presidium has proposed, or the preparatory committee has proposed, that the resolution committee should consist, or are nominated to consist of Chairman, Mrs. Rosalana Potter, Mr. Tomasinas, Lithuanian ABN, Dr. Diep Ha, Vietnam ABN Canada, Mr. Ila Dmitriev, Ukraine, and Dr. Monta Blone, Nicaragua. The other part of the same message is that the ABN-EFC Preparatory Committee has elaborated on draft of resolutions and now submits these to the Resolutions Committee, which will work on the second floor, room number 4 in this building. So Resolution Committee, second floor, room number 4 in this building. Sorry? Now, also, if somebody would like to join the Resolution Committee, you are free to do so, and also the Resolution Committee is expected to come up with prepared resolutions to be submitted back to the members of the ABN Presidium at 10 tonight. Mr. President, thank you for opening of this session, and I will now go back to the proceedings and ask for Mr. Glinsky to deliver the a report from ABN Great Britain. Mr. Glinsky, please.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I have some serious problems with my throat and my voice. But luckily, Mrs. Kalupa, if I pronounce, or Mr. Stubler, kindly agreed to read the report of the activities of the ABN delegation in Great Britain on my behalf, for what I am very grateful. Thank you. I'm sorry.
This is the report of the activities of the ABN delegation in Great Britain for the period 1983 to 1985, prepared by Mr. Glinsky. The ABN delegation in Great Britain is composed of delegates representing a number of nations behind the Iron Curtain. It follows the directives laid down by the Central Committee of the ABN, which is headed by its president, Mr. Yaroslav Stecько, former Prime Minister of Ukraine. Its main aims are, firstly, to defend the right to self-determination, sovereignty and independence of all the nations behind the Iron Curtain, and secondly, to expose violations of human rights in the respective republics in defiance of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenants and the Helsinki Agreement. On the 40th anniversary of the foundation of the ABN in the forests of Zhytomyr, Ukraine, on the initiative of the UPAN, the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, we organised a large demonstration at Speaker's Corner with a march to the Soviet Embassy and picketing, with a distribution of leaflets printed for that occasion in November 1983. Under the title Freedom for Nations, Freedom for Individuals, 40 years of incessant struggle, the leaflets gave an expose of the aims of the ABN. On the inner page was a map of the subjugated countries and a fair amount of statistical data about them, tabulated under 10 headings. On the 15th of October 1984, on the 25th anniversary of the murder of Stepan Bandera, there was a large demonstration at Speaker's Corner, with addresses by representatives of the captive nations, a march to the Soviet Embassy, and picketing. Both of the above demonstrations were organised and directed by Mr. Slava Stecько, Executive Chairman of the ABN Central Committee, to whom we wish to express our thanks. On Mr. Gorbachev's first visit to Great Britain in early 1985, picketing was organised by the Association of Ukrainians in Great Britain, with the support of the ABN delegation and of the Polish Solidarity with Solidarity campaign, which took place in front of the British Museum and later in front of Claridge's Hotel. On Universal Human Rights Day on the 10th of December, members of the ABN delegation observed a vigil in front of the Soviet Embassy almost every year. Each year, a telegram of congratulations has been sent to the annual meeting of the World Anti-Communist League on behalf of our members. On the occasion of the re-election of Mr. Ronald Reagan as President of the United States, a telegram of warm congratulations was sent to him, signed by all the members of the ABN delegation. In 1984, the ABN delegation gave its support to a large demonstration organised by the Polish Solidarity with Solidarity campaign in Hyde Park, and this was followed by a march with all national banners to the memorial to the victims of Yalta. We also took part in a large rally in March organised by the Islamic Alliance of Afghan Mujahideen on the 27th of December 1984, on the 5th anniversary of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. There was a large meeting with speeches at Speaker's Corner, followed by a march to the Soviet Embassy by about 2,000 people. Nearly every year, the ABN delegation has organised, in the third week of July, a demonstration on the occasion of the Captive Nations Week, first proclaimed as an annual event by President Eisenhower in July 1959. There has been very close cooperation between the ABN delegation and the European Freedom Council in the United Kingdom, whose ideals are almost identical. Members of the ABN delegation took part in the anniversary of the Declaration of Independence of various subjugated countries. In 1984, the ABN delegation protested against the Soviet Union's intending to field a single team at the Olympics in the United States, and for not allowing the various Union republics to send their separate national teams. In general, we have not been helped in London by the mass media, in particular by the television. Although some of our demonstrations were over 1,000 strong, with all the various national flags, they were largely ignored. On the contrary, some smaller left-wing demonstrations were given very wide coverage, particularly nowadays on the issue of apartheid. In January 1983, at the invitation of the ABN delegation, a lecture on Afghanistan was delivered by Mr. Mohammed Aziz Naeem, former Chargé d'Affaires of Afghanistan in London. He outlined the early history of the Afghan people, their cultural traditions, the role of Islam as a unifying force, the influence of geography on the pattern of warfare, the events which led to the Soviet-Russian invasion of Afghanistan, with details of the struggle by the Mujahideen, and finally perspectives about a possible settlement of the Afghan issue. In June 1983, Dr. Amishvili was invited in turn to deliver at 49 Linden Gardens a lecture on Georgia, illustrated with over 100 slides. He covered the 3,000-year history of Georgia, with maps, explained its cultural traditions, its cultural renaissance in the 12th century, and the role played by the national poem, the man in panther skin, in preserving the national language under foreign domination. Ending with a period of independence and the present situation in Georgia, he showed slides comparing and contrasting the national costumes of Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, North Caucasus, Ukraine, Belarus, the Baltic states and Turkestan, notably Kyrgyzstan and Turkmenistan. We must say, in due fairness, that the ABN activities in London have been consistently outstripped in volume and dynamism by the provincial branches of the ABN, in particular in cities like Coventry, Derby, Nottingham, and most prominently by the most dynamic Captive Nations Committee at Bradford. In acknowledging this unequivocally, we wish them wholeheartedly to continue to give us all their magnificent example for the benefit of all of our nations. Finally, we wish to extend our grateful appreciation to the Association of Ukrainians in Great Britain for all the help and courtesy they have shown us, and for allowing us to use their office at 49 Linden Gardens whenever we have needed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glinsky. Thank you, Mr. Roman Supran. I would like to call now on Mrs. Potter to tell us about America East, correct?
United States. I'll be talking on behalf of the United States. Mr. President, Honorable Presidium, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I will give you a very general report on the United States. The report will start from 1983. I will outline the major items that we have been involved in. I will spend a little bit more time on this year because this year has been very crucial and is very, very important, and we'll get to it in due time. In June of 1983, we held a conference on the alternative to nuclear war in New York City. In this conference, we had representatives from most of the captive nations, speakers. We also had a representative from President Reagan's office who spoke on behalf of him. We had congressmen and senators attending our conference. It was quite fruitful and quite successful. After that event, we also concentrated on the re-election of President Reagan. We participated. We tried to help him as much as we could throughout the United States, and I believe he recognized it because we had a thank you after he was re-elected. We also have had a major item happening in the United States, and that was an ABN conference, which was held in June of 1984. This was a monumental affair. The participation was again throughout the whole United States. All countries, captive nations countries, participated. We've had a letter from President Reagan. We had a letter from Vice President Bush, among others, who I feel are the most important ones. We had congressmen, we had senators who sent letters as well as participated. The impact that this has had in our country has been tremendous. I believe that this served to unify us, to bring us together, and to strengthen our goals for the future. In general, every year we hold the Captive Nations demonstration in New York. We also participate in Washington, D.C. at the proclamation at the White House when President Reagan signed the Proclamation of Captive Nations. We're invited every year, we participate, and then after that we hold demonstrations throughout the United States. The one that I'm talking to specifically is New York because that's the area that I come from. But that's not to say that the other states in the good old USA is not doing a good job. All of us are doing very good demonstrations for every year in Captive Nations. We hold very close ties with all our captive nations in their demonstrations, in their conferences. We constantly participate in. We're asked to speak. We're asked to appear. We constantly do so. Not just one person, but several members are usually in the forum. We have very close ties with Afghanistan. We participate in their demonstrations. We had, this year we had a drive to send medication as well as clothes to Afghanistan, which we sent to Mr. Meyer, and we are continuing that. So therefore, that is a process that we have started, and we're still in the process of continuing it. Now we're getting into the main event, which is this year, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm not going to concentrate on the captive nations because I already mentioned it to you. On October 10th, 1985 of this year, we were invited to the State Department to become members of the NGO, that's non-governmental organization. Therefore, this is the first year that AFABN is part of the State Department. We were there. I was there representing AFABN. We took part in the proceedings, and I'm also very proud to say that when Mr. Schultz appeared, and we had organizations from throughout the United States, religious, political, they were close to about 300 delegates. Again, when Mr. Schultz appeared, he had a short speech, and then he said that only one or two people would be able to address him. I was lucky enough, ladies and gentlemen, that I did address him. I made a speech to him. Again, the main item of this conference was the Geneva Summit. He was bringing us input as to what was going to happen, and at the same time, he asked from us input as to what we felt should be happening. As you can imagine, when I stood up, I spoke about human rights, and I also spoke about Yuri Shukevich. And I told them that if there is any name to be brought up in Geneva, Yuri Shukevich should be on that list, should be the first name to be brought up on the Geneva. Ladies and gentlemen, this went on the State Department record, and Mr. Schultz, in his response to me, told me that indeed he was going to bring up the name as well as the human rights issues. Therefore, I believe that we have achieved a big success of at least getting on the agenda and putting our names down. That does not mean that there are other names, but when you give too many names, the names just go in the air. So therefore, we concentrated on one individual, and that is the individual that we gave. In addition to that, ladies and gentlemen, as you well know, the past few weeks have been very, very traumatic for us, and that is with the situation that occurred in New Orleans. And as I speak to you, I'm still emotionally involved with that issue because it was very dramatic. We were able to generate, within a matter of 3 days, the whole United States. Ladies and gentlemen, this was not an easy task. And as you heard the person who spoke from Great Britain, press and media are usually not receptive to us. We did it. We moved the mountains, ladies and gentlemen. We turned the whole country around, not just the White House from President Reagan to congressmen and senators. And if you've been following the news, you know that we had 45 congressmen and senators that were behind us, that were pushing the president to make the right decision. Unfortunately, the State Department, because there was a big blunder committed, and they know the blunder was committed, instead of admitting the blunder and trying to get to save what was to be saved, they decided to just hide it under the rug and pretend that nothing happened. We all know what happened. The media knows what happened. The Congress knows what happened. Right at this moment, we're having an investigation going on. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, for us, it's too late. And I have to tell you that when the mobilization, we had our youth in New Orleans. They did a fantastic job, ladies and gentlemen. We have tapes. We have pictures of the situation. We have a tape when our people took a boat and went up to the ship, the Soviet ship, when they were screaming to them, "Jump and come, we will be able to protect you." Then one of the officers in the ship stated, "Don't bother, Miroslav cannot hear you. He is at the bottom of the ship in chains." Ladies and gentlemen, that same day, I called the State Department and I told them that we had this tape. And one member of the State Department, of which I'm writing a letter to President Reagan, answered me with a laugh. He said, "It really makes no difference to us. For us, the case is closed." This is callousness, ladies and gentlemen. This is very traumatic. And I'm saying not just Ukrainians fought for this man, everybody fought. All people rallied together. All newspapers, we hit the headlines. All the major magazines had his articles on. So ladies and gentlemen, this young man is a hero. We tried. He gave his life. He knew there was nothing at the last minute that we could do. We tried very hard. But we have proven that when the will is there, and all of us unite, and I mean all of us, because in the captive nations, as a matter of fact, my friend from the Polish delegation just gave me a telegram that he also sent to the White House. Ladies, togetherness can move mountains. Unfortunately, we were not able to move the mountain, but I think this mountain will be moved in the future. This will never happen again, ladies and gentlemen. Miroslav Medved's life has not been given for nothing. Never again will this shame occur in the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Potter. And for United States of America, then may I ask Mrs. Larissa Musser, please.
Before I read the Chicago report, I have a short greeting I'd like to present. Honorable Wilkinson, Honorable Yaroslav Stecько and Mrs. Stecьko, Honored Presidium, members and guests of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations and European Freedom Council, the Ukrainian Liberation Front in the United States of America, and the Ukrainian National Aid Association of America greet you at this Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations and European Freedom Council Conference. We wish you much success and support you in your ongoing efforts. May you continue with your hard and dedicated work for all communist subjugated nations. Your organizations have been the voice of all enslaved nations and peoples. Your organizations and your ideas and aspirations and goals, may they continue to be heard throughout the world. And on behalf of the Ukrainian Liberation Front, I present the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations and the European Freedom Council with this donation of $1,000 for your conference expenses. Thank you. Our Ukrainian division in Chicago held 2 summer festivals and organized 2 very successful ABN evenings with main speakers such as Mrs. Slava Stecько, Dr. A. Badri, and Reverend O. Lindstrom of the Liberty Legion, as well as various ethnic representatives, including Afghanistan, Nicaragua, and Cuba. Every year, our branch takes part in a day in Washington, an event organized by Congressman Henry J. Hyde. Our chairman, Dr. Miroslav Hadakevich, participated in a panel discussion organized by the Liberty Legion, the theme of which was Crisis in Latin America. Dr. Hadakevich's topic was ABN, an alternative to thermonuclear holocaust. Our chairman also spoke on the same subject on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the Alliance of Friendship of Central and Eastern European nations. As in past years, we attended anniversary celebrations of independence or important national holidays of the Republic of China, Belarus, Slovakia, Cuba, Lithuania, Latvia, Afghanistan, and Vietnam. In cooperation with the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, Illinois Division, a significant number of our ABN leaders participated, as they have in the past, in the Ukrainian Independence Day banquet. There, many of us had an opportunity to meet and exchange ideas with the First Deputy of the Honorable Jeane Kirkpatrick and with General Daniel O. Graham. Thanks to Congressman Hyde, members of our chapter also had a chance to meet Vice President Bush and inform him briefly about our ideas and goals. Our membership participated in various rallies, the first of which was a fundraiser staged by United Afghanistan organizations, and the most recent of which were staged by the Vietnamese Association of Illinois, observing the traditional New Year celebration, and the latter being a commemorative ceremony honoring the memory of 3 prominent Vietnamese patriots executed by the communist Vietnamese regime in 1984. ABN participated in many protests. Some of these were the barbaric downing of Korean Flight 007, and also again on the first anniversary of this horrendous Russian crime. The emissaries of the KGB Patriarch Pimen visiting a local Russian Orthodox church under his jurisdiction. The theme of this visit of KGB agents, attired in monk's garb, was Christian unity, but in reality it was criticism of present American foreign policies, denunciation of President Reagan, and demands for a unilateral atomic freeze. A meeting was held of our membership with Mr. Levitsky from the Voice of America to consider improvements of this vital instrument in psychological warfare against the Russian communists. On May 8th, a conference was held with the majority of our members present to meet with Mrs. Slava Stecько, Executive Director of the ABN Central Committee. The following day, Mrs. Stecьko was invited by our Cuban contingency to attend a rally at which she received a commemorative award in honor of the memory of Jose Martin, a renowned Cuban nationalist. 7 of our members participated actively in the May 18th, 19th ABN Congress in New York City. Our membership also had a very successful meeting with Berto Hagman, Director of the European Freedom Council. Dr. Hadakevich represented our group at the 18th Council of the World Anti-Communist League, which took place September 9th through 13th in Dallas, Texas. Our Ukrainian branch of the ABN took an active part in the October 6th demonstration in New York City, commemorating the 40th anniversary of the end of World War II, and in protest of the defamation of the Ukrainian good name. During this past year, our chapter lost one of its most dedicated members, a prominent Bulgarian leader and patriot, our Vice President, Dr. George Paprikov. With his passing, our ABN branch has suffered a tremendous loss. Indeed, his memory shall remain eternal. Our report could not be complete without an objective assessment of our present situation. Our membership, that which works so diligently and selflessly in promoting our cause, is aging and unable to continue working at the same tireless pace. Unfortunately, although our workers are slowing down, the duties and obligations still remain. In fact, they are increasing day by day. We must fulfill our duties honorably for our enslaved but not conquered homelands. To accomplish this, We must rejuvenate our membership. There must be a changing of the guard to maintain and continue our most noble cause, that for freedom for nations, freedom for individuals. Let that be our goal for the upcoming year, and let next year's ABN conference be a conference of the young ABN, the hope of our future. Dr. Miroslav Harkevich, President, Chicago Branch.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Larissa Nasser. And now for Canada, may I ask Miss Larissa Figo, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, Honorary Presidium, delegates, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. Over 40 years ago in the forest of Jitomer, the first conference on captive nations took place on the 20th to the 21st of November. Its purpose then was the same as it is today, to liberate all captive nations from the hands of a tyrannical regime. ABN Canada has endeavored to pursue this aim relentlessly, and in the past year, our efforts have been more combative than ever. In Canada, the government has established a commission of inquiry into alleged Nazi war criminals living in Canada. In March of this year, ABN took part in establishing the Civil Liberties Commission with the approval of the National Executive of the Ukrainian-Canadian Committee in response to genuine and widespread concern on the part of Canadians of Ukrainian and East European descent. Allegations of supposed Ukrainian Nazi war criminals living in Canada and slanderous allegations about Ukrainian collaboration with Germany and Soviet Russia has necessitated ABN to lobby the press with information about our freedom fight at the time, with information about people who harbored and helped Jewish citizens. We have lobbied government officials, parliamentarians to issue public statements of opposition that the Commission of Inquiry not travel to the Soviet Union to obtain so-called evidence in support of war criminals in Canada. I've been informed that on Monday, Judge Jules Deschênes has indeed decided to go. The Civil Liberties Commission does not oppose prosecuting individuals who have been found to have committed these hideous crimes during war times if they have been found guilty with reliable evidence. It does oppose, however, gaining evidence from the hands of Russian KGB puppets whose aim is to smear the name of our captive homelands and their citizens living in the West in the form of a witch hunt. The Commission, in its mandate, however, has refused to pursue the issue of Russian war criminals and of their injustices to humankind. Did they not perish over 7 million Ukrainians in the famine? Were not Stalin and Hitler collaborators during the war? Did they not shake hands on the territory of Ukraine in the name of a collaborated victory? Why are their crimes not investigated? These are issues which ABN has pursued with the media and politicians relentlessly in the past 8 months. We have written countless letters, distributed as many petitions, and have made it a policy to inform every individual we come into contact with about our concerns regarding the Commission, but also, as well, of the plight of all captive nations. In July of 1985, ABN took part in a demonstration in Ottawa, organized by Toronto's youth organizations, to rally against certain decisions made by, or to lobby that the Commission not travel to the Soviet Union. The demonstration was successful, gaining, and this is an unusual event, vast media coverage and parliamentary attendance. Although the main flux of our energy has been in the direction of battling the good name of our communities from tarnish, this has not limited us from participating and organizing other events. On November the 23rd of 1984, ABN Canada took part in organizing a benefit concert held in Toronto's Roy Thomson Hall, sponsored by the Interreligious Task Force. This was held in defense of national and human rights, and it uniquely emphasized the right to religious freedom for all. Reverend Michael Bordeaux of Keston College was the guest speaker. On November the 8th of 1984, Ontario's provincial parliament unanimously accepted a resolution presented by Yuri Shimko, member of provincial parliament, calling on the province to officially recognize Independence Day anniversaries, which are celebrated by various Canadian communities. ABN took an active and prominent role in these ceremonies. ABN Canada participated in Shukhevich Week, March the 25th to the 29th of 1985. This week was sponsored by the Toronto-based Council for the Release of Ukrainian Political Prisoners in the USSR. During this week, the City Hall Square was the site of an information post where thousands passed to obtain literature about Yuri Shukhevich and Ukraine's struggle for independence. The public was also able to sign a petition appealing to the Canadian government to continue its efforts securing Shukhevich's release and that of other Ukrainian political prisoners. The highlight of the week's activities was a rally of solidarity which was held on March the 28th in the square in front of City Hall. On May the 4th of 1985, ABN took part in a demonstration in Ottawa just prior to the start of the CSCE meeting of experts on human rights, which began on May 7th. This demonstration emphasized the plight of Ukrainian political prisoners in the USSR and that the only guarantee for human rights is the establishment of independent states by the nations subjugated by Soviet Russia. In May 1985, ABN Canada took part in organizing Mr. Bertil Hagman's Canadian tour. He's here unable to be with us. The tour took him to cities of Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, Winnipeg, Edmonton, and Windsor. Mr. Hagman is one of Europe's foremost specialists in the field of Soviet, Russian, and communist political warfare against the West. In Toronto, Bertil Hagman's speech at the Canadian Forces Staff School was a successful one, as were his other lectures throughout Canada. He spoke at various gatherings, met with government officials, and took part in question period in the House of Commons and had media interviews. We have taken part in numerous conferences. AFABN in May of this year, which we were happy to attend, and in September our president, Mr. Stецько, took part in the World Anti-Communist Conference in Dallas, to name but two. Our chapter is seriously pursuing the matter that a conference of this caliber that we're holding today, this weekend, an ABN conference, be organized in Toronto sometime next fall, and we hope that you will all attend. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Larissa Pigot. And now for France, can I call on Mr. Siran, please?
Mr. President, Honorary Presidium, delegates, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. I am greatly honored to transmit to the ABN EFC conference a report on the political activities led by emigrants of subjugated nations residing in France. The committees representing each nation are generally smaller compared to those existing in America, Canada, and in Great Britain. Yet, however small these communities may be, the struggle for independence of each nation under the oppression of Russian imperialism continues with burning enthusiasm. Unfortunately, there exist organizations denouncing the Soviet regime, such as Russie Libre, Free Russia, Internationale de la Résistance, International Resistance, which are infiltrated by Russians who consider themselves to be the true representatives of the oppressed nations in the free world. In France, these organizations are mainly led by Russian emigrants and Soviet dissidents, who claim the main struggle to be for human rights, thus claiming themselves to be the worst repressed. They have a strong financial backing and much support from the mass media, while on the other hand, the real emigrants of the subjugated nations in France, being the true representatives of their compatriots in the Bolshevik bloc of nations, refuse this false Big Brother's mouthpiece. Therefore, counteraction proves to be limited. Although large demonstrations are impossible due to the lack in numbers, sporadic acts are carried out such as writing letters, petitions, and supplying information to members of parliament and the mass media, organizing meetings with other oppressed nations, collating posters and distributing leaflets, participating in press conferences, such as one organized by the Christian Leaders Movement in March 1985 on the theme, "Can the Soviet Bloc be transformed?" Participating in debates organized by various political parties, such as Avenir, Liberté, Future and Freedom, in the presence of Jacques Chirac, president of the main right-wing party, RPR. Contacts with groups such as Fondation pour l'Europe, Foundation for Europe, Conférence Internationale de Résistance en Pays Occupés, International Conference for Resistance in Occupied Countries and so forth. In January 1982, at an Afghan meeting, Ukrainian leaflets were distributed supporting the Afghanistan movement and deploring the dispatchment of non-Russian Soviet soldiers on the Afghan front, as they are not enemies of the Afghan people, and therefore asking the Afghan resistance to treat the non-Russian Soviet prisoners with some tolerance. In December 1982, with other nationalities, we organized a demonstration in protest of the 60th anniversary of the USSR. In the presence of several French delegates and personalities, we burnt a Russian flag and marched down the Champs-Élysées towards Aeroflot, where approximately 200 special police awaited our arrival, which increased the already strong interest of the general public. The 5,000 leaflets distributed explained how the USSR had been formed by communist representatives of Belarusia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia and Ukraine. These independent nations were completely occupied by 1922 by the Red Army and controlled by the Russian Bolshevik Party. Out of 2,215 delegates forming the control of the USSR, 2,092 were Russian party members. The existence of USSR is a grave danger for the subjugated nations which suffer from extreme Russification, and for the free world it is the international balance and peace which are in danger. Independence is demanded for all occupations, for it is the basis of international justice and peace. In May 1983, Internationale de la Résistance organized a conference on the theme Freedom for Human Rights, where Petro Grigorenko, a former general of the Red Army, refused to proclaim a minute's silence in memory of the 50th anniversary of the Ukrainian genocide. Our aim at this conference was to benefit from the numerous journalists and convey to the public our opinion concerning human rights. Totalitarianism is for individuals as is imperialism for nations. If one wants to fight for human rights, one has to equally fight for national independence, without which human rights will never be fully achieved. For to end Soviet totalitarianism, one has to first crush Russian imperialism. This was recorded and televised twice by the German television channel Zweite Deutsche Welle. The latest process we organized was directed against Gorbachev's official visit to France, which took place on the eve of his arrival the 1st of October 1985. A massive demonstration was directed by the SOS Freedom for Human Rights and Subjugated Nations at Trocadero in Paris. This organization is supported by members of the European Parliament such as Od.зб, J. Mallet, P. Malo, J.T. Nordman, also by members of the French Parliament M. Ligot, E. Hamel, J. Médecin, J. Mesmin, and so forth. Approximately 15 subjugated nations were represented, each nation having its own stand where leaflets were distributed, books sold, and information given about each country's plight. Many interesting contacts have been made, which testified much supportive correspondence and an increase in subscriptions for the Ukrainian French publicized journal L'Est Européen, the European East, which for the past 20 years has been concerning itself with political and historical topics. Contacts have also been made with local radio stations such as Radio Tour Eiffel, who have shown a great interest in our struggle. During the period of Gorbachev's visit, all demonstrations and protests had been prohibited by the French government. Yet conscious of the possible consequences, members of the Ukrainian youth organization, SUN, spent 5 consecutive nights collating 3,000 posters in all the districts of Paris. Unfortunately, 2 members of SUN were beaten up and 9 arrested by the French police. Our struggle shall continue, no matter whatever measures have to be taken until our objective is obtained. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Siren, for your report. And now for Benelux, I would like to ask Mr. Cavalli.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, in introducing this report as a representative of Benelux, which stands for Belgium, the Netherlands and Luxembourg, I would like to draw your attention to a few preliminary points. The activities of the ABN, although not being formally organized, as in the case of some of our neighbors, are nevertheless effective. In Belgium, for example, our various national groups are organized in the Intercommittee for the Refugees of Central Europe. This infrastructure allows us to coordinate projects of a cultural or political nature. Among the cultural projects, one could cite the Christmas procession, in which we participate each year, that allows the various national groups, after having marched through the streets of Brussels to the town hall, to wish its citizens a Merry Christmas and to sing carols. It is a simple action, and deliberately so, but it gives us the opportunity to remind the citizens of Brussels on this occasion of our oppressed brothers who do not have the chance to celebrate the birth of Christ in joy, peace and liberty. Actions of a political kind are also carried out on national and European levels. On the national level, I will mention two particular actions. The first, a march of 40 kilometers by young Ukrainians carrying torches between Liège and the town of Banneux, a place visited by many pilgrims. This march gave us wide press coverage, in which the fate of Ukrainian political prisoners was brought to light. The second action was organized in conjunction with our Latvian colleagues in front of the Soviet embassy, which ended with the presentation of a petition and strong protests against Moscow's policy in the Baltic lands. On the European level, I will cite our participation in the Congress organized by the refugees of Eastern Europe in Strasbourg in the spring of this year. The aim of this Congress was to promote our cause at the European Assembly and attempt to place it on a formal basis there, and to remember that Europe is not limited to 10, soon 12 countries of the European community. This action is still being pursued. These few examples serve to illustrate the diversity of possible actions in countries where our communities are but weakly represented. In conclusion, I would simply like to recall the motto of Belgium, a motto which today no longer bears unanimity between Flemish and Walloon federalists, but which for us is still valid. L'union fait la force, or in other words, united we are strong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koval. Am I correct in understanding that from Latin America, Dr. Steczko is not here? Is not here yet. I would like to pass you over to Mrs. Steczko for an announcement.
It is a very short announcement. There are rooms available at the second floor. First of all, for the resolution committee, when we would like to work there. And then some delegations are very strong if they would like Vietnamese or Afghans or some others would like to have their small meetings, so they are free to take advantage of these rooms. Second one announcement, all delegates and guests are invited to have lunch here and dinner. All meals will be served here all the days until Sunday noon including. And if somebody wishes to have coffee or tea, they are also at the lower level.
Thank you very much. We will now go to the second part of the report submissions, these being from the national delegations, and I would ask those people to keep their presentation to 5 minutes, please. As first, I would like to ask Dr. Doshev from Bulgaria, please.
Mr. Chairman, President Stecько, Mrs. Stecьko, dear delegates and guests, due to limited time, I will make very short remarks. You have my report in your file in writing. I want to start my remarks with two statements which will describe in general what happened in Bulgaria after the communist takeover. Bulgaria was known as the country of the roses. Now, under the communist regime, Bulgaria is a country of the tears. Bulgaria was known as the only country in which constitution stated any slave who stepped on the Bulgarian soil is a free man. Now, Bulgaria, under the communist regime, is a country of the slaves. It is known in 1944, the Russian Soviet Army occupied Bulgaria from Moscow, and 9th of September was appointed the communist government in Sofia, and Bulgarian people rejected the communists and started resisting the new communist regime. The communists, to retain the power, used the bloody terror. Over 100,000 Bulgarians was executed, among them my own brother. Many hundreds of thousands were sent to concentration camps and prisons, and many of them didn't come back. Still, Bulgarian people today resist and fight the communists. The communists in Bulgaria cannot control the situation without the help from the Soviet Union, and Soviet Union sent to Bulgaria over 200,000 experts who take the high position in the government, in the army, in the police, and the country today is under the full control of Moscow. And the government in Bulgaria is known, today's government, as the one who 100%, 101% obey the orders of Moscow. The Bulgarian immigration started very early. We are not many in number, because the borders are sealed, and everyone who wants to escape put 99% chance of his life. He could be shot under border, like many are shot there. Bulgarian immigration formed many anti-communist organizations, starting with Bulgarian National Front, which I have the honor to represent in 1947, and then many others, like the Bulgarian military, cultural organization, political organization, and social democratic agrarian and others. And we can say that when comes the point to defend Bulgarian independence, we forget about our differences of the opinion. So when in 1974 the Bulgarian communist government decided to try to incorporate Bulgaria into the Russia as 17th Republic, we united ourselves. We formed the coordination committee on behalf of all Bulgarian anti-communist immigration take actions. We have support of many free countries, and we stopped for time being this attempt of the communist regime. We continue the fight, and we will continue that fight to the end, when we will celebrate the liberation of our people and our country. And I want to conclude my remark saying that the problem of the communism is not the problem of any separate country. It's a global, common problem. No one country can expect that can jump over the island curtain and be free. Or we will defeat the communism in general, and all of us will be free, or all of us to be slaves like we are now. And the only way to defeat the communism is to unite our forces to fight together. And the organization of the ABN, which I have the honor to be one of the co-sponsors for founding that organization back more than 35 years ago, is the place where we can unite our forces and we can make possible the communism soon to be defeated. And I believe that we will succeed that and say, God help us, long live to all free people of the captive nation of tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Dr. Doshev. For Belarusia now, I would like to ask Mr. Yasvilovich, please.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Belarusia was forcibly brought under the domination of Soviet Russian communism. It is a little-known country in the West, although being one of the founder members of the United Nations and having its representatives in the number of international organizations. Yet it has no national voice independent from Moscow. In 1903, the population of Belarusia was 11 million. 40 years later, in 1940, there was 10.6 million. In 1959, the figure fallen to 8 million. And in 1979, the figure increased to 9.6 million. Its population has enormously decreased, while that of the USSR has more than doubled in 82 years, from 129 million in 1897 to 262 million in 1979. Based on conservative estimates, the losses for the whole period of the Russian communist occupation lie in the region of 8 million victims. Territory of Belarusia is situated between Russia, Ukraine, Poland, Lithuania and Latvia. Its surface area about 83,000 square miles, the size of England and Scotland put together. Over a third of ethnic Belarusian territories such as Smolensk, Bryansk and others was annexed to Russia. During the Second World War, the whole of Belarusia was a major battlefield. Over 25% of its population perished, and the economy of the country suffered terrible destruction. As for religion, in 1914, there was 6,000 churches and places of worship for a population of 11 million, so one church for 1,800 people. There was about 80% Christian of the Orthodox faith and about 16% Catholics. In 1979, there was only about 200 churches for a population of 9.6 million, one for 48,000 people. For comparison, in 1980, in the United Kingdom was one church for 1,100 people. For the last 4 decades, there has been an increased policy of assimilation and Russification of all nations in USSR, but particularly in the Ukraine and Belarusia, the only two Slavonic Union republics beside the Russia. Russian is the official language in all offices, universities, colleges, and the majority of technical, secondary and primary schools. The bulk of printed materials, television and radio programs is in Russian. The most important posts are held by Russians who control the army, police and also communist indoctrination and anti-religious propaganda. In their attempts to indoctrination, they do not neglect the Belarusian living abroad, and for over 30 years have been sending to the most active of them a special Belarusian newspaper called Holas Radzimy. In English that means Voice of the Homeland, as well as booklets and magazines free of charge. Violation of human rights. A number of prominent Belarusians, only a fraction of known victims, are still in prison, hard labor and concentration camps, or in psychiatric hospitals for their political, religious or cultural convictions. Memoranda setting out their names and their alleged crimes were sent to the government's prominent politicians and signatories of the Helsinki Agreement. The case of Mikhail Kukabaka and some others have been published by Amnesty International London branch. All the nations subjugated by the communist regime are in urgent need of moral and diplomatic support from the free world. A more active support of their legitimate aspiration, with promise by the West of freedom and real independence, should be brought in their native languages. This would be in accordance with the Helsinki Agreement and the International Covenant on Human Rights, of which the Soviet government is a signatory. It is worthwhile to emphasize that broadcasts from Western countries have a wide audience in USSR in spite of intensive jamming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yassoulovich. For Nicaragua now, I would like to ask Mr. Montavlon, please.
Señor Presidente, señores de la mesa directiva, invitados especiales, señoras y señores.
Mr. President, Presidium, special ladies and gentlemen, delegates.
Traigo un fraternal saludo en nombre de la unidad nicaragüense opositora.
I bring you fraternal greetings from the Nicaragua Nicaragua Opposition Group.
La organización que reúne a casi todo el exilio nicaragüense.
This organization represents all the exiles from Nicaragua.
Traigo un saludo de más de 400,000 nicaragüenses, el 10% de nuestra población que ha tenido que salir huyendo de la represión marxista-leninista en mi patria.
I bring you greetings from 400,000 Nicaraguans, which represent 10% of the population that had to escape from the country in order to remain in freedom.
Y también traigo un saludo de los 25,000 heroicos combatientes que con las armas en la mano están luchando en las montañas de Nicaragua por expulsar el comunismo de mi patria.
I also bring you greetings from 25,000 Nicaraguan soldiers who are fighting in the mountains in order to regain the freedom for the country.
Vengo de un pueblo, Nicaragua, en América Central, que lleva 52 años luchando por su libertad y por su independencia.
I come from a country, Nicaragua, which has spent 52 years fighting for freedom and liberty.
45 años en contra de la dictadura somocista que logramos expulsar el 19 de julio de 1979.
49 years against the Somoza regime, which we finally got rid of on... The 19th of July of 1949. 79, I'm sorry.
Y ahora llevamos 7 años luchando contra el marxismo-leninismo en mi patria.
Now we have spent 7 years fighting the Marxism-Leninism in my country.
La revolución nicaragüense la hicimos porque queríamos libertad, justicia y progreso social.
We made the revolution in order to obtain freedom, justice, in the progress for all our country.
Pero después de haber combatido a la anterior dictadura,
But then after we fought the previous dictator,
ahora nos encontramos combatiendo a la dictadura marxista-leninista que nos han impuesto.
now we're fighting the communist, Leninist regime which has been imposed upon us.
No voy a ahondar mucho sobre las graves violaciones a los derechos humanos que se realizan en contra de mi pueblo.
I am not going to spend much time to give you details on the violation of human rights that are being committed against my people.
Porque cuando veo aquí presente delegaciones de Afganistán, Vietnam, Cuba y otras naciones, me imagino que ya conocen cómo actúan los comunistas cuando están en el poder.
Because after seeing the delegations from Vietnam, Cuba, you have already an idea of the kind of violations I will be referring to.
Pero sí quiero destacar dos casos particularmente.
But I do want to bring to your attention two special cases.
El caso de las minorías étnicas de la costa atlántica de Nicaragua.
One is the minorities, the ethnic minorities from the Atlantic coast.
Miles de misquitos, indios, sumos, ramas y misquitos han sido prácticamente exterminados en un verdadero genocidio.
Thousands of mosquitoes, Indians have been literally exterminated.
Sencillamente porque se oponen a la implantación del régimen marxista-leninista.
The reason is simple, it's because they're against the Marxist-Leninist regime.
Por otro lado, se acaba de decretar recientemente una ley llamada de emergencia nacional.
On the other side, now we have a new law which is called National Emergency Law.
Verdaderamente desde que tomaron el poder los comunistas, ellos han violado todos los derechos humanos.
Truthfully, since the communists have taken over, they have violated every human right.
Mi pueblo tiene casi 7 años de estar bajo la pesadilla comunista.
My people have the nightmare of being 7 years under the communists.
Pero últimamente, el 15 de octubre pasado, se decretó esa llamada ley de emergencia.
But finally, on October 15th, this so-called emergency law has been established.
Mediante el cual, ya de una manera legal, se suspenden todos los derechos ciudadanos.
By which, in a legal manner, all the civil rights have been suspended.
Se ha terminado la libertad de expresión.
Has been the freedom of the freedom of speech has been taken away.
Se ha acabado con la libertad de movilización dentro del país de los nicaragüenses.
The freedom of being mobile in the country has also been taken away.
Y prácticamente todas las libertades han sido decapitadas.
Practically all the freedoms have been taken away.
Hay una tenaz persecución religiosa en contra de todas las creencias cristianas.
There's a very vicious stopping all religious freedoms.
Y desde el 15 de octubre a esta parte, 1.500 nicaragüenses han sido encarcelados.
From October 15 till now, 1,500 Nicaraguans have been put in jail.
Con lo que se suman ya 25.000 prisioneros políticos en mi patria.
Which comes to a total of 25,000 political prisoners in my country.
Quiero decirles de que es muy alentador para nosotros ver aquí reunidos a tantos demócratas del mundo.
It is for us very refreshing to see so many democratic people united in this room.
Porque ya es tiempo que los demócratas nos unamos para enfrentar la amenaza del comunismo internacional.
Because it's time that we Democrats get united to fight the communism, the international communism.
quiero decirle que así como nosotros somos solidarios con ustedes, esperamos esa solidaridad de parte de ustedes para con nosotros.
The same way we show our solidarity to you, we hope you reciprocate and show your solidarity to our cause too.
Hasta el momento hemos recibido ayuda de parte del presidente de los Estados Unidos, Mr. Ronald Reagan.
Up to this point, we have received help from the President of the United States, Ronald Reagan.
Y de otras personalidades como una de las que está aquí presente, Mr. John Sinclair.
As well as other distinguished people, among them General Sinclair.
Queremos que esa ayuda se multiplique.
We would like for this help to be multiplied.
Que ustedes envíen cartas, mensajes al Congreso de los Estados Unidos donde esta ayuda ha tenido bastantes problemas hasta el momento.
We would appreciate if you send letters and telegrams to the Congress of the United States where this help has been imperiled up to this point.
Porque si bien nuestro pueblo va avanzando hacia la victoria,
because it is true that our country is moving to victory,
requiere mayor ayuda todavía para alcanzarla.
It needs much help to achieve that freedom.
Estamos seguros que lo lograremos.
We are sure that we will achieve it.
Y seremos el primer país del mundo en que se demuestra de que el mito del comunismo, de que es irreversible, es una gran mentira.
And we hope to be the first country to prove that the myth of the communism being infallible is proven wrong.
Nuestro pueblo está dispuesto a hacerlo.
Our people are ready to do it.
Porque, como dijo nuestro poeta nacional,
because like our national poet said,
Nicaragua está hecha de vigor y de gloria.
Our Nicaragua is made of vigor and glory.
Nicaragua está hecha para la libertad.
Nicaragua has been made for freedom.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Potter. I've slipped the line and I now ask for Croatia, Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore from Croatia. And can I please remind the 5-minute rule?
Mr. Chairman, members of the Presidium, members, delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking on behalf of Croatian people, activities of Croatian liberation movement. The Croatian liberation movement is active all over the free world, and it would take a lot of time to take a complete report on its activity during the last 3 years. Every year, on April the 10th, the member organizations of Croatian Liberation Movement arrange celebration of Croatian Independence Day in most solemn way. Those celebrations are attended by representatives of other subjugated peoples and by government ministers, MPs, senators, mayors, and councillors. In the United States and Canada, many governors and mayors issue special proclamation for Croatian Independence Day. All these gives the greatest satisfaction to all Croatians who wish to convince the free world that they do not want any Yugoslavia, but their independent states of Croatia. It is interesting to note that Croatian Independence Day is remembered in occupied Croatia by our youth who refuse Yugoslav and communist ideologies and sing songs, praise our leaders and freedom fighters who fought for restoration of independent states and its defense. In contrast to those celebrations, the Croats in USA, Canada, Australia demonstrate every year on November 29 against the creation of communist Yugoslavia which was proclaimed during the war on Croatian territory in a temporary overrun Croatian towns by Moscow agent Tito and his accomplices. The Croatian people, who suffered terribly at the hands of those murderers, fought against them and never accept this undemocratic proclamation. Nevertheless, the USA and government of Great Britain accept this proclamation as fait accompli in Yalta. And after the war, they recognize Tito's communist government. The representative of Croatian Liberation Movement regularly take part in all international anti-communist conference organizations like ABN, EFC, AF-ABN, and WACL, where they ask for freedom and independence of Croatia and stress their solidarity with all those who fight against Russian imperialism. This is the main reason why Belgrade and its friends in the West do everything to stop Croatian liberation movement participating in those conferences. In 1983, the Organization of Croatian Liberation Movement took part in celebration of 40th anniversary of ABN and UPA, Ukrainian Insurgents Army, which were held all over the free world in order to remind the free world that these subjugated people are prepared to fight and die for their freedom and state independence. The Croatian Liberation Movement has its radio program in Sweden, in the United States and Canada, which constantly keep alive the Croatian will to fight for freedom and independence of Croatia. One of the very important activities of Croatian Liberation Movement is regular sending of Croatian books, newspapers, leaflets to occupied Croatia. Belgrade organized a whole army of secret agents to counterattack this, and in some cases they succeed in arresting some of those who were caught with this material. But they will never succeed in suppressing this activity. This year, Croatian Liberation Movement, together with other Croatian organizations, commemorates the 14th anniversary of genocide against the Croatian people committed by Tito's communists near Bleiburg on the Austrian border. The greatest commemoration was the tomb of Ukraine, of unknown Croatian soldier, and on the fields near Bleiburg, attended by hundreds of Croats from all over the world. In May 1945, on those fields, the Croatian army of 200,000 men surrendered to the British High Command, and altered according to the Geneva Convention, they were entitled to be regarded as prisoners of war and treated accordingly. They were extradited to Tito's communists, who slaughtered them in a most inhuman way. On this occasion, nearly 500,000 Croatian civilians were returned to one knows how many of them survived. The world press and media did not even register this commemoration of the Holocaust of Croatian people, who from the beginning of their history always fought for their freedom to be free and for freedom of Europe against all invaders from the East. Our message to responsible politicians today is, do not forget that Croatian people will never accept any Yugoslavia and that there will never be peace and order in that part of the world until Croatia is free and independent. Long live freedom, long live Croatia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. And now from Georgia, I would like to ask Dr. Rameshwar, please.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Soviet nationalist practice by Takож places the Georgians as the foremost, the first as in national political identity in the Soviet Union ahead of the Russians. The Georgians have had about 17 insurrections against Tsarist Russia and roughly 17 insurrections or major protest movements against Soviet rule. We never had anti-Semitism, and we never discriminated against Jews, Muslims, or Christians. In 1917, the revolution in Georgia was bloodless. Not one Georgian, Russian, Jew, Armenian, Azerbaijani, Greek, or Ukrainian was killed. Georgia was surprisingly the first social democratic state in the Western sense in the world. And it was a social democracy with a human face, as witnessed by Western politicians, no less than Ramsay MacDonald, when he came back from a visit to Georgia in June 1920 in the Labour Leader. He wrote, "I would like to see such a human system in my own country." With all those qualities of humanism and self-rule by the population, self-discipline, to our women, the Georgian women not only educated our children in the national language for many centuries, but they also taught them Georgian national cultural traditions, which embodied the respect of national minorities, which was very striking in Georgia. And I would recommend to you to read the Constitution of Georgia relating to national minorities and how this was defended. It is the strength of a leadership that determines the vitality of a nation. Georgian kings were outstanding military commanders. After the revolution, the man of steel in Georgia was not Stalin, but the first prime minister and later minister of Interior, a right-wing social democrat, who since 1903 had been a strong anti-Bolshevik and had defended the independence, the principle of our independence. He was a natural choice as premier, and he established later on as a Minister of Interior, Georgia as a stronghold against communism. The Bolsheviks were locked up in jail, there were 2,000 of them, and there were very few that were free, and they could not overthrow the country from within. That's a little comment that I'd have to point out about Georgia. Now, with the downfall of Deniki in spring 1920, the Red Army was welcomed in North Caucasus simply because they were promising national self-determination to the relatively naive North Caucasians at that time, while the Cossacks and Deniki had insisted on reconquering the North Caucasus as part of the Russian Empire. The North Caucasians were the first to rebel and come out in a major rebellion, and the military operations in Dagestan lasted from June 1920 until March 1921, and I'd like to place this on record for them as the first insurrection under Soviet rule. The case of Azerbaijan was different. The role of Turkish military advisors, which at the time were pro-Soviet, and notably the poor Enver Pasha and Nuri Pasha, led to their belief that Turkey would support Azerbaijan and that the Red Army should be welcomed. This caused a split in the Azerbaijani government, and it's very unfortunate that the chief of staff of the Azerbaijani army, who was part of the pro-Soviet conspiracy, on purpose sent the Azerbaijani army to the south border in Karabakh. This is why Azerbaijan was taken over on the 28th of April 1920. Immediately, the wretched Solzhenitsyn raced with his Red Army towards Georgia and attacked Georgia. At that time, we had 40,000 troops on the border. And two events occurred which I like to draw your attention to. Firstly, the Georgian troops repulsed the Red Army and were winning. They had defeated that division, and the Red Army had only one more division near Baku. We had a military agreement with the Azerbaijanis, and they carried out an insurrection 2 weeks later in the Ria, in the region of Ganja. Military advisors of Denikin serving with the British and the French convinced the high commissioners that these were Azerbaijanis attacking Georgia, and we were ordered to stop our invasion, our operations. At that time, if Britain gave you an order, you complied with it because one British battleship was enough for a country like us to surrender. And therefore, the independence of Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, and the North Caucasus was lost by foreign interference in the affairs of small countries. That's the first thing I'd like to point out to our distinguished guests. The second one is that 1 month after our independence, a minority left-wing politician, the internationalist Marxist, who was chairman of the Social Democratic Party, had managed to appoint as head of the National Guard a former communist. And using, the political cabal, as we know, the left-wingers of today, he managed to carry out an overthrow of the first government in a manner that was very noticeable, because it was decided by the Bureau of the Socialist Party, and he seized power. Now, what he did was, at that moment, 2 years later, he had sent, without telling anybody, 2 emissaries to Moscow, to Lenin, to sign a treaty of non-aggression, or to have recognition of Georgia, without telling the rest of the government and the parliament. And at the very time when Pilsudski, together with Petlura, on the 7th of May, was in Kiev, at that very time, Premier Zhozhanya suddenly announced that they had signed the Treaty of Non-Aggression with Georgia, and the Georgians had to surrender everything, expel the British troops, demobilize our army, withdraw our frontier about 2 miles across the border of Caucasian crest so we couldn't defend it, allow the Bolsheviks as a party, release 2,000 Bolsheviks from prison, allow a huge Soviet embassy of 300 men, and afterwards 700, who distributed false money and false propaganda. And finally, in exchange of that, we only obtained verbal recognition of the independence of Georgia. That was a Trojan horse introduced by a left-winger in our country, and that was a major cause of our downfall. The Allies still refused to help us anyway. And 9 months later, Armenia had been taken over by the Soviets in the conditions, on the 2nd of December, as they were attacked from both sides by Turkey and by the Red Army. And as to Georgia, we still could have won the war, although we were attacked in the rear by Turkey. In February to March 1921. But that time, we had two major military mistakes. That Prime Minister, in the middle of a battle of Fort Tbilisi, changed the commander-in-chief who was going to counterattack in Georgian style, and appointed another commander who refused to carry out our tactics and used the Kutuzov technique of withdrawing the troops. And we lost the war this way. I would like to point finally one thing, that Anders Wimbush has published, gentlemen, Soviet nationalities in strategic perspective, 1985, totally ignoring the Caucasus. On the contrary, Marshal Grishko, a little more intelligent than him, in his battle for the Caucasus, says that it's barely possible to overestimate the importance of the Caucasus to the Soviet Union in military, strategic, economic, and political terms. We, the peoples of the Caucasus, do intend, whether some Westerners like it or not, to create one day, when we are free, a Caucasian confederation of independent states comprising Georgia, Armenia, North Caucasus, and Azerbaijan. And economically, we will be very viable, because the whole of Caucasus can live alone with tourism alone, and not mentioning the economic wealth and natural resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yaroslav. Please, I'm running 10 minutes and a bit behind. Please, coming speakers, 5 minutes, otherwise we'll get no lunch. Now, for Latvia, it's my pleasure to ask Dr. Margarita Ausam, please.
Latvians are like all those people who represent their countries now subjugated by the Russian imperialism, participate, let's say whether it's United States or Canada, and you have heard all about it. And they do more or less the same in their organizations. Therefore, I would like to say only a few words about Latvia itself, the situation there, and why the Baltic countries have such a special importance for the Russian leaders. It was 1973 when I was lecturing in Taiwan and was taken in the Palace Museum, and the Chinese archaeologist showed me a large stone basin with a script, and he said it's a very old, 6,000 years old. And I looked at it and I said, wait a minute, I can read it. Because on the swords excavated in my country, the same script. I met a Chinese professor in England here, and he said, according to the last research, this script came to China from Crete. That's Europe. 10 years later, 1983, I I read magazine which chief editor is a very famous Russian linguist Toporov. Cooperating with archaeologists, he wrote that 6,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, about that time, from the Europeans, the Balts, the first with high culture and their own language went to the north. Then there was Middle Europe with its culture. In the middle there were tribes with no national identity and their own language. Under the influence of Balts, there was then created the Russian nation and language. Very brave was the Latvian who now, in my capital city Riga, at the end, wrote one sentence. Not so long ago we were told that the Latvians were developed from Russians and the Latvian language from the Russian language. It was Peter the Great who realized that the empire means navy. He went to West Europe to look for how to do it. But he didn't have ice-free ports. In Latvia there are two. So there was war. And when everything was cut down and dead, then Latvia and Estonia, Lithuania were part of the Russian Empire. At the end of the Second World War, there were the liberation wars in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Independent democratic republics were established and recognized, even by Soviet Union. Even in the year 1983, at his trial, Astra, one of the dissidents, quoted by heart the whole script, how it was written by the Soviets at the time when they recognized the independent Latvia forever. Being hardworking and intelligent, the Latvians could develop a high standard of living, and Aristide Briand called those Baltic republics the honest republics. But at the beginning of the Second War, there were rumors that there is a secret protocol signed by Molotov and Ribbentrop about the incorporation of the Baltic republics in the Soviet Union. Molotov said that such small family vegetable plots are not necessary for the Soviet Union, but they were necessary. As for the Peter the Great, so for the Stalin. Those three Baltic republics were necessary. And now, what has happened with those ice-free ports? There is a military sector. Nobody is allowed without permission to go in. There is a Navy bases, U-boat bases, Air Force bases, there is a rocket bases, there where to Scandinavia goes oil and gas and so on and on. And what about the Latvians? Well, they are intelligent, so they are sent to other republics to work, which means the population. If they stand up for human rights and national rights, then they are deported to Siberia. This little booklet is only one campaign, 1983, the names of the dissidents, their trials, who were sent for 13 years each to Siberia because they stood up for the rights of their country to be independent. I only have to mention 3 words. Victor Steckus, Inc. Savits, and Mark Nicholas. Lithuanian, Latvian, and Estonian. They subscribed a Baltic memoranda to the West, asking to help them to proclaim null and void the Molotov-Ribbentrop secret protocol and to establish the independence of the Baltic republics. Now, no one of his predecessors have ever done this. And I, as a journalist, was told always by my chief editor, you must not say Russia, but Soviet Union. You must not say Russians, but Soviets. There are many different nationalities. Now, Gorbachev visited my city, capital city of my country, Riga, and he said, only Russia and only Russians. This is for the first time visiting a non-Russian country doing this. This takes off the mask and let us say quite clearly, yes, this is a Russian imperialism. Now, we've been talking about Gorbachev and about Reagan, and I would like then to remember words which were said in a speech on the 10th of October 1948 by Winston Churchill. Under the title, The Deadly Enmity of Soviets, he talks about Stalin, about his hatred, democracy, he talks about KGB, he talks about occupied countries, and then comes the sentence. If the Americans ever sign an agreement with the Soviets, then they kill Europe and commit suicide themselves.
Thank you, Dr. Ausala. For Romania now, I would like to ask Dr. Suga, please. And please, time, because I think we don't get it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Presidium, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the delegation of Romania, I are going to read the statement of them about the situation in Romania, despair and grievousness. 44 years after the proclamation of the Atlantic Charter, 41 years after the occupation of Romania by the Soviet Army, 40 years after the signature of the agreements of Jalta, 40 years after the end of World War II, and 38 years after the signature of Romanian Peace Treaty, the Romanians find themselves in a situation nowadays which can only be described as full of despair and grievousness. Today's Romania is demoted to a Russian province. Almost 2 million people were killed during this time of peaceful cooperation in Soviet style. The country is ransacked and the population impoverished by lack of material and spiritual possessions. Unable and primitive characters in their only function of fulfilling the orders from Moscow are terrifying the people. Everywhere there is lack of food, of goods and of medicines. People of advanced age do not get medical treatment anymore. The pensioners are evacuated from the towns. They have to live in villages in order to shorten their lives. A law prohibits to raise the temperature in the flat or at the working place to more than 12 degrees centigrade. The supply of electric power is also limited, and even communist propaganda is falling short because TV is only 2 hours on the air. The situation is so critical that the government uses the last straw in putting the power station under military guard. Destructions of unimaginable extent also began recently. Churches and historical monuments are systematically demolished. The Romanian people have lost all hope due to terror and deprivation throughout all those years. Nothing is left they could hope for. The Romanian government, which has been brought to power by the Soviet occupation army, worries only about keeping that power at any cost. A small minority is in possession of might and privileges nowadays which were unheard of in former times. They dispose of the whole property of the country and decide about the population's life and death. For 40 years, the Romanians hoped to get the opportunity of living in freedom under a government they elected themselves. But instead of times becoming better, they were getting worse. At the beginning, people were hoping that the misfortune would not last forever, but that hope has diminished as the years of miseries went by. At Yalta, the Allies had given to the Russians the opportunity to annex and rule Eastern Europe. The declarations of the politicians of the free world, which with the promise of giving each nation the right to elect its own government, have been heard in Romania too. But no fact has proved those promises for 40 years. The United Nations have delivered resolution after resolution against colonialism, but nowhere the fact has been mentioned that Romania and the other countries of Eastern Europe are still under Russian dominance. In 1969, the United States of America brought out a law by which they obliged themselves to make a policy which will lead to the liberation of the subjugated nations. President Reagan declared recently his disapproval of the division of Europe and of the Russian treating Eastern Europe as a hinterland. 188 British MPs have drawn up a resolution demanding the end of cutting Europe into zones of interests, and to grant the right of self-determination to all nations in Central and Eastern Europe. It is a pity that all those declarations have not taken any effect. They remained to be polite phrases. Only when pressure is put on her, the USSR may start to respect the principles of international law, an obligation she accepted by signing the Charter of the United Nations. Such an action is certainly not going to lead to war. If Russia could have been sure to win a war, she would have started one. Such a situation has not yet arrived, and we are happy about it. The prospect of being driven into this is unlikely because the rulers of Russia and her satellites are mere parasites and by no means able to create wealth. The free world is bound to obligations related to all subjugated nations. If we assume good faith when the Western government dealt with the Russians in Yalta, we are now sure of the mistake then made. But nowadays, the whole world knows what is happening in those countries. That is why the Western governments are asked to make an attempt to repair the damage at least. The solution of that problem is not as difficult as it seems to be. Russia has to be put under pressure so that it starts fulfilling the duties she has accepted and respecting the principles of international law. If only the Western governments would continuously put pressure on the USSR, the slaves behind the Iron Curtain would again start hoping, In the end, Russia will have to yield. She will have to reinstate the right of the subjugated nations. The enslaved nations failed to see a firm position of Western politicians. That is why they lost their hope of getting help from the Western countries. They are desperate. It is bitter to know what kind of brutalities have become possible in the 20th century. The silence about these brutalities and acts of terror is the most grievous experience that people could get. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, in the name and on behalf of Slovak exile organizations and institutions, I have the honor to salute this conference and wish it great success. We Slovaks living abroad are very fortunate in being united in our Slovak World Congress, the supreme representative body of the Slovaks in the free world. We are also fortunate and proud that in a similar way as our Ukrainian brothers, with their great and courageous leader Yaroslav Stecьko, we Slovaks are also being led by a highly respected President Stephen P. Roman, who is not only an outstanding industrialist but also and mainly a great protagonist of all the positive and traditional religious, cultural and political values and endeavors of our nation, and above all an upright and good man. This year we saw the 40th anniversary of Yalta Agreement and the end of the Second World War. Our Slovak World Congress issued a declaration in which it pointed out that within a few short years the Soviet Union flagrantly violated all its obligations and commitments under Yalta, the Atlantic Charter, the United Nations Charter, and later also under the final act of Helsinki Conference. The Soviets brutally subjugated all the nations between the Baltic, Black and Adriatic seas, forced on them totalitarian regimes against their will, and by the use of military power they suppressed all their attempts to rid themselves of this oppression. This year also saw the 1100th anniversary of the death of the first Archbishop of our Slovak ancestors, Saint Methodius, the younger brother of Saint Cyril, the inventor of the Slavonic script and translator of the Bible. Yet the communist regime of Prague did not allow the Slovaks freely to commemorate their patron saints, who, together with Saint Benedict, are patrons of the whole of Europe, thus emphasizing the imperative postulate of European unity. In their own country, the Slovaks are being jailed for receiving religious literature from abroad. Their priests are denied state permission to perform their pastoral duties. Slovak culture, cultural life, is spiritually impoverished and stunted. Schools and cultural institutions became only vehicles of atheist and communist propaganda. The Slovak Federal Republic is in reality only a parody of genuine statehood and national sovereignty in a similar way as the Ukrainian Federal Republic. But the Slovak World Congress is leading the Slovaks in their relentless struggle for freedom, democracy and political sovereignty as a nation. The rest was it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wysocki. And now for Ukraine, I would like to ask Professor Yarovsky, please.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, with the approaching collapse of the Nazi war machine, the Ukrainians had to continue their fight against the invading Soviet-Russian armies. By the initiative of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, the Ukrainian Insurgent Army was organized and the Ukrainian Supreme Liberation Council set up as a form of underground government to give more striking power to the struggle. The struggle continued on a grand scale until '53, And then it was reorganized to become more effective in changing conditions to resist the Soviet onslaught more effectively. The resistance was so strong that the Soviets had to negotiate a special agreement with Red Czechoslovakia and Red Poland to suppress the Ukrainian insurgent army. In order to weaken the resistance, the Soviets applied mass terror by incarceration, deportation, and direct liquidation of the resistant fighters without trial. Then, in 1952 and 53, the members of the OUN and UPA, Ukrainian Insurgent Army, headed massive revolts in the Soviet concentration camps, in result of which many camps had to be dissolved. Meanwhile, in Ukraine, the resistance movement was resumed in the 1960s by the so-called Sheshtechniki, and in 1970s by the so-called Semideshatniki, very much in the tradition of the struggle during and immediately after the Second World War. The resistance demanded the right of Ukrainian language to develop, the right to worship accordingly, the right to secede from the Soviet Union. The struggle continues until today by being made evident through even the Soviet press itself, which currently reports an arrest and executions of the Ukrainian patriots in the tradition of the struggle for many, many decades. Currently, the Soviets unfolded a horrible persecution of the Ukrainian church, the moral foundation of the Ukrainian national self-assertion. The currently published Chronicle of the Ukrainian Catholic Church, prepared in the USSR by the underground activists, affirms and confirms that the mad Russian anti-religious drive is getting madder. After the Second World War, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians immigrated to the West to avoid the persecution and extermination by the Russians. They initiated in the West an enlightenment campaign to show the world that the real threat to freedom is in fact Russian imperialism, which is using communism as a smokescreen. Slowly, the Western political leaders and public opinion began to accept and comprehend that point of view, that Russian imperialists try to dominate the world and that they are a real threat. Communism as an ideology is presently bankrupt and unable to spread with an active support of the Russian imperialists in the Kremlin. And that point of view is slowly accepted by the Western opinion. The Ukrainian patriotic activists in all countries of their settlements in England, other Western European lands, in the USA, Canada, Argentina, and so on, organize their sectoral representations like UCCA in the USA, the Association of Ukrainians in Great Britain, Committee of Ukrainians in Canada, and so on. Furthermore, they joined together in establishing the World Congress of Free Ukrainians, and also through participation in the ABN, EFC, WACL, and similar organizations, the Ukrainians continue to unfold their anti-Soviet activities in order to achieve the success. And they really achieved success, gaining the admittance to the White House, to the Capitol Hill, to the British Parliament. In order to counteract the Ukrainian political activities and their successes, the Soviets by means of KGB apparatus, unfolded a massive smear campaign against the Ukrainian independence struggle. It is done by lie and distortion tactics, trying to connect those Ukrainian activists with war crimes, anti-Semitism, and so on. It is only a pity that through the KGB machinations and intrigues, even the Office of Special Investigation in USA and the Desha Committee in Canada were taken by the Soviets for a ride to believe in all those distortions and smears. The central organizations and representations of the Ukrainians in the free world undertook massive activity to expose Russian lies and distortion drive in defense of the good name of the Ukrainian independence struggle.
Thank you very much, Professor Hirovsky. And I'm sorry again, I keep suffering omissions. May I ask Mr. Prislak from ABN Montreal to tell us about things in that part of Canada.
With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I will present my short report in French because I come from French-speaking Montréal, Canada. La section de l'ABN de Montréal existe depuis 35 ans. Au début, très actif parce que de nombreux immigrants avaient été impliqués dans la résistance anticommuniste. Maintenant, ce n'est pas plus aussi facile d'être militant parce qu'ici, dans le monde libre, il n'est pas à la mode, semble-t-il, de se montrer anticommuniste. L'État semble préférer d'entretenir de bonnes relations avec l'Union soviétique afin de faire des échanges commerciaux et socio-culturels. Les anciens militants, prenant de l'âge, nous quittent pour un monde meilleur. C'est difficile de trouver des remplaçants parmi la nouvelle génération éduquée, malheureusement, dans un esprit gauchiste et libéral. La dernière Assemblée générale de la section de Montréal a eu lieu le 22 octobre 1983. À cette Assemblée ont pris part les délégués de 6 nations, à savoir les Croates, Lituaniens, Roumains, Slovaques, Ukrainiens et Vietnamiens. L'Assemblée, depuis ce temps, l'exécutif a tenu 6 réunions. On distribue 25 exemplaires de l'ABN correspondance. Nos principales activités furent entre autres 1. Dimanche, le 23 octobre 1983, festivité jubilaire du 40e anniversaire de l'existence de l'ABN, avec comme orateur principal le professeur Stecько de Toronto, suivi d'un programme artistique par de nombreux groupes ethniques, le tout devant une assistance de plus de 400 personnes. Plusieurs invités d'honneur ont pris la parole pour transmettre un message de solidarité, entre autres les représentants du maire de Montréal, un conseiller municipal de la ville d'Outremont et aussi le président de la Fédération des groupes ethniques du Québec. 2. Chaque année, la Fédération des pays baltes du Québec organise une journée commémorative à l'occasion de la déportation massive en Sibérie en 1941 par le régime d'occupation communiste de Moscou. Le président de la section y a assisté comme invité d'honneur le 13 juin 1984, aussi en 1985. 3. Le président a également participé à chaque année aux fêtes nationales du jour de l'indépendance des Croates, y livrant un mot de salutation. 4. Le 14 octobre 1984, les organisations ukrainiennes du Front de libération à la morale ont célébré le 25e anniversaire de l'assassinat par l'agent de KGB du chef d'organisation des nationalistes ukrainiens Stepan Bandera. Des membres de l'ABN y ont participé pour marquer leur sympathie. Était aussi présente Madame Suzanne Blais-Grenier, ministre du gouvernement fédéral du Canada. 5. Le 5 décembre 1984, le président a prononcé un discours à l'Assemblée organisé par les Vietnamiens à l'occasion de la Journée internationale des droits de l'homme proclamée par les Nations Unies le 10 décembre 1948. Cette assemblée s'est terminée par une manifestation devant le consulat soviétique. 6. À l'occasion d'une caravane de la liberté organisée par les Vietnamiens des États-Unis et du Canada, notre section a préparé une rencontre des Ukrainiens avec les Vietnamiens pour faire signer une pétition par les Ukrainiens. Cette pétition, demandant la libération du Vietnam, fut remise aux Nations Unies. Plus de 200 signatures furent recueillies. Le 19 mai 1985, au congrès de l'American Friends de l'ABN à New York, 4 jeunes délégués de notre section y prirent une part active et l'un d'entre eux y a fait un rapport détaillé sur les activités de notre section. 8 du 24 au 26 mai 1985, Dr. Bertil Hegman, ancien juge et écrivain de Suède, a séjourné à Montréal. Notre section, en collaboration avec la Société scientifique en l'honneur de Shevchenko, a organisé le 25 mai à l'Université Concordia de Montréal une conférence du Dr. Bertil Hegman. Le titre de la conférence était Russian Soviet Disinformation Strategies in Divers. Plus de 200 personnes de différentes communautés culturelles du Québec y assistèrent. Radio-Canada a interviewé le Dr. Hegman et a retransmis cette émission en Ukraine. En terminant ce rapport d'activité, en tant que président de la section de l'ABN à Montréal, permettez-moi, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, de vous remercier de votre bienveillante attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fischer. I will not try a French translation. Mrs. Stecько tells me that the translation in English will be available to anybody who wants it. Right? That's shortcut number one. Number two, discussions and suggestions for further activities. Please think about these. It is proposed by the Presidium, because we're out of time, that these be brought together at the time that EFC session enters the same discussions and suggestions. So with your permission, that's transferred together. The acceptance of resolutions just before lunch, that entry, that will take place later because, as we earlier said, resolutions will only be composed and finished by 10 o'clock tonight. That leaves me with the last item, elections of ABN governing bodies. Are there any propositions? Yes, please.
Mr.
Mr. Chairman, in consultation with the representatives of various nationalities, the following suggestion is going to be made by me for governing bodies of the ABN. President, Honorable Yaroslav Stecько. Vice President, representative of the Afghan Mujahideen movement. Chairman of the Bulgarian National Front. Chairman of the Belarusian Liberation Movement. Representative of the World Federation of Free Latvians. President of the Supreme Lithuanian Liberation Council. Chairman of the Romanian Freedom Front. Every member of the national organization belongs to the Central Committee of ABN with one vote. Secretary General will be appointed by the Central Committee. Executive Chairman and Head of the External Affairs Department, Mrs. Slava Stecько. Members of the External Affairs Department, Dr. Kharkevich, Chicago, AFABN, Mrs. Roxana Pater, New York, AFFBN, Dimko Stadev, Bulgaria, Rome, Dr. A. Sugar, Romania, Germany. Then the Scientific and Strategic Research Committee, Dr. Haid, Turkestan, Dr. Taimur, Afghanistan, Dr. Rameshvili, Georgia, Mr. Glinsky, Belarus. Military Committee, Mr. Habib Bayer, Afghanistan, Dr. B. Kruk, former soldier of Ukrainian Insurgent Army, Colonel Kosmovich, Belarusia, Colonel Bankovsky, Bulgaria, Mr. Trella, Estonia. Information and Mass Media Committee, Mrs. Paris, Latvia, Mr. Soldatov, Estonia, Ms. Kapustinsky, ABN Correspondence, Mr. Vaitunas, USA. Organizational Committee, Mr. Berko, Slovakia, Mr. Statue of ABN Canada, Mr. Thompson, Latvia. Financial Committee, Mr. Rigoni, Hungary, Chairman. Then Dr. M. Bich, USA, Peter Azulas, Lithuania. The Culture Committee, Mr. Dimitriv, Great Britain, Mr. Bazowski, Slovakia, Mr. Bielinski, Poland. Arbitration Board, Mr. Kairis, Lithuania, Mr. Bajas, Cuba, and Mr. Kosak, Belarus. And then comes Presidium of the Council of Nations. President, Mr. Veli Kajum Khan, President of the National Turkestan Unity Committee. Vice Chairman, Professor Chiravsky, IBN, Ukrainian Liberation Movement, USA, Dr. Dochev, Bulgarian National Front, USA, Secretary General Dr. A. Illich, Croatian Liberation Movement. One vote for each nation with 5 delegates. And then finally, the Youth Committee. Mr. Zenon Koval, Belgium, Ms. Irina Chalupa, USA, Mr. Stefan Lescu, Great Britain, Ms. Larissa Figol, Canada, Mr. Rushtinsky, USA, Major Tran Chao, AFABN, Mr. Juan Clark, AFABN, Lieutenant Dadeb, AFABN, Ms. Irene Kapustinsky, Germany, Mr. Paul Mason, and Mr. Tariq Noor. Thank you.
Yes, please.
I would like to second the proposal by Professor Chiorsky.
So, you very much. So that's proposed, seconded. I can't remember that list. All as it stands. Are there any other proposals? No? Can I have your vote on this proposal, please? Thank you. Anybody against? No? Thank you very much. That is happily lunchtime. Can I just refresh my memory? Are we back at 2 o'clock exactly?
Yes, I have one on you.
Just one announcement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we are going to lunch, I would like to announce that the Ukrainian Youth Association has organized an exhibition of relics of Ukraine independence, and this exhibition will be opened at today noon time, I mean from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. If somebody can go there, will be most cordially invited. And this exhibition will be opened on Friday it means today, from 1:30 until 9 o'clock in the evening. Tomorrow from 2 o'clock until 9 o'clock in the evening, and Sunday from 2 o'clock until 6 o'clock in the evening. And I will also remind you that we have a demonstration on Sunday at 2 o'clock in front of Soviet Russian embassy. We would kindly invite you to organize your people, your flags, your placards, your leaflets, and to be present there with us together. And now we are just joining and you enjoy our lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start now the European Freedom Council session. And I think at the outset the most appropriate thing for me to do before calling our distinguished representatives from the various countries within Western Europe to give an overview on behalf of myself, and I'll do that now. This overview extends back to the year 1983. You will recall that at the end of 1982 we had another EFC conference, EFC-ABN conference here in London. So this is carrying us back over the past 3 years. In July of 1983 we had the commemoration of the 25th anniversary of the Captive Nations and the 40th anniversary of the establishment of the ABN. The President of ABN, Mr. Yaroslav Stecько, and myself gave speeches at these commemorations in the Washington Capitol. On the 25th anniversary of the captive nations in Great Britain and the 40th anniversary of the ABN, I myself accompanied Mr. Yaroslav Stecько to the installation of a plaque in Bradford Cathedral, which was a moment of particular pride for myself as a former Member of Parliament for the City of Bradford. That took place on the 20th of November, and on the 19th of November, the day before, there had been a commemoration in London. On the 40th anniversary of the ABN, there was another commemoration in Munich. On the 5th of November, Madame Ursula Appel-Krohn, MDB, and myself attended. I serve on the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and on the 27th of January, I delivered a speech at the Parliamentary Assembly in 27th of January 1983, in which I suggested, among other things, that the flags of the subjugated nations be raised during Captive Nations Week. This speech occurred on a motion dealing with the situation of Jews in the Soviet Union. And I said on that occasion, of course, the Jews are not alone among racial minorities to suffer in the USSR. The official Russification policy is offensive to Ukrainians, Belarusians, Latvians, Lithuanians, and Estonians, among others. At least the Soviet Jews now have a national home in Israel, where they may settle and feel welcome if, and this is the big if, they are lucky enough to get out of the Soviet Union, for which they require the official sponsorship of relatives in Israel. Outside this building, the Parliamentary Assembly building, the Council of Europe in Strasbourg, they apply the flags of the 21 member countries of the Council of Europe. Why do we not, I asked, like the United States, fly the flags of the captive nations of Eastern Europe during Captive Nations Week? On the 29th of September, in the Council of Europe again, I once more made a speech in which I defended the position of the oppressed people of the nations incorporated by force of arms within the Soviet Russian Empire. And I quote, "I argue that the Soviet foreign policy would become more confident if we ignored the pressures within the Soviet bloc. But anyway," I asked, "do we have peace in our continent? The Soviet invasion of the fraternal socialist republics of Hungary in 1956 and of Czechoslovakia in 1968, the Soviet invasion of neutral Afghanistan in 1979, like the Soviet invasion of neutral Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania in 1940, the imposition of martial law in Poland in 1981 with Soviet support, and the suppression 30 years ago this year, I speak in 1983, by Soviet tanks of the People's Uprising in East Berlin are hardly peaceful actions, any more than were the enforced famine in Ukraine 50 years ago, when millions died, or the deportation of Crimean Tatars, Cossacks, and last but not least, the treatment of ethnic Germans, to which the report refers." Then I organised 73 members of the British Parliament to sign an early day motion which lay upon the order paper of the House of Commons, and it read that this House, wishing to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the designation by President Eisenhower of the United States of America of the third week in July as Captive Nations Week in the United States, and recognizing the common commitment to the principles of freedom, democracy and self-determination of peoples shared by the USA and United Kingdom, urges Her Majesty's Government also to designate officially the third week in July as Captive Nations Week in the UK as a symbol of the British nation's support for the restoration of the right to self-determination, democracy and freedom for the peoples within the Soviet Union and of Eastern Europe behind the Iron Curtain. I made efforts in order to have the Ukrainian language introduced in the service of the BBC, the overseas service, that is, the BBC. However, I regret to inform delegates that until now these efforts were unsuccessful. I received a reply from the Foreign and Commonwealth Office that due to financial difficulties, it is not possible for such a service to be introduced. However, I think we should recognise that the introduction would, at the very least, cost only £100,000. So that must be, I think, a continuing concern of ours, to have such a service instituted in the overseas service of the BBC. I also held several meetings in London on the 20th of January 83, 21st of April 83, and on other occasions, with the purpose of establishing a President's office in London, since the Secretariat of the EFC is in Munich, to organise a British chapter of the EFC and create a parliamentary group for national freedom of the subjugated nations. The Honorary President of the EFC, His Royal Highness Otto von Habsburg, in the European Parliament in 1983, introduced a resolution on the situation behind the Iron Curtain in Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, calling on the United Nations to recognise the rights of the Baltic states to self-determination and to independence, and demanding a referendum on this issue, condemning the occupation of these states by the Soviet Union, and suggesting to the foreign ministers to submit the issue of the Baltic states to the Decolonisation Subcommittee of the United Nations. His Royal Highness Otto von Habsburg suggested to Mr. Tom Spencer, British MP, to introduce a resolution condemning Soviet Russia for the artificially created famine in Ukraine, which cost Ukraine 7 million lives. This resolution calls to designate the 21st of May as Ukraine Day. It further calls on its president, that is of the European Democratic Group, to transmit this motion for resolution to the Commission and Council of the European Communities, to the Conference of Foreign Ministers meeting in political cooperation, and to the Ambassador to the United Nations of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Mr. Yaroslav Stecько visited Ambassador Jean Kirkpatrick in 1983 and her first Deputy Ambassador in 1984, contesting the representation of Byelorussian and Ukraine in the United Nations by Moscow puppets. And Mr. Stecько requested that they should be replaced by the representatives of these respective nations who are leading the liberation movements of their countries. The ABN President also kept in contact with the US Chairman of the Olympic Committee over the question of the participation of athletes from the subjugated nations in the Olympic Games. Mr. Stecько met with myself on many occasions and discussed matters pertaining to the FC with Professor Magnino and, of course, with Mr. Kirkpatrick and Mr. Bertil Hegman. Mr. Stecьko frequently corresponded with the Honorary President, His Royal Highness Otto von Habsburg, and other members of the Presidium. Mr. Bertil Hegman, Director of the Institute for Political Psychological Freedom Campaign, visited Canada and the United States with a lecture tour. He also spoke on several radio stations. Madame Slava Stecьko, besides attending the secretarial activities for the EFC, tried to promote the idea of convening the EFC Youth Conference. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible to carry this idea through. Mrs. Stecьko was also responsible for the preparation of 2 annual EFC meetings in Munich. On the 12th and 13th of May 1983, the ABN and EFC held an enlarged executive board meeting in Munich. The meeting was presided by the EFC chairman, that is myself, and I delivered a speech on the current military position of NATO. The other speakers on that occasion were the Honorary Chairman, His Royal Highness Otto von Habsburg, whose speech was dedicated to the possibilities of EFC cooperation with the European Parliament in light of the present international political situation. ABN President and Honorary Presidium Member of the EFC, Mr. Stecько, spoke on the analysis of the current military position behind the Iron Curtain. The Honourable Guillermo Kirkpatrick MP analysed the position of the Spanish Peninsula in the context of the European defence system. Professor Magnino from Italy dedicated his attention to the younger generation, and Mr. Bertil Hegman elaborated the whole plan of political warfare department. There were also present at the meeting members of the EFC Council from the United Kingdom, Germany and Spain, and representatives of the subjugated nations Bulgaria, Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Slovakia, Romania and Ukraine. On the 22nd to the 30th of September 1984, there was again an EFC annual meeting in Munich with strong participation of the EFC Presidium and Executive Board members. I suspect that's a typing error. It looks to me like the 29th to the 30th of September. As well as national representatives of subjugated nations, Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty. The meeting was presided by myself. The topics under discussion were the following: necessary reforms for NATO, that was my speech; national liberation processes in the Russian Empire, President Yaroslav Stecько; the importance of the liberation struggle in the West, Mr. Bertil Hegman; Turkestan's and Afghanistan's importance to European freedom, Dr. Haidt; EFC activities in different European countries. The meeting issued a statement which was sent out to the mass media. Then you might, ladies and gentlemen, just like to know the publications that have been issued on our behalf. All the material from the conference in London in 1982 was published in ABN Correspondence. The book about the London conference appeared in 1985, entitled The West's Strongest Allies. All the speeches from the commemorations in Washington, Munich, London and Bradford have been published in ABN Correspondence. Do I have your permission, ladies and gentlemen, to sign the report which I have read verbatim as a true record of the proceedings of the last 3 years? Aye. The seconder. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have a question and answer session later this afternoon, but I think it might be helpful for the conference if we went straight on to the individual national contributions to the EFC. And in this regard, it is a particular pleasure for me and an honour too to introduce my friend and colleague from the British House of Commons. He needs really no introduction, but formally I suppose I must do so. Stefan Terlecki. Stefan, as you know well, is a historic figure. He is the first generation Ukrainian to be elected to a national parliament in any of the Western democracies. That is correct. And we're so proud and pleased and lucky that it should be the House of Commons that he's chosen, because I'm sure he could have got into any of them. And another good thing in a way about it, I mean, it's a particular point of pride, and I reckon it's something that is perhaps evidence that we're more fair-minded in the UK than is always recognised. He was elected for Cardiff West in 1983 for the constituency of Cardiff West, which I believe has a very small Ukrainian community indeed, maybe almost in single figures. Is that right? None, he says. The single figure is 0. He contested the seat twice before, and he also fought the Euro constituency. He served as a councillor for 27 years for the Conservative Party in Cardiff and in the county of South Glamorgan. He is presently a member of the Select Committee for Welsh Affairs, and of course he's a famous past chairman of Cardiff Football Club, for those of you that follow our national game. The Honourable Stefan Teleski.
John, President Stecько, Madam Stecьko, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, you ain't heard nothing yet. And I am not going to make my maiden speech now or today, so I was told. So how little I have to tell you something about whatever it may be, I will have to keep in suspense until I am told when I shall be allowed to make a speech. Nevertheless, I have been honored and privileged to be elected the chairman of the EFC, and also having got excellent officers elected at the same time to do what is within our power to do for the benefit not just of the EFC, but on behalf of all those little cards which are on the tables now, and I'm looking at them. If I would read them all out, then we'd be having here not only dinner but breakfast also, because there are so many of them, and I respect them, I support them, and I shall go on supporting all those cards and all of you who represent the cards in front of you. I tried to do my best because as a new member of parliament, a backbencher, I've got to keep quiet, I've got to listen, and I've got to watch. But that's not my nature. I don't try to be too forceful or forward, but at the same time, I have been elected representing over 60,000 electorates, and I am in the House of Commons, which I consider to be the matter of Parliament, cradle of democracy, which entitles, irrespective of age or height or the length of service, to speak one's mind in what I already have said, cradle of democracy. And up till now, I think I have succeeded of saying things that is dear to my heart, not only as far as my own constituency of Cardiff West is concerned, but also on issues that concerns the world, concerns Europe, and in particular, that concerns the oppressed nations behind the Iron Curtains, satellite states, and for that matter, all other nations that are oppressed by Marxism and communism throughout the world. And so, I'm trying to do my best to contribute and for your voice to be my voice in the House of Commons and wherever I travel. And over the past 2 years or so, again, I have been very privileged being nominated by my party in the House of Commons to travel far and wide. For example, over the past 2.5 years, I have traveled to Bangkok, to Taiwan, to Hong Kong, to Israel, to Jordan, to Qatar, Persian Gulf, and nearer home, Dublin, so that I and many of my colleagues, when we travel together, have some facts and finding out the relationship between the United Kingdom and all other countries, so that we can consolidate ourselves on issues that are very dear to us, not only in trade, not only in defense, but also on social and political issues. And with my name, Stefan Terlecki, they said, "You are Polish." I said, "I'm not." "You are Russian." I said, "I'm not." "Well, who are you?" I said, "I'm Ukrainian." "Never." I said, "Yes, I am. And what is more, as John already said, I am the first Ukrainian ever to be elected to the British on my own behalf, because if I tell you that when you all are very tightly in your beds asleep 7 days a week, I burn the candles both ends, and I'm sure John does also, because the responsibility and the work that one does in the House of Commons requires work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. But I am not complaining. I'm only complaining that I could not have been in the House of Commons 15, 20 years earlier. Perhaps by now, the BBC would not only have broadcast to the Ukraine in Ukrainian language, but to all other nations here today in their own respective languages also. As well as having traveled to all the countries I have mentioned, I also have had interviews with the press, international press, as well as the media such as BBC, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and to my very, very pleasant surprise, when my father visited me from Siberia last year, he was telling me that I was heard on the radio in my own village. And I thought that was absolutely magnificent, that I have been heard on the British radio, British broadcast, speaking in Ukrainian. And some of the villagers said, he speaks better Ukrainian than we do. Well, I am not so sure, after 42 years of separation from my loved ones and my country, to retain Ukrainian language, I can tell you, for me personally, it's as hard as climbing Mount Everest in the valley shoes and reach the top. It's very hard indeed, but I'm trying to do my best. Also, as the chairman of the EFC, I managed during the parliamentary recess, where most of my colleagues, excluding John because he travels and he works very, very hard, and I am telling you this most sincerely. But during the recess, most of my parliamentary colleagues, they whether dig their gardens or cutting the lawns or go to Costa Brava or French Riviera for holidays, I decided to travel in the United Kingdom as the chairman of the EFC, and I visited Leicester, Newcastle, and Bradford branches, speaking at those branches with the support of my officers. I'm honestly very pleased and highly delighted to have such marvelous officers working with me, taking nothing away whatsoever from my predecessors and from the chairman, previous chairman of the EFC. They did excellent work, and I only hope that I will be able to fulfill my predecessor and his officers the aim that we are trying to achieve. And what we're trying to achieve is to spread the gospel, in a way, the apostles' gospel, but with small a, so that the nation, that the people in the United Kingdom and beyond, in all those countries that I have traveled, as I already told you, that they know why we are in the West and not in our respective countries, that they know what our aim is, that they know that Soviet Empire is, without a doubt, an evil empire. How can it be otherwise? The Russian army slaughtering men, women, and children in Afghanistan. Polish solidarity is being contained to the ground. In the Ukraine and in all other countries, there is no free speech, free travel, free press, free religion. So, my message would be to Mr. Gorbachev, let his heart smile as loud and as often as and open as his mouth. And when those two will coincide, then I think we can say that our brothers and sisters, our relatives, and all the nations that are now being oppressed by the Soviet regime, one day can breathe in rejoice, and take freedom as much for granted as we do in this country, so that as the empires came and gone, let us hope, through various branches, through the organization of the IBM, through the EFC, we will all see the day alive when our respective nations will be as free as the United Kingdom. Thank you.
Well, as one would have expected, that was a true tour de force. We've been very lucky to hear it. The next spokesman that I would like to call to give a report is Mrs. Sandor of Scandinavia. Is Mrs. Sandor here? This is, of course, Deputy Higman's report, but I regret to have to inform you that he was called back urgently to Sweden because of the grave illness of his mother.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to read a report by Bertil Hegman, member of the Swedish Authors Association in Sweden, and he is director in the Institute of Political Psychological Freedom Company. This report is covering the period from the conference in Munich 1984 to London today. Since the autumn 1984, the Institute for Political Psychological Freedom Company, APPCS, publishes a quarterly newsletter, The Political Warfare Front, which is distributed to the members of the Institute and a number of contacts worldwide. Some of the material in the newsletter has been reprinted in ABN correspondence, and the report of the Freedom Fighter Conference in Jamba, Angola, was picked up by the West German newsletter ABC Berichte, number 73, October 1st, 1985. A copy of the German article is attached to this report as an appendix. In May-June 1985, the director visited Canada and the United States on a lecture tour on invitation of ABN Canada and its chairman Ore Steczko and the American Friends of ABN. Mr. Steczko and his colleagues has prepared an excellent tour with great hospitality shown throughout the journey, both in Canada and the United States. Starting in Toronto at the Canadian Forest Staff School, a lecture was given on Soviet, Russian and communist political warfare against the West. I also visited the Ukrainian Cultural Center in Toronto. On May 21st, I took part in the Cheriton Show, a local TV talk show on international affairs with Colonel Brian MacDonald, director of the Canadian Institute of Strategic Studies. Later the same day, an interview was given at MTV Channel 47, a local ethnic TV station. At both events, I had the opportunity to present EFC, its work and views. The tour continued with a visit to Ottawa, with a TV interview on the Ukrainian Kaleidoscope at Ottawa Cable TV, cable 12. In the evening of the 33rd of May, a speech was given at the Ukrainian Cultural Center in Ottawa. So the Canadian League for the Liberation of Ukraine had invited to a public lecture in Montreal on Russian Soviet disinformation strategies in the West at the Concordia University on May 25th. The lecture was well attended with a number of interesting questions afterwards. The next stopover was Winnipeg. There I had the opportunity to appear on TV in local ethnic program and later speak to an audience at the Ukrainian Institute in Winnipeg. The day after, I saw the monument erected to commemorate the 15th anniversary of the famine genocide in Ukraine, 1932-33. After a radio interview, I left for the Canadian West. My visit coincided with the visit to the city of Edmond by Vitaly Voronnikov, Premier of the Russian SFSR. On May 29, I appeared on a radio talk show, Talk Back on CJCA, broadcasted by Ron Collister. After visiting the newspaper Edmonton Sun, I took part in a press conference of the Edmonton Freedom Council to protest the Voronnikov visit to Edmonton. In the evening, I spoke on a covert strategy of liberation of Eastern Europe, the role of the subjected nations in the Polish Hall in Edmonton, which lost attention. From Edmonton, a few to Windsor, Ontario, and proceeded to Detroit, later speaking at the Ukrainian Cultural Center on the same subject as in Edmonton. On June 2nd, I came to Chicago and in the evening addressed the Chicago chapter of the American Friends of ABN. The day after, I proceeded to Champaign, Illinois, south of Chicago, and the University of Illinois. I took part in a conference of Ukraine during World War II. On June 6th, I delivered a paper at the conference on Ukrainian residents from 1942 till 1952 as a model for modern combat of communist territory. Returning via Washington and New York to Europe and Sweden, I met with Mr. and Mrs. Stecько, who kindly saw me off at the airport while leaving Washington, D.C. for New York. In connection with the Canadian U.S. tour, contacts were established with Canadian filmmaker Yuri Luhovy, Montreal. Efforts have been made to promote this film, Harvest of Despair, on the man-made famine in Ukraine from 1932 to 1933. Swedish and Norwegian television companies have been approached and will hopefully view the film for possible showing on television in Sweden and Norway. Other television companies in Western Europe will be approached as well. Mr. Luhovy has also been approached concerning the possibility of making a film of the worldwide communist Holocaust, 1917 to our days. Informational material on the film Harvest of Despair is added to this report as an appendix. Signed by Bertil Häggman, Director, ACPSC.
Thank you, Madam, very much indeed for that extremely comprehensive report, read on behalf of our friend and colleague, Mr. Bertil Heckmann, who can so sadly not be with us today. I would now like to introduce to you Mr. Guillermo Kirkpatrick, who has been a member of the Spanish Parliament since 1982. He serves on the Foreign Affairs Committee in the Cortes and is spokesman for the opposition on foreign affairs in that committee. He serves also on the Spanish delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and were colleagues on the European Democratic Group in that body. In a distinguished career, Mr. Kirkpatrick has served in the Spanish mission to Sofia, Bulgaria, when he was a diplomat from 71 to 73, and then more recently in the United Kingdom, here in London, in the Spanish embassy from 73 to 77. So really for us it's a case for welcoming in UK an old friend back, and it's someone who knows the reality of life behind the Iron Curtain at first hand. Guillermo Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Jan, for that those very kind words about me, and thank you all of you for all the attention you pay to my very, very brief words, because I think we're all looking forward to hear to the main speaker today, General Schindler. I would like to tell you that I conveyed to the conference, as I told President Stecько yesterday, the greetings of the Spanish opposition leader, the leader of my political party, the Conservative Party in Spain, now in opposition, Manuel Fraga Iribarne, who wants you to know that in your struggle for freedom, you are not alone. And the proof that in your struggle for freedom you are not alone in the world is that we are all here conveying message and being with you as happy as ever in order to really see the faces of the people who are trying to get freedom back in their own countries. As John has kindly told you before, I have had the opportunity as a diplomat, a former diplomat, of spending several years in the diplomatic mission at that time in Sofia, in Bulgaria, from 1971 to 1973. I'm very pleased to have here with us on the board Dr. Docev, who really knows, of course, much more than I can do about that lovely country, Bulgaria, now oppressed under the totalitarian dictatorship system of all the countries of the Eastern world. I cannot tell you any more things that you don't know. I could see for 3 years the faces of the people there who were full of fear and who didn't really like, of course, to be treated the way they are treated by their imperialistic neighbor country, the Soviet Union. As you know, the country is a lovely one. The people love freedom and love developing the economic situation of this very rich land. But unfortunately, same as it happens to all your countries, unfortunately, the dictatorship of one imperialistic power, one of the evil powers in the world, that imperialistic power doesn't let the people enjoy the freedom that here in England and now we in Spain, we have the same as in all the Western countries. Well, I want you to know that you are not alone in this fight, in this struggle, and that in the Council of Europe in all the international bodies, wherever we go in the world, all of us, we are determined to help you in that fight. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kirkpatrick. It's good to have you with us, and we're very pleased to have your experience mobilized in the support of our joint cause. Thank you very much for those inspiring words. I'd now like to ask from the Benelux countries, from Belgium in particular, Commandant Ramboud, Chairman of the European Council for World Freedom, to say a few words. Yes,
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Stecько, General Sinklow, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time I have the opportunity to speak at an EFC meeting, and I thank you for that. If I accepted the kind invitation from Mrs. Stecько, it is to show you my interest for your cause and to insist on the interdependence of all the nations in the world. Be sure that I do not forget the subjugated nations who are already in slavery. The latter are, and the other are threatened to become. It is therefore I insist on the word interdependence. Those who are lucky enough to be free have to remain aware with the Soviet danger, and they have to help those who are enslaved. We must not neglect the help that is provided to our goals by the resistance. Certainly, I quote here Dr. Stecько, the resistance in USSR, Afghanistan, Nicaragua, and elsewhere put the Soviets in a very uneasy position and weakened them. Every free or subjugated nations are seeking for USA assistance. We need it, of course. But for civil, the USA needs us. Lafontaine wrote, excuse me if I quote in French, on a souvent besoin d'un plus petit que soi. You very often need somebody weaker than you are. Clausewitz wrote, be always strong, that is true, but you cannot be strong everywhere. I quote here the slogan or the main idea of the Belgian commando unit, united we conquer. Separately we are powerless. We may not be selfish, nor stupid or stupid-eyed like those who ignore the Soviet fate. I speak about the pacifists and those who are opposed to the NATO and to the missiles in free Europe. They are stupid or paid by our enemies. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Commandant Ramboud. We're very glad that you were able to take part, and thank you for your expression of support. Now I think we come to what must be undoubtedly one of the real highlights of our conference. The guest speaker, whom I have the honor to introduce, is General John K. Singlau. General Singnao has had a distinguished military career that has spanned decades and continents. From organizing French resistance units during World War II to leading the Joint Unconventional Warfare Task Force, his career has frequently been in the forefront of military action. In December 1944, he led Chinese guerrillas against the Japanese on the Indo-Chinese border. He also led a mission which resulted in the rescue of 400 Allied prisoners of war held by the Japanese Hainan Island. General Singnao was assigned chief of a US military liaison mission to Mukden, Manchuria from early 1946 until late 1948, when he was forced out by the Chinese communists. In December 1951, General Singnao volunteered for service in Korea. In May 1966, he was assigned to Vietnam as commander of the Joint Unconventional Warfare Task Force. On July 1st, 1976, he was assigned Chief of Staff, United Nations Command, U.S. Forces Korea, and the 8th U.S. Army in Seoul, Korea. He served as the United Nations Command senior military member of the Military Armistice Commission at Panmunjom. During his career, General Singnao has contributed greatly to the cause of freedom of many nations and to the struggle against communism. As a civilian, General Singnao has continued to work for the same aims to which he dedicated himself while he was a serving military officer. He is the national chairman of the United States Council for World Freedom and the co-chairman of the American Security Council Coalition for Peace Through Strength. General Singnao is also the president of the World Anti-Communist League. General Singnao.
Thank you, Mr. President, President Stecько, honorary members of the Presidium, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honored by the invitation to come back to London to address this conference and the activists for liberty and the advocates of liberation who have been assembled here today. I'm pleased to associate with so many who have dedicated their lives, their fortunes, their reputations, and their sacred honor to the struggle for freedom for all mankind. No greater cause can be undertaken by free men today, anywhere, and I salute you all. I congratulate the organizers for their selection of the conference theme, High and Low Frontiers, Strategic Defense and Liberation. Nothing could be more current and relevant in the days following the summit meetings in Geneva. We can all be thankful that President Reagan stood firm on his plan to seek the development of a space-based ballistic missile defense system. This strategic defense initiative, which is also known as Project High Frontier, is designed to perpetuate the deterrence against the use of intercontinental ballistic missiles and, when modified by the Europeans, against the intermediate range ballistic missiles such as the SS-20 that threaten us as we sit here today. Most important, the High Frontier Strategic Defense Systems, whether it's the Strategic Defense Initiative or the new
concept of a European defense initiative will provide the free world a defense against these missiles in the event that deterrence fails. They will provide a defense of the nation and guarantee the survivability of the free world. And this is something lacking in the current strategy of mutual assured destruction. In the course of the discussions here today, we've heard many references to the fact that we are in this year of 1985 commemorating the 40th anniversary of several significant events. It was 40 years ago this year that the war with Nazi Germany was brought to a successful conclusion and the liberation of Western Europe. It was 40 years ago this same year that the war with Imperial Japan was terminated again, with the liberation of a great deal of Asia that had been brought under control of the Japanese Empire as a part of the greater East Asia co-prosperity spirit. But more significantly, it was 40 years ago that we learned that our wartime ally, the USSR, was in fact dedicated to our destruction, and this appeared to be an act of ingratitude that was very hard for our allies to accept. There are, in fact, many in the United States today who still doubt the true intentions of the Soviet Union. And in these 40 years, during which on the average one nation per year was incorporated into the Soviet Empire, we have noticed in the last 4 of those years no new colonies added to the Soviet Empire. As a matter of fact, and I think most important, in 1983 we had the liberation of one of those potential outer colonies, and of course I refer to the liberation of the small island of Grenada. If we look at the total picture, we can't take any encouragement by seeing a lack of aggressiveness on the part of the Soviet Union. But on the other hand, the fact that there have been no new colonies added, we must assume that Soviet aggression has been at least slowed. There are no longer any naive, newly independent former colonies who might decide freely to embrace communism, to join the only colonial empire in existence today. There is no place in the world where the communists can demonstrate benefits from scientific socialism or any other form of communism. There is no place where they can point out economic benefits to the people who have embraced or who have had communism forced upon them. There is no place in the world where they can point with pride to the economic or the social improvements. There is no place where the human rights of individuals who have been incorporated into this empire have been improved. And I'm sure you will excuse me, as an old soldier, if I make a military analogy to this situation. There is a military axiom that when the attack in one area has been slowed or stopped, it is time for you to consider the consolidation of your reserves with a view toward launching a counterattack or a counter-offensive. This is where the concept of a low frontier comes into being. I'm not talking about a military offensive. I'm talking about a psychological, a political, an economic, a spiritual offensive against the evil forces of communism. I'm talking about a truth offensive. Let us, from now on, decide to tell it like it is, to use a colloquialism that we all hear from our children, without concern whether it will offend the Soviet Union or Communist China. The facts are, as the President of the United States has tried to say on several occasions, and has been criticized by the media for doing so, communism is an evil empire. Let's face it, communism kills. Communism uses terrorism as an instrument of internal and foreign policy. The terrorism that we witness in the Middle East today is not an accident created by dissidents. It is, in fact, a policy of the communist empire. Those who are conducting terrorism throughout the world have been trained by the Soviet Union and its surrogates for that purpose. Why, under these circumstances, should we support, even subsidize, in many cases, communist governments anywhere? Why are we underwriting communist governments, preventing communist bank failures? This is suicidal in the total picture. And I would say to U.S. congressmen, as I often do, or to members of parliament of any nation, have you talked to a refugee lately? Have you talked to the one of approximately 1 million boat people that have escaped from Southeast Asia, from Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia? Have you talked to the one of the 100,000 Mosquito Indians who have escaped from Nicaragua? Have you talked to one of the Cambodians fleeing from the Vietnamese occupation of their homeland? Have you talked to a Lao tribesman who survived a yellow rain attack on his village? Have you talked to an Afghan who staggered into Pakistan on bare feet with his hands blown off from a Soviet mine? Have you talked to an Ethiopian who's been the victim of a deliberately created famine in that country? Well, let me assure you, ladies and gentlemen, I have spoken to those people. And while the stories that they tell will make you weep, they also bring some good news. In these and in other communist colonies, the people, without outside help, have concluded that it is better to be dead than remain red. In fact, today, as we all know, there are 8 outer colonies of the Soviet Empire in open, armed revolt. They have taken up arms against their Soviet masters. There are at least 8 active democratic revolutions ongoing at this time. 3 of them in Africa, in Angola, Mozambique, and Ethiopia. 3 in Southeast Asia, in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. 1 in Southwest Africa, Afghanistan, and most important to me and to my countrymen, 1 in North America. And it is my intent today to show you why the Nicaraguan Revolution is important to the people of Europe. I'd like to tell you something about Nicaragua today by contrasting what you have probably heard on the radio, on the television, and read in the newspapers about the Sandinistas, the Sandinista disinformation efforts, and compare that with the facts as we know it from having been there. Probably the most significant, certainly it is the most frequently repeated disinformation theme, is that Nicaragua is a small, remote, banana republic. Why should the great, powerful United States care one whit about the type of government that it has there? How could this small, remote, banana republic be a threat to the United States? Well, the facts are that it is not remote from the United States. Nicaragua is closer to the United States than all of the states west of the Mississippi are to Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States. It's only a 2-hour flight from the United States to Managua, or a 2-day drive. And I emphasize, you can get in an automobile and drive to Nicaragua. It has a great strategic significance to the United States, despite all of the disinformation to the contrary. It, first of all, is the site of the next trans-ocean canal. And if the United States citizens are not concerned about that, let me assure you that Soviet engineers have recently completed the survey of precisely how that canal will be built. Basically, it'll be from the Atlantic Ocean up the San Juan River to Lake Nicaragua, and a very short cut through less than 10 miles to the Pacific Ocean. And Soviet engineers have been on the site making that survey. Many of you know that the current Panama Canal does not accommodate supertankers and will not accommodate the aircraft carriers of the United States Navy. In order to shift naval forces from one ocean to the other, it's necessary to sail clear around Cape Horn. In the future, that canal will enable us to shift from one ocean to another. We believe it's important that that canal be in friendly hands. In addition to this, the Soviet Union and its surrogates from Cuba are in the process of building Soviet air and naval bases on both coasts of Nicaragua. On the east coast, operating from these naval and air bases, the Soviets would be able to interdict the sea lines of communication, bringing oil into the United States and supplies en route to NATO. During World War II, it was necessary for us to clear the German submarines out of the Caribbean before we could consider starting our buildup in Europe. We decided at that time that in the future, the Caribbean would always be in friendly hands. And we developed a logistical support system based on that assumption, using the Gulf ports around the Gulf of Mexico, from Florida to South Texas. And today, more than 60% of the oil that comes into the United States as imported oil come over those sea lines of communication. And approximately 60% of our supplies for our forces in Europe, the NATO forces here, and the supplies that we would provide to our NATO allies pass over those same sea lines of communication. The Soviet Union, operating on the bases now under construction in Nicaragua, combined with those already constructed in Cuba, will have the capability of completely blocking those sea lines of communication. In order to meet the NATO commitment, the United States would first have to divert U.S. forces to take out those bases. The Soviet bases being constructed on the west coast of Nicaragua would allow aircraft to make reconnaissance flights all the way up the west coast of the United States, clear up to our secret naval base in Bremerton, Alaska. They would have their first submarine base in North America. We believe that that is of some strategic significance to the security of the United States, and as I have suggested, to Europe as well. The United States would be faced under any circumstance, if those bases are allowed to be completed, with a dilemma. Do we plan to attack those Soviet bases, or do we withdraw our forces from NATO? The second disinformation theme that I see discussed in Europe as well as in the United States is that the leaders of the so-called Contras, the counter-revolutionaries as the communists call them, I prefer to use the term freedom fighters of Nicaragua, but they say that these leaders are all Somocistas. That is, they are former followers of Anastasio Somoza, that they're former members of the National Guard. Well, the facts are that there are only 11 former members of Somoza's National Guard serving with the UNO, the United Nicaraguan Opposition. One of them was a lieutenant colonel in such disfavor with Somoza that he was kept out of Nicaragua. They had him in exile as the attaché to the United States and other positions. That's why he is acceptable now. The others of that group of 11 were former lieutenants who had been to school in the United States and had learned something of our military ethics, and most of them were former sergeants. At the same time, at least 34 members of the Sandinista leadership are former National Guardsmen, former members of Somoza's elite force. This is a simple case of the lie being spoken so frequently that people tend to believe it. Disinformation theme number 3 is that the Contras want to return Nicaragua to a one-party system as we had under Somoza. The facts are that most of the UNO leadership today belonged or supported the Sandinista movement to oust Somoza. They belong to different parties and have united after several years of conflict because they were of different political persuasions. And now they've united to oppose the one-party rule that has been imposed on Nicaragua by the Sandinistas. And while there are reports that there was a fair election conducted and that there were other political parties, the facts are that the balloting on election day was probably fairly honest. But the election process was not fair. It was not a true election because the non-Sandinista candidates were not permitted to campaign. They were not allowed to have use of the press, of the radio, of the television, nor were they permitted to have free assembly to conduct their campaign. The election, in fact, was a fraud, and today there is a single party in Nicaragua. And incidentally, there is no national army. The active forces armed today in Nicaragua belong to the FSLN party, the Communist Party, the Sandinista Party, ruling Nicaragua. Disinformation theme number 4 is that the Contras are committing atrocities against the people. They're rapists. They're murderers, the theme goes. Well, according to a recent Sandinista defector, Alvaro Baldazan, who worked in the Ministry of Interior directly for Thomas Borge. Thomas Borge had authorized over 2,000 political killings, many unauthorized, as many as 8,000 unauthorized killings have taken place. It is the policy, it is the official policy of the Sandinista government to kill all anti-communists and all actual or potential opposition. It is the Sandinistas that are going out into the villages and committing atrocities and torturing the people because they claim some of these people have assisted the Contras. That is the policy of that government. And the fact that the freedom fighters have been able to expand in 1 year from 9,000 fighters to now over 20,000 fighters, and that there are 5,000 more who want to join the Freedom Fighter Force suggests that the people know who is committing the atrocities, even if our media representatives do not. Another disinformation theme is that our attitude toward the Sandinistas will drive them into the arms of the Soviets. Well, the facts are that by their own admission, most of the current leadership have been Marxist and Leninist all of their adult lives. This myth is similar to the one that Fidel Castro was not really a Marxist. But after he seized power, after he consolidated power, he admitted that this was a means of deceiving the American people through naive journalists into believing that he was not always a dedicated communist as he had been. And Fidel Castro, as you know, has been the principal advisor to the Sandinistas. And they were told that they would use this theme, give us money or you'll drive us into the hands of the Soviet Union. Pure mythology. Another frequently reported disinformation theme is that the Contras are a creation of the United States Central Intelligence Agency. The facts are that the resistance started inside Nicaragua in 1980, and they did not ask for help from the CIA until the end of 1981, 2 years after the Sandinistas took power. And for most of that 2-year period, the United States government gave more support to the Sandinista government than anyone else. We gave over $118 million to help the Sandinistas consolidate their position. And it was only after the terrible disillusionment of so many of the former Sandinista followers and supporters that the U.S. stopped aiding that government and in fact started providing assistance to the internal resistance. Another disinformation theme is that U.S. aggressiveness toward Nicaragua has caused a large military buildup. Again, this is pure fantasy. The military buildup started within days of the July 1979 takeover. Shipments first arrived from Cuba. Now they are coming directly from the Soviets and from the East Bloc countries who sailed brazenly through the Panama Canal and into the port of Corinto, where large quantities of tanks and armored personnel carriers and long-range rockets and long-range artillery are loaded, unloaded, and distributed, producing today the largest military force in the area. And it has nothing to do with the aggressiveness. It's the nervousness of Nicaragua's neighbors that has caused this concern on the part of the United States, and our willingness to come and help the immediate neighbors take care of this threat. Plans have been made by the Sandinistas, and these have been announced, that they're going to have an armed force of 250,000 troops. This includes militia and regular forces. Again, I emphasize the regular forces are regular party forces, not a national military force. Today, they have 120,000 men under arms. 62,000 of them are regular, the rest are militia forces. If Nicaragua ends up with 250,000 people under arms, that will be, measured in proportional terms, the largest military force in the world. That will mean that one person out of every 10 men, women, and children will be armed. 10% of the population. The United States and most countries have less than 1% of the population under arms. Another significant disinformation theme is that the Catholic Church supports the Sandinistas. And there are people who come from European countries on specially conducted church-supported tours to visit Managua. And there they talk to a few priests who tell them of the glories of the new church or of the liberation theology. The facts are that there are 912 priests and nuns in Nicaragua. And of this 912, 860 of them are completely loyal to the Pope and follow the leadership of their new Cardinal Obando y Bravo. Of the 52 clergy who belong to the Liberation Theology Church or the New Church and who support the Sandinistas, only 10 of those 52 are Nicaraguan by birth. 42 of them are foreigners who are there as spokesmen for the Nicaraguan church. And they are the ones that you encounter on the church-supported tours. Another disinformation theme is that the US CIA and the Department of Defense have been secretly advising the Contras all along. The facts are that from 1982 to October 1984, when all aid and advice was cut off by action of the United States Congress, there were about approximately 100 U.S. personnel helping the freedom fighters. But since that time, there have been no U.S. government personnel there. I wish there had been. It would have certainly made my life a lot easier. But there have been no U.S. personnel there supporting the freedom fighters. On the other hand, the Sandinistas have had and still have between 10 and 11,000 communist advisors. And I think it's interesting to see who they are, because this is what is taking place all over the world. First of all, of the nearly 11,000 communist advisors, about 7,000 of them are Cubans, half military, half civilian. The military are right down at the company level. When the freedom fighters ambush a Sandinista patrol, it is quite frequent that one of the dead will be a Cuban, based upon the fact that he has Cuban currency in his pockets and he has a Cuban identification card, in addition to his Sandinista identification card. Of the others, the other 3,000 to 4,000, made up of forces from the Soviet Union, mostly KGB, the Spetsnaz element of the KGB. There are Bulgarians helping in the training of the Sandinista Air Force. There are, of course, East Germans whose responsibility is generally oriented toward security. And if you go through the security check at the Sandino International Airport, you will be under the observation of East Germans. There are Czechoslovakians there who are providing assistance in learning the use of the sophisticated weapons systems. And as you might expect, there are North Koreans, Vietnamese, Libyans, and people from Iran, from the Ayatollah's Iran. But very significant is the fact that there are large numbers of advisors and fugitives from such terrorist organizations as the PLO, the Baader-Meinhof gang from Germany, the Italian Red Brigade from Italy, the ETA Basque terrorist organization, and a variety of terrorist organizations from South America. And quite often people will say, well, what is the PLO doing here? Well, the PLO has been involved with the Nicaraguan Sandinista movement from the very beginning. As a matter of fact, one of the national heroes of the Sandinista movement is a man by the name of Patrick Arguello Ryan, who was killed in a PLO raid or attack on an El Al airliner in 1970. There has been a relationship of PLO training in Lebanon first, then in Libya, that has gone on for 15 years. And when the Sandinistas took power under advice of the PLO, the first minority group that was attacked was the Jewish population in Managua. And through systematic terrorism, systematic harassment, all of the Jewish community has withdrawn today from Managua. I believe there are only 2 in a caretaker status. And then, of course, they started the discrimination and attacks against the other religious groups which have continued. But the fact that it was an attack on the Jewish community is a heritage of their PLO advisors. And one of the terrifying things about all of this is that these refugees from other, fugitives, I should say, from such terrorist organizations as those that have been creating international incidents recently, are being documented now as Nicaraguans, giving them freedom to travel throughout the whole hemisphere. Now, it's my view as an American that these are not particularly pleasant neighbors to contemplate. And if there was no other reason, that would be a good reason for us to oppose the Sandinistas. But a communist victory in Central America would have more serious consequences for the United States, and particularly for NATO, than just producing obnoxious neighbors in North America. If you think about the boat people escaping from Southeast Asia, and realize that that became a serious problem, not only for the initial hosts of those refugees, but have created some problems throughout the world where they have eventually been settled. It is nothing compared to what the refugee problem will be coming from Central America. We will not be suffering from an influx of boat people. We will be dealing with feet people who will walk into the southern United States, which borders Mexico. And they'll be coming not just from Nicaragua, but if we don't take a stand there, they will be coming from Costa Rica. They'll be coming from Honduras, from El Salvador, from Belize, Guatemala, and of course, Mexico. And using the statistics that we have applied to other areas occupied by the communists, they'll be coming not by the thousands, not by the hundreds of thousands, or even a few million. They will be coming by the tens of millions. And these are not going to be simple economic and political refugees. They will contain large numbers of trained agents, provocateurs, and saboteurs, whose mission will be the economic sabotage of the southern part of the United States to disrupt governmental structure to disrupt our economy. The states will be unable to handle this. The governors will then say, I have committed my police, I have committed my National Guard. Federal government, you must provide assistance. And again, the only source of federal troops will be the 5 divisions presently stationed in Germany. So I say to you as Europeans, this is not just a United States problem. It's not just a problem of Central America, or even a problem only of the Western Hemisphere. It concerns Europe and, in fact, the whole free world. It is directly related to the security of Europe, and the sooner Europeans face the reality of the Soviet penetration of North America and the adverse impact it will have on them, the less chance that U.S. troops will have to be used to remove the Soviet military bases that are under construction there now, and the less chance that the U.S. will have to revert to a Fortress America concept for the defense of our southern border. It is in your interest, as well as ours, to provide the Nicaraguan freedom fighters with the wherewithal to bring democracy to Nicaragua, and to kick the Soviets and the Cubans out before they become so entrenched we would have to defend ourselves on the Rio Grande River, which separates Texas from Mexico, or send an American expeditionary force into Nicaragua, which consists of the 5 United States divisions now committed to NATO. I believe that this is the essence of the current low frontier conflict that is ongoing. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to find out more about this and stop the disinformation activities that are now confusing the people of the world. Let's look at it as it is and tell it as it is. Thank you very much.
Well, that was a very stirring statement, and no one knows the subject better or has committed himself or mobilized more resources to it than General John Singdahl. We pay a warm tribute to him. I think this would be an opportune moment, before we go on to some administrative business, to open the session to questions and discussion. It was a most thought-provoking as well as informative statement we had from the General, and the others on the panel of representatives from the EFC. So could we have the first question or contribution from the floor, please? Sir.
I should like...
Can you just speak up into a microphone?
I should like to make some very short statement. When you actually resolution about famine in Ukraine, 7 million, it was repeated, I think, 3 times. I would like to add, maybe it's out of order now because it's a bit too late, that Belarusians lost 1.5 million people too. That's perished in the same exactly way as Ukrainians. Because it's officially expressed, I would like to state that. Only that just.
Thank you very much for putting the record straight. It's not the sort of somber fact that should have been got wrong. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, could you put it in the form of a question?
Well, I can make it 3 points. Well, also a question. 3 points. First point, we need more unity in our work. Unity is the main thing. It's no good to come here once a year or so and then go home and do nothing. We must work continuously, united. Second point, I would like to put that we have to be involved, all of us, especially the young people. Mr. Terlecki is an example by involvement is today in the House of Commons. I wonder how many of our young people would be today, not only in the British Parliament, but also everywhere else, if they would get involved. Personally, despite the fact I was here, it's my 60th birthday again, I am involved. I'll tell you a little story. In West Lewisham, where I come from, there's only 3 of us, 3 Ukrainian families. But if you look for the resolution for the Conservative Party conference every year, there's all the time from West Lewisham resolution for decolonization of the Russian Empire, introducing Ukrainian language, moral support to captive nations, and so on and so on. If in every constituency in this country and everywhere else we would have a few active participants, I wonder how many Terlecki we would have in the House of Commons or everywhere else. Because thanks God we have people like John Wilkinson to help us. But we can't rely on people who only a guide every day love for freedom for the captive nations. But we have to do more, because we can't rely on everybody else to do their job for us. Now to the little question. I would like the EFC to publish some kind of a newsletter so people would know what the EFC did and also would be able to contribute. That would help a lot to the work, not only for EFC, but to the political work generally. Thank you very much.
Yes, I think that's, thank you very much, an excellent suggestion. As always, the suggestions of these kinds is a question of resources, and one would have to consider whether such a newsletter would best be done, whether it should be done on an individual branch basis or whether a European-wide basis. In fact, Bertil Häggman of Sweden is already publishing such a newsletter, and I think this is an important step forward. But perhaps Stefan has some additional observations on this important point.
To publish material, it's one thing, but to make people read it and for people to distribute it, it's another. Very often you have publication of material on so many subjects, and regrettably, very often people don't even read it. Whilst I agree with publishing material in order to publicize an issue which the EFC stands for, but I think that those members of the branches in the United Kingdom in particular, if they would care not only to be a member of the branch, and I'm sure they are not just members of the branch, but if they would, not every day, perhaps not every week, but in their place of work, wherever they are, whether in their clubs or pubs or offices or factories, speak to their next door neighbors, to their friends and colleagues, and publicize it in that way if you have no literature to give it to them. And I think if a person speaks to a person and speaks from the heart, then very often the news is accepted, statement is accepted that much better than via a piece of paper, although I do not condemn, as I say, literature. But it is a responsibility of us all, not only the members of the EFC, but all of us who care about others, who represent nations from behind the Iron Curtains and Soviet Union, and we have one enemy in common. Therefore, let us speak let us speak and speak again, because that is the way to win friends, to win support in a similar way. And I'm in no way trying to be derogative when I say that when a priest on a Sunday repeats his sermon from the pulpit to his congregationists time and time again, those people who attend churches know very well indeed what the priests have said to them on a Sunday evening or Sunday afternoon. And as I said earlier on, we are those apostles with a small a, that we should preach and we should speak, we must never stop it.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Do we have another question? Mr. Kelson.
I have a number. Honorable President, you may not know, but the ABN session earlier on hinged onto your question time. My apologies. Few things came up. A young lady from United States of America said that it's time to rejuvenate our membership. A very sincere speaker from Bulgaria, Dr. Doshev, said, our flight is our common problem. And from all the reports that I heard this morning, at various stages, that came the same what our Honourable Stefan Terlecki said, it's our common problem. And all I would like to say in assisting the discussion, sorry John to interfere with the other side, is that we really got to take back and think for ourselves, how can we progress our flight? I may offer half solution when I say, and I mean what I said, I think it's already discussed an hour or so ago, that in Bradford we bring the sum total of our flight as a common discussion with common power and purpose, and we feel that we don't have to influence people, we are there, we are seen, and we can do things. The same transpired from reports from Canada and in fact the United States of America. We have to do things. It's no good having conferences, having meetings and having resolutions. We have to go out and do things. I hope I can assist in generating a bit of discussion in this direction.
Well, thank you very, very much. It's most helpful. I think at this stage, I'd like, because I want to make a small presentation, perhaps we could have one more question now. We could go to the presentation, and the lady wants to ask a question. Yes. Then we resume the discussion after we have the election of the other distributors.
I should like to ask, for example, if we changed our work. For example, for 2 months ago, Saharov's son was hunger striking. And you know, I have made several hunger strikes, and I wanted to help him and make a hunger strike in Copenhagen or in Stockholm. And I phoned to several organizations and I said, we must cooperate, you know. And if something very important thing happens in the world, it's not good that only one person makes, for example, he makes hunger strike in United States. It had been very good if somebody had hunger strike in London, one in Bonn, someone in Stockholm. At the same time, I think it's very good if we make in every country one person. If something happens, we can phone or write to each other that we can make actions at the same time. Don't you think that's very important? Because it's very difficult. I have made many hunger strikes, and when I was in Madrid in a security conference, I had to make paper one day for Polish people. I was Polish. Made prisoner dress on, and I was Polish. The other day I had to be Swedish because the submarine came on the rocks. And the third day had to be an Estonian. In different clothes. It's impossible, you know. It was very good because I speak Spanish. I had lived 13 years in South America, and I could in every newspaper, but it was very confusing, you know. One day Polish, another day Estonian. And next year, for example, when the human rights are coming up again, we must organize. And I was in the Baltic cruise by the boat, and I should like that we had a bus, and we made a cruise by bus, peace and freedom cruise by Europe, because there is no peace without freedom, but not without with speeches. And for example, by Bonn, we can cruise by Bonn, London, 3 weeks the summertime. And we can, for example, not only speeches, we can take our folklore, our dances, our folk dresses on, and make it very good that all nations together. We can't be separate islands. We must work together. I have worked for Polish, and I hope that some Polish people one day can help us and be Estonian, because we have the same destiny. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think because we must move on, and I know that you would wish this presentation to take place. Can we go to that now? Then we'll have the elections, and then we can resume our discussion. Yep. But it is a great honor for me to read on your behalf this scroll which the President of the ABN himself, the Honorable Yaroslav Stecько, will present to General John Singlaug. And it reads, Award of Merit presented to General John K. Singlaug for outstanding support of the liberation struggle in Ukraine and other subjugated nations for national independence and human rights. Signed, Yaroslav Stecько, Prime Minister of Free Ukraine, President of ABN, London, 22nd of November 1985. So. This is the ridiculous after the sublime. The General Jack, as I call him, a tie of the House of Commons, honorary MP Jack for a stirring speech. I wish my colleagues could speak as directly, as forthrightly as yourself. And one to my friend and colleague, Mr. Guillermo Kirkpatrick. Gentlemen. Well, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we have business to conclude, and I would like at this point to pass the proceedings over to the chairmanship of Madame Stecько.
Honorary members of the Presidium, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to make a suggestion that our most able President until now, Honorable John Wilkinson, be re-elected as the President of European Freedom Council. there is a suggestion of the European Freedom Council Preparatory Committee that the members of the executive and the honorary presidium be re-elected in full, and that some others, very until now able co-fighters and supporters of the idea of European Freedom Council be added, and those whom we would like to suggest to be added is Honorable Stefan Terlecki. It is our great pleasure to suggest Sir Frederick Bennett, Member of British Parliament. The member of the Swedish Parliament is supporting the idea of European Freedom Council for many years, but is unable to come here, is Honorable Professor Hugo Hegeland. We would suggest him to be elected as a member of the Executive Board as well. Further, we would like to suggest Mr. Bertil Hegman, Chairman of the Institute for a Political Psychological Freedom Campaign, to be elected to the Executive Board member. And the last suggestion, we would like to suggest Professor Leo Manino, President of the Italian Archaeological Society, who has sent his speech here, who has been working hard for many years for European Freedom Council, but due to his sudden illness was unable to come here. We would like to suggest him also to the members of the Executive Board. We would like that the honorary presidium, as it was until now, His Royal Highness Otto von Habsburg, Honorable Yaroslav Stecько, former Prime Minister of Ukraine, Honorable Manuel Fraga Iribarne, Chairman of the Alianza Popular of Spain, be re-elected members of honorary presidium. Thank you very much. I'm sorry very much, but I didn't mention very distinguished members who were suggested to be re-elected. Honorable Guillermo Kilpatrick, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of Alianza Popular from Spain, and Honorable Ursula Appel-Krone, member of German Parliament, who is now at the party Congress and was unable to come to be re-elected. And since my name was there, I omitted this list. Slava Stecько.
Well, Madam Stecьko, thank you very much indeed. It's a great honor to be re-elected by acclamation and a privilege to serve you. We have a big challenge ahead, but I think from the names that you have read out, we can all recognize that it's a formidable team, great capability, and people who have proved themselves in their commitment to our cause. And above all, it's a great delight for all of us who have to serve the EFC, that you, Madam Stecьko, should be able to continue to lend us your wholehearted backing, because without your organizational flair, your drive, and your charming personality, events like this conference will be very hard to achieve. Thank you very much. We have, ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes before the coffee break, and we were having a fruitful discussion. I think Mr. Hardwick wanted to make a question or put a point.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since the General has not received a question yet, I would like to put one to him.
Come to the microphone so they can be recorded, I think. Be on the proceedings.
Yes, I would like to put a question to the General. If I may recap, at a Captive Nations meeting, Washington, in July the 21st, 1982, and I will take a little out of context, but your speech was on the Soviets. And what you did say is, we will be forced to meet coercive threats with increased oppression, with eventual surrender to avoid a possible nuclear war. The Soviets will have won the conflict in a manner recommended by the ancient Chinese military scholar Sun Tzu in 350 BC, advised the best general, and I quote this, the best general was he who avoided the use of violence and achieved his conquest by the surrender of his enemy. Could you enlarge upon that, if you still believe in that philosophy?
I think that that is the essence of the whole concept of psychological warfare. Sun Tzu, who was the first of the great military philosophers, preached the idea that if you are able to demoralize your enemy, if you can plant a fifth column in his ranks, if you can terrorize him into believing that surrender is better than fighting, you have truly succeeded. And this, of course, is what we've been subjected to in the last 40 years, an increasing use of terrorism by the Soviet Union, an increased threat of conventional arms, an increased threat of nuclear arms. And today, the reason that the Soviet Union is making such a major effort to kill the Strategic Defense Initiative is that the defense against the nuclear threat has been so successful for the Soviets in causing nations to want to appease them. It would take the teeth out of that and give us a better chance of survival, give us a better chance of launching what I call the truth offensive. It is much easier to sell the truth than it is a lie. The Soviets and their surrogates, clearly it is the case in Central America today, have been selling a lie and getting away with it. At far less resources, we can tell the truth, but we must make that effort. To answer the question, yes, I still believe that the Soviet goal is to get us into a psychological position where we will feel that it is better to be red than dead. That's the essence of the concept.
The gentleman behind you, sir. No, the gentleman behind, put my eye first. Thank you.
I would like to put a question to General Singlaub. He mentioned in his excellent speech all the nations and organizations who are helping in Nicaragua training. But I wonder whether he doesn't know or whether he has some reason to meet the major terrorist trainers, the major communist ideologists training people in Europe are Yugoslav communists. And I'm sure if General Singlaub did
go a little bit further, he was quite few Yugoslav training in Nicaragua. Yugoslavia is the haven of every terrorist that's driven away from the West. Where did you go? In Belgrade. I would like him to answer me that. Why was it Yugoslavia omitted?
Well, it was not inadvertent. I do not now have evidence of any significant numbers of Yugoslavs. I am fully aware of what you say, that Yugoslavia has been a refuge because Yugoslavia has been granted the unusual opportunity to have communications with the East and the West. There are flights, ships going from the West into Yugoslav ports and airfields, and of course there's free travel from there into the Soviet Union or into the East Bloc. It's the gateway, and they have, as we know, sheltered the leading terrorists of the world, most recently Abbas, who even now is recognized as the leader of the recent hijacking of the Achille Lauro ship. I agree with you, but I just don't happen to have any current intelligence that says there are any significant numbers of Yugoslavs in Nicaragua at the present time.
Thank you very much. Could I have the question at the back, at that side, please?
David Neil Smith, Great Britain. Now, one of the things that slightly concerns me is what may be the lack of liaison with like-minded associations who believe in everything we do. And I am also chairman of the North West London Freedom Association, and that has branches throughout the country, and one or two activities have included showing Let Poland Be Poland, which was not shown in this country on television at all, and that was a disgrace, I think. And also meetings with Russian dissidents, for example, Julia Voznesenskaya. So the first point is a question about liaison with the Freedom Association in this country, and perhaps between EFC branches and Freedom Association branches on, say, joint events up and down the country. The second organisation is the International Society for Human Rights, and I believe that its parliamentary representative in the British section is David Atkinson. So I hope there can be liaison between Mr. Wilkinson and Mr. Atkinson on some of the issues discussed here today. I understand that they are doing research, for example, on what's going on in Nicaragua, so they may have further information on that, a joint pairing of information. And also, of course, I helped produce in research with the publication Refugees from Afghanistan, which is on sale at the back here. Another question which is very serious is, I believe that the monitoring of we must have a system of monitoring the media, and there have been complaints that the media, in the way they portray the Soviet Union and the United States, as sort of equal superpowers, the two superpowers. This is what is said on the BBC News all the time. And I have a specific question to put on that. Yesterday morning, while watching live the Geneva Summit press conferences, I thought it was disgraceful how on the BBC, and I watched all of it, Mr. Gorbachev's press conference was shown every minute live. Mr. Schulz's press conference was not shown live at all, and there were only snippets mentioned by the presenter Sue Lawley at the end. I want an official protest from this conference on that. Thank you.
think our representative from the UK has raised some exceedingly important points, which I would at least like to give an interim answer to. On the first one, the more that the European Freedom Council can cooperate with and liaise with other organizations that are fighting communism and seeking the values that we also espouse of freedom under the law and of democracy, the better. And I would be delighted to talk to David Atkinson, whom I know well. We serve in the Council of Europe together, and he has a particular interest and expertise in the plight of the Christian churches behind the Iron Curtain, which is very valuable. We had yesterday, for example, someone from Keston College here. I don't know if we still have today, but we did then. And it's a very, very important aspect of our work and a great inspiration, quite honestly, behind our cause. As for the selective nature of the reporting of the respective press conferences at the Geneva summit, I'll be very pleased to talk to the gentleman afterwards so he can give me more precise facts. Then maybe Stefan or I, or both of us, can write to the governors of the BBC and take this matter up on your behalf. Stefan would like to speak on that.
In relation to the media itself, I am very concerned also because I watched for approximately half an hour the BBC morning broadcast, and listening to Gorbachev speaking in Russian, and then listening, I dare say, a Russian interpreter speaking in English, there were some words omitted which could have been put into English and made better listening and reading what Gorbachev was saying, which I felt that was wrong, and there were certain issues which I felt Mr. Gorbachev was playing into the hands of the Soviet citizens through its media, and very cunningly, very cleverly, very shrewdly attacking indirectly the West and United States in particular. Having said that, I again appeal to every member here and pass it on to your friends and colleagues and neighbors that if you watch the media, or for that matter if you read the press, and there is something in it that you feel is not balanced, then I would urge you all to first and foremost write to the members of parliament, lobby them and complain about it. I also feel that you should write to the Director General of the BBC complaining as well. I also feel that through clubs, through workplaces, offices or factories, you can also organize a petition, because all you need 10, 50, 20, 30 people, whether on a Saturday evening in the club or in your place of work, to ask people to sign the petition once you got the headline as to what the petition is for. And in that form, once you start lobbying your members of parliament, once you start writing to the Director General, once you start sending the petitions, then I'm convinced, if not in total, but some of the correspondence will be listened to, will be perhaps answered as well, and that is the way to disagree, if you like, and try to have a balance in the press and in the media in particular. Now, you may well say, but I am not accustomed to write letters to the members of parliament or to the Director General, or I simply cannot do it. Well, then I would suggest that there should be within the clubs or within the branches at least somebody who can form a letter of approximately 25 words or 50 words at the most, to form a letter, and then another person top and tail it as though he or she is sending that letter himself or herself. And again, I think that John will agree with me that members of parliament are bombarded with many letters, with a lot of lobbyists, and believe me that there comes a time, whether we like it or not, we have to take notice, and we do take notice from the people that write us. For example, in the present situation, we've got quite a lot of teachers writing to us. We've got quite a lot of people who wrote to us about television, televising the House of Commons. We have quite a lot of letters. I've got hundreds of letters, lobbyists and individual letters about the Sunday opening in the United Kingdom. Now, I, as a member of parliament, do take note of those letters and that correspondence. And therefore, I would respectfully remind you, please, this is not for any particular individual person's benefit, but for the benefit of us all. That we write to our members of parliament, that we lobby our members of parliament, that we write to the Director General of the BBC, send petitions, send letters, even to the press. And I think collectively, I am convinced that in the end, we will have more balance of reporting than we have up till now.
Thanks, Stefan. We have to, I think, run on a little bit. We started somewhat late after lunch, and I know that a lot of people want to get in, and we have a brief statement I'd like to read to you. The gentleman, the back of the left there, my left, your right.
I am Reverend Tommy Wallace, an American living in Honduras. I represent the Mosquito Indian, which General Singlug has been talking about. I would like to state one thing before I ask the question, and that is the gentleman that mentioned Yugoslavia. My wife and I were in Nicaragua before the war, during the war, and after the war. The children in the First Baptist Church in Managua, who up until the war were very Christian, as soon as the war was won by the Sandinista and everybody started fleeing, they turned upon their own pastor, who had fled once before from Cuba, and they asked him, why is it that you are fleeing now from freedom? Why can't you support this revolution? Why can't you support a type of government that Yugoslavia has? So right from the beginning, the young people in the First Baptist Church were being indoctrinated by the Yugoslavians on some manner. I do not know exactly how it was done, but they said, we want Nicaragua to be a state with the same type of government as Yugoslavia. They do not have it now. It's more like Russia in itself. But I wanted to comment about this particular point. The question that I have is this. If a Mosquito Indian who speaks 3 languages, English, Mosquito, and Spanish fluently, and is a very able and capable person to talk for her country, would the members of parliament of each of the countries that are represented here, would they offer this person a chance to speak out on what is happening in Nicaragua and her country in a way in which information like General Singlug has given could be given freely? Could I see the hands of those people that would like to have someone like that in their own country to speak out? Yes, I understand, but yes. Oh, I'm sorry, I was elevating you. You understand, I wanted simply to know how many of the members of parliament would like someone to come from Nicaragua to speak out on what is really happening, but do it honestly and make it a convincing statement to the people.
Yes, we all would, I'm sure. And we all would, I'm sure, and there would be no problem in arranging such a meeting. And when Sir Frederick Bennett comes tomorrow, he's a Privy Councillor and a very senior member, he could be particularly influential in organising such a meeting effectively. As far as the House of Commons is concerned, and I'm sure the Court has too, no problem.
I see. Okay, I just wanted to ask this question because there is someone that is extremely capable to do this type of work if the work were available. Thank you.
I think we'd better begin to draw it to a close. Just a couple more. One in the front first and then one in the back.
Mr. Chairman, General, I would like to put a question to you. We talk about the activities from the Soviet Union or Russia, whichever you like to call it. Some people call it Soviet, some call it Russia, which we should. But would you say what applies to the enemy within, both in your country and in my country, and even in the House of Commons? The enemy within. I mean, I've got a bit of paper in my hand here where a top communist plotting to take over Britain's biggest union and give, this is documentation, of £10,000 for a paper to print their propaganda. That's in Britain today. And we've got the mafia, the six in the Transport and General Workers Union. You've got Castro, who is bringing drugs out to, right up to the borderline with the freighters, with the escort, and then the fast motorboats are taking it into America and destroying the youth of America the same as they're doing in this country. And that's Russia. The enemy, we're getting helped within. Could you answer that question, please?
I think that was a very good statement of what is taking place, but I'm not sure I understand what the question is. I just have to agree that this is taking place. It's difficult on many occasions to determine what motivates some of our parliamentarians in our various countries. We have members of Congress who admit that they are social democrats or democratic socialists or some combination of that, but they mean that they believe in Marxism, they believe in the socialist movement, they believe that socialism is the wave of the future, and that the best foreign policy for the United States is to make an accommodation with that movement wherever it is. Now that's, we need to expose what that means instead of covering up what is happening in the Soviet Union. And instead of comparing South Korea with the United States, we ought to be comparing South Korea with North Korea. That's the comparison. And when you do that, you recognize that socialism has been a disaster on the Korean peninsula. And I think a part of the campaign that I suggest, a truth campaign, a truth offensive, exposes these people, and you must challenge them. Tell me the name of one country that has benefited, either economically, socially, from the point of view of human rights, from accepting communism, or accepting the socialism that you're advocating. And when you challenge them, it's very difficult for them to do that. And I think this is a part of our total program is education, and not to conceal the evil aspects of the communist empire.
Thank you very much. And last to the gentleman at the back, and because we always like to be courteous to the lady in the front. You sir at the back, then one final one from the front.
Mr. President, honorable guest, I would like just to put two questions to the Presidium which are not quite clear. It's a simple terminology, not perhaps any disagreement with the platform or ideas. And I would like to be clarified on one matter which refers to Soviet Empire or Soviet Union, and some people or delegates using the terminology as Russian Empire and Russian imperialism. When I go back to the branch again, naturally I wouldn't know where to start to agitate the people against communism or agitate the people against the Russian Empire. Sometimes I could visualize a stream of water come out of the spring and flow certain miles. You could see the water change in certain color, and then you believe the water is really red or blue or green. Then when you start retreating and going back right to the spring where it comes out, you'll see the water is really clear and everybody could see it's what the water is. Now, therefore, it puzzles me somehow. I can't see clear how the water looks like. Is it really a Russian imperialism which feeding all the communist uprising, Vietnam, Cambodia, and so on, and in South America now, Cuba, and so on, yet standing on the back without using their own advisor, just using Czechoslovakian, as it was said, or East Germany, or anybody from behind the Iron Curtain, even Poles, which I'm pretty certain they wouldn't fight for communism, but they're using them to spray the communism in Latin America, in Asia, in Africa, and so on. Now, if the ideology, the communist ideology, is really believed in the world, I don't think we would be able to stop it. But at the same time, if it's evil which is just some kind buried in nice pink color, if the water is artificially colored pink somewhere on the way down, I suppose we should dispose that and make to the people, to the whole world clear where the evil lies. Does it lie in the simple communist Russian dictatorship and Russian empire, which exposing the aim and feeding and financing, or is the real communist ideology, Marxist and Leninist and so on, which actually driving the people to their aim, to their goal? Well, as long as we don't know which is the real truth, we wouldn't know where to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I think Stefan Terlecki can give a bit of enlightenment on that.
Well, there are so many terminologies and so many empires that one would have to write a book about it. And I'd like to answer it in the next half a minute flat. Namely, it doesn't matter to a certain extent as to whether we use Soviet Empire if it benefits the listeners to accept our argument, to persuade them to reject it, and if it suits the listeners by us saying Soviet instead of Russian, because we can persuade them that much quicker and that much easier, well, use it Soviet. As to the Soviet Union, well, Soviet Union, we know, consists of 272 million people, 15 different republics with its own individual nations, its own language, its own culture, its own religion, its own beliefs, its own history, geography, and so forth. So I think Soviet Union is in a context that one has to explain what Soviet Union is all about and what Soviet Union embraces. When it comes to the Russian Empire, yes, indeed, it's invariably began and it's maintained within the Russian territory proper, namely Moscow itself. When it comes to the Marxist empire and Leninist empire, that is ideology by the individuals who invented certain ideologies who wanted the world to follow. And regrettably, up till now, to a very great extent, they have succeeded. I feel that when I speak to various individuals or collective groups, my speeches, I use all those terminologies: Soviet Empire, Russian Empire, Soviet Union, Communist Empire, Marxist and Leninist. The main object of it is that we must not be too obstinate, we must not be too dedicated to our own individual ideology to say, it doesn't matter what anybody says, I will always simply say Russia, 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 or Soviet, 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 or Communist, Communist, because if we keep on doing that and persist, then we could have, as against making friends and subordinates and followers, we could, to a degree, have them walking away from us. So it's a matter up to the individuals how they want to terminate the war. But having said that, and I said it earlier on, irrespective what empire, what terminology we use, I personally am saying that it is evil, and the sooner we can get rid of it, the better.
I understand the gentleman who posed the question. I think we have in our program, in our statutes, for what we stand. We are standing for the establishment of national independent democratic states, but how we can get it? Fighting against Soviet Russian imperialism and communism. And this is the safest way, because communism is threatening the whole world. Russian imperialism is now a combination of communism and Russian imperialism, which was also preceding the communist time. We had to do with Russian imperialism before. We had the concentration camps and Siberian camps before the communists came to power. So the safest way, if we say and if we state that we are fighting against Soviet Russian imperialism and communism, because in some countries do not see so on the first already stage that there is Russia involved. They say, oh, they are Cubans, or they are from Czechoslovakia, they are communists, but the whole conquest of the world is mobilized, organized in Moscow, the center of evil, and President Reagan was right when he stated that it's the evil empire. So we are for the dissolution of this evil empire, avoiding the nuclear war through our own strength from inside into national democratic independent states. And I think it is clear and should not be somehow difficulty to understand this.
Thank you very much. The last question from the lady in front, please, then we really must conclude and move to topic.
It is really not a question, it's just a very short comment to General Singlov on the enemy from within. Sir, after coming to here and hearing that, I felt I just had to say it. You've had a very successful conference in Dallas. You had tremendous press coverage. But sir, I believe that your achievement can be best judged by what your enemy said about you. And sir, after reading what your enemy say, you are reaching your goal. Congratulations.
Madam Stecьko has a brief statement to make now.
ladies and gentlemen, we have still many tickets for the banquet which were not taken by the delegates and our guests. Please, during the coffee break, contact the Secretariat and take those tickets which are for you ready there. Otherwise, some people wanted to be present at the banquet and we refused them because we wanted to guarantee this place for the delegates and guests, and now the tickets are still there. This is the request to go to the Secretariat and take your tickets for the banquet on Sunday evening. The second is Mr. Roman Štuplak, the moderator of the youth panel. He would like to see the panelists during the coffee break here close to the Presidium. He would like to speak to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I declare the sitting closed. Thank once more our guests, in particular General Singhdar, on your behalf. Jack? Very good.
We put stuff on. Yes, I'll take it, but you get it.
Something, you know, that there is propaganda.
You already remember me because I have this name like him. Kirkpatrick from Spain.
I should like to only write you something in my book.
She's also a brave woman, isn't she? Jean Kirkpatrick, also a brave woman. My cousin. One of the task forces named themselves the Jean Task Force. I'm in the process of designing it. And we have a program called Larry McDonald. I've already
what you said we consider extremely interesting. You have said something that we didn't know in Spain. Some of the things you said, we didn't really know. The strategic importance of it.
You know, because those groups from South America, they are collecting money on the news, and they are speaking Mr. Palmer in the my tax money is going to Nicaragua, my tax money is going to Vietnam. And you can't say anything, that's what I am paid for CIA.
Right.
Now it works. Some friends don't know
Okay, let's do that. Joe Jack, all the best. Safe journey.
Thanks, John.
You're going straight to New York, are you? And then one night there, or?
No, I go non-stop from London to Rio. And then I take puddle jumper to Assumption.
Of course, you're going to Paraguay. Okay, well, hope it goes very well. Again,
thanks.
Great to see you. All the very best.
And let me know if you want to go down and
sure.
visit the
Fine. Cheers.
Well, I'm fundraising events in Phoenix, Tucson, and then Brownsville. I'll be at Brownsville 16th to 17th. You got a Houston event, right? Yeah. Okay, well, I will be there on the 16th, 17th on the fundraiser for the freedom fighters, and you could add a great deal of the program. Okay, you can, my office in Phoenix, those details I don't know, as to where it's going to be, what to tell take on this task formatting our scheduling. Capital city to another, and in each place they would have a chance to speak to the Parliament. Yeah. Let's get out of here so that I can disrupt things.
Meet you in the bar.
Too long,
tutti hanno potuto, non è buono più di fare a capo sul textil di qualcuno. Ja znam to je hoću, traj, to je ima grosso.
Studenti.
No problem. That's all right. You'll have to give us some of your cards later on.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this, the last session of the conference today, and this will be the youth panel. The session has been entitled The Aspirations of the Young Generation on Both Sides of the Iron Curtain. Before we actually start with the discussions themselves, I have one announcement to make, and that's that the members of the Resolutions Committee should meet just beyond the doors over there, straight away, please. Nations do not disappear because of too many heroes, but because there are no heroes. So said the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Yaroslav Stecьko. Youth of every era, of every generation, has lived and carried with it great ideals. Every young man or woman has wanted to change the world, to make it into a just society, and indeed make it a better place in which to live. But these ideals, these hopes and dreams are shuffled and lost in pessimism or apathy. Gone are the loyalties to one's God, one's country, to a life of valued tradition. Instead, we have a loyalty to a materialistic gain, an egoism to benefit oneself and no one else, and apathy to hedonism. The young representatives here on this panel today appeal to our peers to work for the benefit of our societies and the common good of all mankind. We have responsibilities not only to our captured brothers, but to our own conscience. We must pursue nationalism and the process of liberation. We must renew our faith in God and ensure that all may enjoy religious freedom. We must share and endeavour to maintain our individual culture and heritage so that it may flourish. We must pursue the ideas of ABN and the European Freedom Council and organisations like them, which propagate freedom for nations as an alternative to an atomic war. We must first read ourselves and then spread the literary works of our imprisoned brethren, for they show us the truth of life behind the Iron Curtain. We must emphasise in the West that the aim of Moscow is world domination, and the West's empathy lies with the captive nations, for they were once free and now find themselves in chains. It is our responsibility to warn our youth that although no bombs have yet been dropped and no gunfire has been heard, a war has been waged. A psychological war against the democratic process, against what is constitutionally guaranteed every citizen of a free and democratic Western society. It is our duty and moral obligation to defend our rights and those taken away from our enslaved brethren. We have in the panel today representatives of the youth of many nations, and before asking the first of them to speak, there are two amendments to the list of speakers given in the programme. Firstly, the third speaker, Mr. Juan Clark, is unfortunately unable to be with us. But there are two additions to the programme. Unfortunately, they were omitted from the published programme. They are Mr. Ante Kokic, a Croatian youth representative, and Mr. Imants the ages of Latvia. The first of the panellists this evening is Miss Irena Chalupa, who is going to speak on Between Two Currents, being Ukrainian in America. She was from New York originally and currently lives in Munich, working for the central headquarters of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of nations. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, you will have to pardon my nasal twang. Between the Arctic frost of Munich and the seductive mist of London, I've accumulated a very bad cold. So my voice usually sounds much better than it is today, so just bear with me. Now, on to my pearls of wisdom. America has often been called a melting pot of many nations. For me, the term carries many implications, for the most part negative. It makes America sound like some sort of kitchen fixture. You throw assorted ingredients into it, and presto, out comes a homogeneous mass. All the ingredients used have lost their shape and color. They've lost their individuality and uniqueness. They are now a part of a nondescript whole. The positive aspects of the melting pot concept, on the other hand, imply that in America, people of many different cultures can find refuge, freedom, and peace, the inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, as guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution. When I became an American citizen, I swore allegiance to that country. I was given a small American flag, a copy of the Bill of Rights, and together with some 100 other persons being naturalized that day, recited the Pledge of Allegiance. I waited 15 years to become an American citizen. You may well wonder why, as one can apply for citizenship after 3 years residence in America. I waited 15 years to become an American citizen because I viewed naturalization as the final step in a process of assimilation which began the day that I set foot on American soil. I waited 15 years because I feared becoming a part of that homogeneous mass that the melting pot yields. I have enjoyed American citizenship for 2 years now, citizenship and all the things that are a part of it. The first thing I did after being naturalized was register to vote. I wanted to put into practice all the things my citizenship guaranteed. The first time I voted was a moment I remember vividly. I felt part of a great democratic process. It was exciting. It was exciting exercising my constitutionally guaranteed freedom of choice. My vote counted. I was contributing to the collective decision of representation. I was part of a free election process, something my Ukrainian brothers and sisters have only heard or read about behind the Iron Curtain. Being a Ukrainian living in America, I am trapped between two currents. At the risk of oversimplifying the issue, I have often felt that I am sailing down a river with two strong opposing currents pulling the boat in opposite directions. I must exercise great skill at steering the boat. The currents are so strong they can easily capsize the boat and I will drown. Being Ukrainian in America, I am free to be exactly that, Ukrainian. I am free to speak my language, practice my religion, cultivate my culture. I am free to do all those things that Ukrainians are not free to do in Ukraine. However, we Ukrainians who live outside of Ukraine are prey to a process which very subtly takes all those freedoms and changes them into something that too often stops being Ukrainian. That process is assimilation. Assimilation asserts itself in a myriad of ways and levels. In assimilating, we give a part of ourselves up. We lose something vital that cannot be reclaimed. Living in countries other than our native land, we naturally must adapt ourselves to the cultures that have given us refuge. We take on the appropriate garb to fit in. There's nothing wrong with adaptation to a point. That is the nature of the beast. It is only fitting that we become productive citizens of societies that have given us a home, but not at the expense of losing our national heritage. Assimilation in the free world is a distant, wealthier, more luxurious cousin of Russification. In Ukraine, Ukrainians are forced to speak Russian. Their culture and history are being taken away from them forcibly. They are being rewritten to be Russian. Ukraine, its culture, people, and land are being raped by the Russian occupants every day. Russification is a violent, ruthless process. Assimilation is a subtle, seductive process. They both produce the same result. Our Ukrainian souls are taken away from us. They yield the same end product. We stop being Ukrainian. There is something in me that is alive and burning, and will remain so no matter what, no matter where I live. For lack of a better term, I will call this nebulous force my Ukrainian soul. It has always been there, vibrant and strong, underneath all the many layers that are the product of socialization. It is this force that keeps all of us going. It is this national soul that has brought all of us here today to this conference. It is this national soul that keeps us fighting against the Russian monster that is trying with all his might to wrench it out of us and replace it with a void. Inside of me, there is a part of Ukraine, as inside each of you is a part of your native land. It is this force that has taught myself and my Ukrainian friends in America to live between the two currents. It is this force that allows us to be both Ukrainian and American, spiritually and pragmatically. Over the years, we have learned that being Ukrainian and being American are not mutually exclusive. We can do both, and the Ukrainian self need not suffer at the expense of the American. It is not a simple formula. There is no simple and ready recipe, and we don't know what the ramifications of such a life can be. It is obvious, however, that the two can often make up a richer, stronger, more stable one. America benefits from the wealth of the many cultures who make up its population. America benefits from its citizens who are Ukrainian. It has given us a home away from home. It has given us opportunity. It has given us sanctuary. Ukrainians who live in America have given America a great deal. They are citizens who deeply value the democratic process, who value their freedom because we know that our country is not free, our loved ones are not free. Our Ukrainian brothers and sisters are in chains. Every day the shackles tighten. We do not take our freedom for granted, as too many people in the West do. It is the freedom we have in America that allows us to openly proclaim Russian imperialism an enemy of all mankind, to educate the world of the plight of our enslaved nations. It is this freedom that allows us to do everything we can for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that extremely interesting discussion on the problems of assimilation in a foreign country other than your native one. It's a problem, although dealt with there in respect of a Ukrainian living in America, it's equally true of all those other countries in the world, equally true of those people who live elsewhere, be it in America, Britain, or elsewhere throughout Europe. The next speaker is Major Tran Chow Thuy. He's a former pilot and chief operations officer of the 3rd Division of the Vietnamese Air Force, who spent 5 years in prison after the communist invasion. He's vice chairman of the European Vietnam Veterans and a member of the Young Vietnamese for Freedom, and lives in Brussels.
Votre Excellence Président Wilkinson, Président Stecько, le Général Stecько,
et tous les membres de la délégation. Pour faciliter et comprendre tout ce que je vais vous expliquer, je crois que j'ai besoin d'un traducteur.
The speech will actually be read to you by Trong An Chow, who's from the United States, from New York, and is attending her 4th conference already in a very short space of time.
D'abord, je vous souhaite de bonne santé et plein d'énergie pour lutter contre le communisme en ayant l'intention de conquérir tout le monde entier.
First of all, I wish you good health and much energy in your struggle against communism, which wants to conquer the whole world.
Je crois que tout le monde a entendu le mot rééducation, mais vous ne vous rendez pas compte tout ce qui s'est passé dans le camp de rééducation, où nous sommes les victimes du communisme qui m'a détenu à peu près 4 ans.
All of you have suddenly heard the word re-education, but nobody really knows what it means, a re-education camp in communist Vietnam. I spent 4 years in those camps.
En effet, je voudrais vous expliquer quelques problèmes, quelques drames relatifs dans le camp de rééducation.
I would like to explain you some problems regarding those re-education camps.
Le premier jour, je suis rentré dans le camp de rééducation. Le communisme m'a enlevé tout de suite 2 toits. Le premier, c'est toit de possession, et le deuxième, c'est toit de civique.
On the first day, I entered into that re-education camp. The communist guards took me off 2 rights. The right to possess anything, and second, the right, or any civic right.
Je vais vous expliquer qu'est-ce que c'est le toit de possession et le toit de civique. On m'a confisqué tout de suite ma montre, mes lunettes et une paire de chaussures. Voilà le toit de possession que j'ai pas le droit de porter toutes les choses là. Et après déclaration de curriculum vitae, on m'a affirmé que dès maintenant, je n'ai plus le droit de civique, mais on n'a rien dit que je suis un prisonnier. Là, c'est un jeu de mots. C'est parce que vous savez bien, si je suis un prisonnier, il faut me condamner 5 ans, ou bien 6 ans réclusion, ou bien même condamné à mort. Mais le camp de rééducation, on ne sait pas à quelle date, ou bien à 15 jours, on va me libérer. Là, c'est un jeu de mots d'aller dessus. Je vous donne.
On the first day, they took me my shoes, my watch, and everything I had. In fact, I was not really a prisoner, because being a prisoner, you have to be condemned, and you know how many years you will spend there. So there is some unusual situation in those camps where you are not really prisoners, but you can get out of it.
Et tous les prisonniers doivent travailler des travaux forcés, mais très très inhumains. Par exemple, les prisonniers doivent enlever tous les mines pendant la guerre qu'on a installées pour protéger la base ou bien le poste. Mais pour enlever les mines, normalement, il y a un spécialiste qui doit enlever, ou bien il y a des gens qui travaillent dans le service génie militaire. Mais comme nous, ce sont des officiers dans l'armée de l'air, et tout le monde doit travailler quand même. Dans cette opération, à peu près 15 prisonniers sont morts.
You have to work the whole day. And for instance, you have to take off mines. On the first day, we had to do this work.
not being specialists, we have lost 15 persons.
Et pendant 5 ans dans la prison, ma femme est venue 2 fois, et chaque fois 1 heure pour me rendre visite, avec 3 kilos de provisions, y compris médicaments. Mais les médicaments, je n'ai pas le droit de les garder.
During the 4 years, I just received twice a visit of my wife, who had the right to give me 3 kilograms in a package, including medicines, but I didn't have the right to use those medicines.
Et tous les jours, chaque prisonnier a reçu 2 poignées de riz, mais imaginez-vous, ce n'est pas du riz que votre gentille épouse qui a préparé pour vous. Ce sont des riz pourris. Et en plus, quelques morceaux de sein tout noirs pour réserver pour les animaux, et même il y a des vers, des petits insectes dans le riz aussi.
As food, we have received just 2 handfuls of rice with some sugar and salt per day.
Normalement, chaque jour, je me souviens, j'ai reçu au minimum 2-3 coups de bière ou de poing. I got every day, I think so about 3-4 times the bunch, I think. Je crois que le temps ne permet pas de vous expliquer autre chose, mais je vous promets, si vous avez besoin des documents, ou bien vous avez des questions, je vais vous expliquer après. À suite de mes explications, ma compatriote, je vais vous expliquer, je vais vous lire un texte concernant l'aspiration de la jeunesse sur les 2 côtés, après le rideau du fer du communisme. Et je vous remercie infiniment de votre attention.
If you need some more information regarding those camps in Vietnam, I will be very glad to furnish them to you. And even if you want to put up some questions, I will be very glad to answer to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, distinguished guests, and friends of freedom fighter. I'm the interpreter for a speech that he wrote, but in French. So I'm reading it in English, okay? Excuse me if I pronounce some words not perfectly clear, but because this is my first time, so you have to, you know, have a little break. Okay, there's much irony in my topic. We all share this. We know we all share a single planet, no matter which country we come from. We are a single human race, no matter what we look like or no matter which language we speak. But since an Iron Curtain was dropped across the face of Europe and also around several other countries, effectively condemning off entire populations, it is as if 2 worlds, 2 separate political and social cultures have sprung into life in this world. Life for today's young people behind the Iron Curtain is little different than that portrayed in George Orwell's 1984 and Animal Farm. Unless you were privileged to be born into a family of a successful commissar or military officers, much like the offspring of royalty in the past centuries, your life would be one uninterrupted series of surrenders of your very humanity, because escape to freedom is usually unimaginable and unobtainable. You will in time accept the indignity of having very little control over your own life. You will go through the perfunctory schooling, murdering empty slogans and jargon. You will attend the boring political seminars to avoid punishment. You will probably spend more time in the armed forces, possibly even being shipped off to fight, quote, imperialist reactionaries, unquote. You will work in some factory office with no incentive to perform or to achieve anything useful. You will marry, have children, and live in impossibly overcrowded conditions with little or no privacy. You will read, listen to, watch, and even eventually think what the party wants you to. You will turn bitter, cynical, uncaring, indifferent, perhaps even turn to alcohol. Perhaps in your youth you nourished dreams about what you would become when you grow up. Perhaps you dream about things one day you might have, like a nice home, a nice car, furniture, good clothing, stereo equipment. Perhaps in your dreams of traveling. Perhaps you dream of traveling, of going to great concerts, or of becoming someone great in art, music, literature, or sport. But except for the smallest number of people in your generation, and usually those belonging to the families of the nomenclatura, few, if any, of your dreams will be realized. You learn occasionally or obtain glimpses of what your generation on the other side of the Iron Curtain are doing and dreaming of. In the West, in the free countries of the world, youth share your dreams as well. They want the same things you want. The difference is they can obtain what they want, and you are not allowed to. The youth of freedom, through schooling, through hard work, can usually obtain whatever he wants or become whatever he wants. It is freedom that permits it. You know that. What you can't understand is, however, is why the youth on the free side of the Iron Curtain are always dissatisfied with life. It is a real puzzle. Why are they so angry at their elders and at their government leaders? Why do they keep demanding perfection when they already possess the greatest amount of freedom ever known to mankind? Why do they always protest and demonstrate about the slightest imperfection in their societies instead of being grateful for the freedom and democracy they already enjoy? Who do so many of their idealistic young people see the likes of Ho Chi Minh, Muammar Gaddafi, Mao Zedong, Ayatollah Khomeini, Fidel Castro, Daniel Ortega, Karl Marx, and Vladimir Lenin as their spiritual heroes? Why do so many of them rebel against their parents in school? Why so many of them on drugs and alcohol? The true aspiration of the youth on the dark side of the Iron Curtain is to one day taste freedom. The aspiration of most youth on the bright side of the curtain is total absorption in one's own selfish desire, without a thought given to the heavy price paid to protect the freedom to be so wanton and so self-indulgent. Of course, there are pockets of youth in the free world who understand the lesson freedom imposes. Every generation brings forth youth who appreciate what it is to be free and who will sacrifice for it so that others may remain free. Sadly, however, their numbers are usually eclipsed by those who either think little about freedom or those who are only too anxious to see freedom perish. One is reminded of the countless number of people who cheered on Adolf Hitler as he rose to the power. To all those who early sided with Lenin and Stalin until they were brought before firing squad. And to all those who found it so easy to criticize the free government of Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, until the heirs of Ho Chi Minh ushered into a new era. where the quiet resembles the stillness of a cemetery. So to return to our young protege behind the Iron Curtain, who wonders if anybody his age on the other side cares anymore. Surely he realizes if no one on the other side cares about freedom, then not only will despotism continue to rule his own bleak life, but inevitably freedom will perish on the other side as well. Perhaps a trade could be arranged. Why not let him and his freedom-thirsty companion emigrate to the free countries, to the other side of the Iron Curtain, and allow those jaded dandies and those nopats over here, over the free countries, come over behind the Iron Curtain and take his place. Wouldn't that be fair? What could be fair? Thank you.
Thank you for that very heartfelt contribution, and that was a contribution not based on theory or speculation, but on first-hand experience. You certainly do know the value of freedom and know that none of us must ever take our freedom for granted. Our next speaker is Lieutenant Ha-Diep, a former lieutenant in the Vietnamese army who was wounded in Vietnam, and is currently chairman of the Toronto chapter of the Young Vietnamese for Freedom. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Yaroslav Stecko, the Vice President of ABM, Honorable Wilkinson, President of European Freedom Council, ladies and gentlemen. Once again in this conference you hear twice about the Vietnamese situation and twice about the Vietnam war and under the communist regime. I would like not to talk about Vietnam because in this conference there are a lot of countries subjugated by the communist Russia, not only Vietnam. And talking about young generation inside of Vietnam, and we're talking about other young generation inside other subjugated countries. So there is no interest in talking about that topic. But I would like to tell you a story of the Vietnamese family. And I do believe who have lost family once, who have lost freedom once, who have lost their country once, can understand and empathize what I'm talking. Mr. Thong, he had one family, 3 children. After the communist took over the South Vietnam, the communist withdraw his citizenship, and he is no longer the Vietnamese citizen. That is the communist policy. And I do believe, and my understanding experience, that national policy imposed upon any citizen in any subjugated nation all around the world. When he cannot have anything to survive for his family, he decided to get away from this regime. One day, a 3-year-old boy asked him, before he left Vietnam, that when I can see you again. He cannot answer this question. When he left Vietnam in a small boat in the ocean, the boat sunk down the ocean. He was killed by the pirate. The young kid, the 3-year-old boy, never see the father again. I believe this story never moved our heart. The people who have experience in the communist regime. What I'm talking about the story is just to remind you to understand when we are outside the country, subjugated by the communists, stay here, talking conference, filibuster, and never have one gun, one bomb to destroy the communist regime. I refer this real story to you as a symbolic story of our generation inside the subjugated nation all over the world. When the boat of the Vietnam sinking down in the ocean, at that time the generation inside Vietnam sinking down in the vast ocean of the evil empire of Soviet Russia. If we are only talking about the negative aspect of the young generation inside subjugated nation, I do believe it's unfair. We have another side, another aspect that positive, that help me, that help you, that help us to strong, to stand, to fight continually in this world against the evil empire. There are three proposals that I would like to refer to the ABN, to the World Anti-Communist League, the EFC, European Freedom Council. The first proposal the one for ABN and EFC should organize and may better understand in one unique body internationally to finance for the political institutes in which we can train the young people outside the subjugated nation, have a lot of understanding, knowledge about the communism, equip them enough, weapon them enough for them to have a chance in the future to come back inside the subjugated nation to raise the fight of the freedom. That's the first. The second, to increase the lobbies and the connection with the House of the Commons, with the Parliament everywhere, every government that we are living, to press down the public opinion, follow the views that we want, and the way the communists have done. ABM and WANCO and European Freedom Council should finance any young people who have enough equipment, understanding, training, by any means, at any cost, send them back to the subjugated nation where they were from and let them set a fight in which we can start fighting right inside of the communist evil empire. It may be ridiculous today what I say, but I believe there's no other means that we can win communists if we are not inside communists to fight. The third, ABM, WANCO, and EFC must be the connection between all the freedom councils, all the freedom fighters all around the world. They should become the governing body that can help and support morally, spiritually, physically, and commit themselves to the freedom fighter everywhere around the world, realistically. They must become the real light for the fun battle light of the freedom fighter. In conclusion, I will just say that human beings are very simple. Human beings, we are very simple to live, very simple to enjoy the life, very simple to recognize the universal justice and to maintain it. We are simple to fight for the family life and for the freedom that we lost. And we're simple to struggle for the freedom that we never had in the subjugated nation. Can we have all of us today in this conference, all of us, the freedom fighters around the world? Can we have a dream of someday we can come back a nation that a long time we have left, a long time we have dreamed, a long time we have fought. Someday we come back and the flower blooming along the street side and welcome back our freedom fighter right in our country. There are many manifestations, many demonstrations of our freedom fighting. But one way that I consider, and I believe from experience, that's the best way is use a weapon, use everything that can destroy the communists, but physically first, before we can come in spiritually. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that contribution. No doubt the proposals for the future activities of both the ABN and the FC are proposals which will be considered by the governing bodies of both of those organisations. Turning now to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Miss Larissa Figo, who will speak on the religious and spiritual renaissance amongst the young generation behind the Iron Curtain. Ms. Figo is a Ukrainian student living in Toronto, Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Honourable John Wilkinson, Honourable Yaroslav Stecько, fellow panelists, honoured delegates for this REFC-ABN conference, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. One of the panelists speaking later on, Mr. Olescu, will be speaking of the millennium of Christianization, a crucial event in the liberation process. Much of his discussion here on this panel must include the vibrant religious renaissance of which I am to speak of. So with your indulgence, Mr. Moderator, allow me to broaden the topic of my theme to include a nationalistic renaissance as well. Youth today is in captivity. In the West, the youth is caught in bonds of passivity and apathy. Many of my generation have become materialistic, choosing affluence and security and social status over denunciation and commitment to battle a totalitarian communist regime, thus working for independence and freedom of others. This can be moderately compared to Western governments who will not denounce horrendous abuse of human rights and persecution of religious freedom for the fear of hurting détente. This is a psychological captivity. Youth behind the Iron Curtain is in a physical state of captivity. Rights are denied and individuals are persecuted for freedoms which we here in the West enjoy as common day practice, freedoms such as that of the press and speech. A university peer of mine told me not too long ago of a visit of his to Ukraine. There he spoke to another student who answered a question put forth to him like this. The question was, "If you could, in a few short words, describe your life here," he replied, "My life here is all right, I eat bread daily, but my biggest dilemma is that living in an occupied nation, I have great guilt burning at my face that daily I am always serving my enemy." It is feelings such as these which in many cases make one stop and think, why am I serving my enemy? From this arises the nationalistic and religious spirit of which I would like to speak of today. The urge and need to free oneself from captive bonds becomes of the uttermost importance. This nationalistic and religious renaissance grows daily, although not expressed as vocally as one would like. Our youth, our students, are not dormant despite obvious internal, political, and social attempts by Moscow to stomp them. For example, a few years back, First Secretary of the Communist Party of Ukraine, Szczerbetsky, was traveling from Ternopil to Lviv, a distance of about 120 kilometers. Along the route, numerous blue and yellow Ukrainian flags were hung. This may seem like a trivial act to some, but imagine the amount of work and ingenuity needed for a task such as this. Hundreds of yards of material would need to be obtained, hours of labor in sewing them by women and their mothers, young women and their mothers, and to cover a distance of 120 kilometers to hang these flags is a miraculous task. This is but a paragraph from an epic book that could describe this wondrous renaissance of nationalistic spirit. Yet Moscow hammers and hammers at these monumental labors of freedom. Countless young men and women are arrested under charges of laziness, hooliganism, and destroying public property. This is done not only to curb the liberation process, but to create among the masses a strong hate for it, and thus dissipating it. The hate is created elsewhere as well, in the educational system of our homelands. One of the greatest influences and most dangerous is the academic sector. University professors have one of the greatest influences on the minds of our students. If these professors teach a blasphemized truth dictated by the Communist Party, how can a young woman of, say, the age of 18, 19, or 20 develop this imperative nationalistic spirit? The way to do it is through the resistant movement, which exists behind the Iron Curtain and have not withered away and died, but instead have been rejuvenated and reborn. These academics have tried and in many ways are succeeding in spreading their tyranny throughout the Western world. The work that you and I do through organized bodies such as ABN and EFC, and the lobbying we do of our politicians to put pressure on communist governments in question, is extremely beneficial to upkeeping the national and spiritual morale of our enslaved nations. To turn away any opposing thoughts to communism and imperialism by academics here in the West would be a great victory for Soviet Russia. Reputable institutions such as Harvard and the Chair of Ukrainian Studies at the University of Toronto are under constant extreme pressure to organize lecture exchanges. In September of this year, a host of university academics traveled to Canada from the University of Chernivtsi to speak on, and I quote, Ukrainian immigration to Canada of youth from both sides of the ocean. Ironically, one of these scholars, Yuri Makar, is a historian specializing in the Communist Party. He is highly suspected of holding the rank of colonel in the same party. Let me relate a direct incident of brutal intentions by the KGB to break the academic spirit we have here. A professor at York University in Toronto was telephoned by a man named Ivan Ivanovich from the Soviet Russian Embassy in Ottawa, wanting to meet with him to ask this professor to appear in Lviv with a lecture or presentation. The professor said he couldn't go because he had no guarantee if he would be allowed to return home. Ivan Ivanovich gave him the guarantee that no harm would come to him. So he traveled to Lviv, presented his lecture, then asked the officials who so cordially took care of him if he could visit some family who lived nearby. They said, of course, and asked for their names. He gave the name of a girl and a man named Matvienko. The official returned the next day and said that a visit with the girl could be arranged, but naming various excuses, the man Matvienko could not be visited. They gave him a chauffeur and a translator. He objected to the translator, pointing out, and with good reason, that if he could deliver a lecture at the university in Lviv, why couldn't he speak to his cousin in Ukrainian as well? The official insisted on the translator, and off they went. In the salon or town where the cousin lived, the translator roamed through all the rooms of the house, then promptly left, saying he would return in 1 hour. The visit went well, but a few days later, this professor found out that his cousin, the man named Matvienko, died of unknown causes. The professor, always an outspoken man, fears for the safety of his family now. How often will he speak out against Russian bloodbaths now? There is a similar persecution of faith in our countries, behind the Iron Curtain. But with the Renaissance in nationalism, a Renaissance of spiritualism occurs. One's faith in liberation comes from a strong belief in one's own identity and existence. For this, he or she turns to the church or one's individual religious belief. Despite Moscow's efforts to close down churches, or interestingly enough, paint them over because they have a Bandurite or a revolutionary look about them, many marriages are being performed and their children are baptized in the Orthodox or Catholic faith. This is being conducted by priests who have studied in secluded seminaries and now execute all religious ceremonies. Students gather and commemorate religious holidays, knowing full well what penalty lies for them if they are caught. Joseph Terelia says it best. For us, an ethical moral society is our church, and it is therefore not strange that the authorities persecute the Ukrainian Catholics with such severity. We must remember that the strength of a people lies in its mass, not in its territory. But this mass must be healthy, not denationalized and lacking its own desire for life. Today we are divided between different nations, and each one of them gives us good fortune only if it wishes to. Let us remember that not one of the occupant nations will give us any freedom, any moral correction, for to them we are worse than slaves. Therefore only we must carry through the reform, only we. The time has come to see the light, and not sparing her strength to arise for the sacred right to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We in the West always complain about the left-wing propaganda directed at the young in the West. But that is nothing as compared with the propaganda to which the youth behind the Iron Curtain is subjected. Yet still they retain their national and their religious ideals. Indeed, as we've heard, both national and religious ideals are undergoing a renaissance. In that we can certainly find much to be hopeful about for the future. Our next speaker will be dealing with the topic, the crime of being Ukrainian in Ukraine, and that is Miss Irina Kapustinska, who, having lived in London, now works in Munich for the central office of the ABN. Irina.
How good it is that I do not fear death, and do not question the burden of my cross, that I do not bow to you, malicious judges, in a foreboding of unknown destinations. My people, I shall return to you, and in death I will turn to life. In my suffering and without an unkind face, I will bow before you like the sun, and deeply look into your honest eyes, and with my native land will unite as one. These words, expressing the love for one's country and contempt of one's oppressors, were written by the late Ukrainian poet Vasil Stus, the most recent victim of Russian terror and oppression, who died on September the 4th, 1985, in the Russian concentration camp in Perm, due to medical neglect. Vasil Stus was regarded by the Russian authorities as a criminal, a danger to the so-called Soviet state. So he was eliminated. Stus is one of many of so-called criminals. Since 1984, other Ukrainian activists, such as Oleg Satychy, Valery Marchenko, Yuri Litvin, Alexei Nikitin, have been murdered or driven to suicide at the hands of the KGB in either prisons or concentration camps. Their crimes? The struggle for freedom, Christian faith, human rights, and independence. Their lives, as well as the lives of countless of other fighters for freedom, beginning from members of the Ukrainian Insurgent Army and the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, to the writers of the 60s, and finally the political and cultural activists of the 70s and 80s, passed in accordance with the same immovable and stricken scheme, which is designated for all those people who dare to raise their voices against the arbitrary Russian communist regime, against the subordination of education with political and ideological aims, against contempt of national, human and political rights of the individual and nations in the USSR, all of which result in the following: expulsion from the Communist Party, loss of work, police searches of one's home, arrests and interrogations, fabrication of the trial accusation, a closed trial, sentence, penal camp or prison, deportation, exile, and finally death. Why is it that to be Ukrainian in Ukraine is a crime? In my opinion, the answer lies in the definition of Russian values, the values of the occupier on the one hand, and Ukrainian values, the values of the occupied on the other. Russian values, that is, the values of Moscow, stand for philosophical and dialectical materialism, Bolshevism being the synthesis of Russian communism and imperialism. The aims of Russian imperialism are world conquest and the creation of one universal Russian communist empire. This imperialist idea is not new to the Russians. In the past, pan-Slavism was also a Russian notion. In contrast, Ukraine has national ideals. That is, a national state as opposed to the imperialist state. Ukrainians have never attempted to conquer foreign lands, but have always been forced to fight for the re-establishment of their own national state. Therefore, to the Russians, someone who struggles for the independent national state is a criminal, a bourgeois nationalist. The Russians have always imposed the Russian Orthodox religion in all the countries they have occupied. The Ukrainian Catholic and Orthodox churches were liquidated in Ukraine. Churches are being constantly destroyed. All churches in Ukraine were to be under the jurisdiction of the Russian Patriarch. In this way, Moscow became the center of Russian Orthodoxy as well as of Russian imperialism. However, as communism is an atheist doctrine, the Russians have exploited orthodoxy in order to expand the Russian Empire with the help of those who still believe in God. Ukrainians, on the other hand, are the bearers of Christian ideals, whereas the Russian communists are the bearers of warring atheism. As I have already mentioned, both Ukrainian churches, the Catholic and the Orthodox, were forcibly incorporated into the Russian Orthodox Church. To continue its existence, the Ukrainian Church was forced to go underground. That the Ukrainian Church still exists and is active can be seen in the latest underground documents of the Chronicle of the Catholic Church in Ukraine, which have recently appeared in the West. To believe in God follows one religious faith, results in persecution by the KGB and long terms of imprisonment. This is a criminal act too. The Russians wish to create one Soviet nation, a Soviet people, which is to comprise of all the nations they presently occupy. This Soviet nation will result in the mixing of all nations, all lifestyles, their histories, cultures, traditions, languages, into one nation which will end up as nothing more than a Russian supernation. Ukrainian national culture stands in opposition to the Bolshevik Russian anti-culture. Anti-culture here meaning a culture opposing all national and individual cultures. Ukrainian culture is a culture of individuality, pride, dignity, whereas Soviet culture is that of an anonymous mass, the intermixing of all individual national cultures. This Russian Bolshevik anti-culture destroys the mosaic of national cultures, on which alone a world culture can be created. For example, had Goethe not been created in the German spirit, or Shakespeare in the English spirit, or Shevchenko in the Ukrainian spirit, then they would not have had much significance in the mosaic of world cultures. The aim of the Soviet Russians today is to mix together all national and cultural figures, writers, poets, playwrights, artists, and force them to produce works on the great Russian nation, on social realism. In such a way, they will be cultivating the oppressor and drawing away from their own spiritual and national roots. Their own individual creativity is stifled and ends up being very shallow. For example, Olis Honchar, a Ukrainian writer who was a communist in the 1960s, by writing his book Sobor, the Cathedral, went too far in expressing his Ukrainian spirituality. After the publication of his book, he was expelled from the Ukrainian Writers' Union in Ukraine. The same applies to Vasil Stus, Lina Kostenko, Alla Horska, Evgen Svestyuk, Irena Senik, and many others who, for showing their Ukrainian spirituality and adherence to the national roots in their creative work, have either paid with their lives or suffered long terms of imprisonment. The Russian authorities silenced them all. Let us take a look at another contrasting feature of Russian and Ukrainian values, the value of national heroes. An example comes to mind. Pavlik Morozov, a young Russian boy in the 1920s, betrayed his parents to the Russian authorities, informing them that his parents were bourgeois nationalists and against the communist system. The authorities arrested the parents, and Pavlik became a national hero. This is a symbol of Russia's hero. In contrast, let us look at the young Ukrainian Yuri Shukevich, who, because of his refusal to denounce and betray his father Taras Shuprenko, commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian insurgent army, and his ideals, has been forced to spend more than 30 years of his life in Russian prisons and concentration camps. To the Russians, he is a criminal, a traitor. To Ukrainians, he is a hero. With these opposing Ukrainian and Russian values, I have tried to outline the reasons, the root cause behind the fact of why Ukrainians are treated as criminals in their homeland, a homeland presently occupied by the Russians. These contradictory values can never be reconciled. No summit meeting in Geneva today between Reagan and Gorbachev on arms reduction can ever be a solution to a lasting peace in the world, not until Ukraine and all the other nations presently under Russian communist rule will once again be able to enjoy human rights, human dignity, self-determination, freedom and national independence.
Thank you, Irina. There you recounted some of the experiences faced in Ukraine under Soviet-Russian domination. But those same experiences have been experienced by other countries, other nations, all of whom have been dominated by Soviet Russia or one of its fellow travellers. Our next speaker is a representative of Croatia, Mr. Ante Kokic, who will talk on the aspirations of the youth in Croatia today. Mr. Kokic lives in Great Britain. Thank you.
Before we start speaking about the aspirations of the Croatian youth born in Croatia and in the free world, we must state a few geographical and historical facts about Croatia. Everybody has heard about Yugoslavia, which is situated on the eastern coast of the Adriatic Sea. Yugoslavia is an artificial state, unknown in history until the end of the First World War, when it was created against the will or consent of the Croatian people under the name the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes. In 1929 it was renamed Yugoslavia, which means South Slavia. In this state lived 4 different people, which are Slovenes, Croats, Serbs and Montenegrins. Besides these 4 people, there are 2 large national minorities, which are Albanians and Macedonians. In this artificial state, there are 5 languages: Slovene, Croatian, Serbian, Albanian and Bulgarian. Here we must point out that the Belgrade propaganda spread 2 lies, one about this so-called Serbo-Croatian language and one about the Macedonian language. The Croats have their own language, in which they have their rich and great literature, whereas the Serbs adapted the Croatian language for their own use and call it Serbian language, or for foreign consumption, the Serbo-Croatian language, in order to convince the world public opinion that Serbs and Croats are one of the same people, which they never were, are not now, and never will be. Here it is important to notice that the Montenegrins, who have their own national consciousness, speak Croatian and not Serbian, because at the beginning of their history they were part of the Croatian people. The Serbian language differs from the Croatian language in many aspects, especially in vocabulary, syntax, and these 2 languages use 2 different alphabets. The Croatian language uses the Latin alphabet and the Serbian the Cyrillic one. The Macedonian language does not exist, and no serious scholar of Slavonic studies recognizes it. It is a convenient political invention of the present-day Belgrade rulers. The truth is that the Macedonians speak a dialect of the Bulgarian language. In Yugoslavia there are 3 main religions: Catholic, Orthodox and Muslim. The majority of Croats are Catholic, and one part of them in Bosnia and Herzegovina are Muslim and Orthodox. The Orthodox can also be found in some other Croatian provinces. Because the Serbs are Orthodox, their official propaganda proclaimed all Orthodox on Croatian territory as Serbs. Because the political aim of this trick is quite obvious, according to which Serbia claims for herself all Croatian territory where the Orthodox live. In order to weaken the Croats, the Yugoslav communist government proclaimed all Croatian Muslims as a separate and Muslim people. The Croats came to their present-day homeland in the 7th century. They are Slav-speaking people who used to live where is today Krakow in Poland. Soon after their arrival in the former Roman province Dalmatia on the Adriatic shores, they organised their national state and accepted Christianity. This year, the Croatian people, at home and abroad, ended the celebrations of their 1300th anniversary of their Christianity. The world press and media simply ignored this great event as if Croatian people never existed. The Croatian state, which was ruled by dukes from 925 to 1097, the Croatian state was first ruled by dukes, and from 1925 to 1097 by kings. In 1102, Croatia entered the personal union with Hungary, which means that Croatia and Hungary remained two separate states, but were united only by the person of one king. Therefore, Croatia continued to have their own parliament, which is one of the oldest in Europe. In 1527, after the death of the last Hungaro-Croatian king, the Croatian parliament chose for the Croatian king Habsburg Archduke Ferdinand of Austria, and since then, until the end of the First World War in 1918, the Habsburgs were the Croatian king. In 1918, Croatia was illegally incorporated into the Kingdom of the Serbs, Croats and Slovenes. In 1928, the Croatian leader, Stjepan Radic, and two other Croatian national representatives were murdered in the Belgrade Parliament by a Serbian national representative. In 1929, the Croatian national representative, Dr. Ante Pavlic, formed a revolutionary organisation, the aim of which was the destruction of Yugoslavia and the restoration of the independent state of Croatia. In 1934, the Croatian Macedonian revolutionaries killed the Serbian king, Alexander Karađorđević, in Marseille, and on April 10, 1941, the Croatian people proclaimed their independent state of Croatia. During the war, two Serbian guerrilla groups fought against the independent state of Croatia. The royalist Chetniks under the leadership of Draza Mihailovic, and the communist partisans under Stalin's agent Tito. After the war, the victorious allies recognised the communist government of Yugoslavia under Tito, who gave orders to massacre 200,000 disarmed Croatian soldiers and nearly 500,000 Croatian civilians who were extradited to him by the British High Command in Austria. Bearing all this in mind, it is not difficult to guess which are the aspirations of the young Croatian generation, born in Croatia and in the free world. At home, they are deeply conscious of the Croatian historical state right, according to which Croatia must be free and independent. In these 40 years of captivity, the generations of Croatian youth refused to accept the Yugoslav or Marxist ideologies, or to renounce their Catholic or Muslim religion. The Yugoslav authorities openly complain that the church is alienating the Croatian youth, which refuse to join the Communist Party. All over Croatia are young people engaged in anti-state activities, read and propagate the Croatian press from the free world, and sing the Croatian nationalist songs. For these reasons, many of them are arrested, imprisoned and tortured. This is an encouraging fact and proof that the Croatian people are fighting against the tyranny and that their youth are torchbearers in the struggle for freedom and independence of Croatia. The Croatian young people born in the free world countries are an integral part of the Croatian people. For them, Croatia is not just a dream or a faraway fairy about whom they have heard from their parents, but she is a reality which exists like a beautiful and beloved mother in chains that must be freed. Our youth in the free world study the Croatian language, history and culture, keep alive the Croatian traditions, have their own dancing and drama groups, their choirs and orchestras. Moreover, they are organised in political, cultural, sport and religious organisations and propagate the aims of Croatian liberation struggle. They know that their fathers and grandfathers fought for freedom and independence of Croatia, and they do not want to let them down or forget their sacrifices. Together with the youth of all other people, the Croatian youth will fight for a better world. The world of peace, justice and freedom for nations and all individuals.
Thank you for relating the historical details about Croatia itself and about the struggle currently going on in Croatia. It's naturally that throughout this conference we'll be speaking mainly of those nations subjugated either directly or indirectly within the Soviet Russian Empire. But certainly we must never forget those nations, particularly Croatia, who are unable to exercise their national rights within the Yugoslav communist state. Moving on now, our next speaker is a Latvian representative, a representative of the British branch of the European Latvian Youth Association. That is Mr. Imants Liegis, who will be speaking of the aspirations of the Latvian youth.
Ladies and gentlemen, my topic today is the aspirations of the young generation in Latvia. I'd like to start off by apologising, not for the fact that a colleague of mine who I'm replacing is unable to attend today. No, I'd like to apologise on behalf of the young generation in Latvia, because unfortunately none of them are present at today's conference. I'm sure they'd be better qualified than me to talk about this particular subject. So here am I, a mere substitute, as it were. I don't claim to have any exceptional insight into this theme, although I've travelled to Latvia on 3 occasions, the last of which was in July of this year. So my presentation is based on my subjective personal experiences. As an aside, I think it's probably worth defining the word aspiration. The concise Oxford Dictionary defines it as a drawing of breath or desire, and the equivalent Latvian word, which is senšanās, significantly lays more emphasis on striving to achieve something. Inevitably, circumstances dictate that many of the aspirations of young Latvians are very different from those of us participating in this panel. I've already touched upon one of these very basic aspirations, and one which I, as a Western visitor to Riga, which is the capital of Latvia, could hardly fail to notice: travel. I can safely say that almost every young person that I came across in Latvia would dearly love to cross the East-West divide. Such an aspiration usually remains a pipe dream, given that many of them would have difficulty in sailing a yacht out of Riga harbour, let alone being allowed to travel to the west. To examine the practicalities involved in a young Latvian attempting to travel to the west, it's worth pointing out that even submitting a request for a travel pass presents numerous obstacles. For example, your family background is scrutinised, your position at work is examined, and of course there's the dreaded trip to the security police for interrogation. In the rare event of being given permission to travel, this latter organisation will ensure that you're particularly well primed about obtaining information on émigré activists and organisations. Regrettably, entanglement in the KGB web, or at the very minimum reporting back, is, in my opinion, unavoidable for any aspiring young traveller from Latvia. I hardly need to point out how ridiculous the parallels are if we had to endure such a rigmarole in order to take a summer holiday in Spain. And I can assure you that the standard reply to requests for permissions to travel to the West is, the journey is not necessary. There is, however, one journey that may become necessary. This is the journey to the further reaches of the Soviet Union, to the most recently assisted of the republics. I'm of course referring to Afghanistan. I've spoken to mothers and fathers in Latvia who dread the thought of their sons being conscripted to help the Soviet force in Kabul. Here, the sole aspiration is to stay alive. Survival means not being shot in the back by Russian commanding officers for disobeying orders. It means avoiding returning home as a mutilated corpse concealed in a nailed-down coffin. And the ironies of Latvian lads serving in Afghanistan can't fail to be noticed. The youth of one occupied state are being forced to destroy the resistance fighters of another occupied state. In the Baltic states, the last of the resistant fighters, known as Forest Brethren, struggled on through to the 1950s after the illegal annexation of their countries. No US support for them, but their aspirations were surely on a par with those of the brave Mujahideen. I've so far touched on two topics which could loosely be classified as aspirations: travel and survival. It does, however, occur to me that some of the aspirations of young people in Latvia are very similar to those of their Western contemporaries. My impression was that the craving for materialism and the desire to improve one's living standards is as prevalent in Latvia as elsewhere in Europe. I spent a few hours at a friend's private allotment on the outskirts of Riga, and he explained how he hoped to supplement his income by selling produce at the local markets. Somebody else I met would travel to Leningrad to sell flowers grown on his allotment, thereby earning in a few days what the average Soviet worker would earn in several months. On the other hand, his cousin, a young professional girl, she bemoaned the fact that no, she did not have her private allotment and car, but had to make do with her and her husband's state income to bring up their children and to survive in their cramped, but nevertheless very tasteful Riga flat. But at the same time, this young girl explained almost apologetically how she would take a taxi to work in the mornings, and on the 3 or 4 occasions that I visited her, she produced what seemed to me to be an almost unlimited supply of champagne, which I'd certainly be hard-pressed to match were she ever to be a guest of mine in London. In conclusion, I feel that it's important for us to examine the more everyday aspirations and practicalities of our contemporaries in East Europe. As many of you are no doubt aware, the turbulent years of the Second World War resulted in Latvia being occupied firstly by the Soviet Union, then by Nazi Germany, and finally once again by the Soviet Union. I point this out only to place into context the current slogan of one section of Latvian youth, with whose words I'd like to end. That which was not carried out by German tanks will be finished off by Riga's punks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker today is from Britain and is Mr. Paul Masson, who will speak on the aspirations of the young generation in Great Britain. When simply checking with him that that was indeed the topic he was speaking on, he stressed it was a personal view. So, Mr. Masson, please.
This is indeed a very, very large topic, so I'm going to make some rather brief but prejudiced remarks on the whole subject. Then hopefully, when it comes to questions, some of the details, you might want to go into some further detail. The most striking observation I have on the aspirations of the youth of Great Britain is that the most visible and the most vocal aspirations of Britain's youth are not something I'm particularly proud of. All too often, the youth of this country is seen to be demonstrating for causes and organising movements which I, and I hope most people in this room, find detrimental to Britain's place as a Bolshevik-free Western nation. I agree this must be seen in perspective that the vast majority of Britain's youth seem content not to get involved, but I find this apathy and refusal to counter-demonstrate troubling. For example, it is this apathy which has allowed left-wing extremists to gain control of Britain's universities and to use taxpayers' money paid to them in the form of grants to publicise worldwide socialist and communist causes. But why does this apathy exist? Why is it only a relatively small number of young Britons who are prepared to fight communists on our universities and to be seen to speak out for those values which have safeguarded this nation for so long? I believe it is a combination of factors: a falling respect for the rule of law, a loss of national identity, which has turned patriotism from an honourable virtue into a value of scorn, the legacy of a permissive era in the 60s and early 70s which attacked the family unit and respect for the elderly members of our community. But by far the two most important factors have been the flood of pro-Soviet propaganda and money into our society, and in particular a neglect by all of our leaders since the war to energetically counter this flood, although they know it exists. Young people need leadership, and for thousands of years this leadership has come from their elders. But sadly, this leadership is not presently yet evident. I believe in the pursuit of allowing our young people freedoms, we have been overgenerous. These freedoms have been abused, and what is more, our enemies have taken advantage of these freedoms to infiltrate and to politically pollute our young. Freedoms must only be granted if those you give them to have a sense of responsibility. This sense of responsibility should be directed by our leaders. It is not something which can successfully occur of its own accord. I believe all young people or children rather, are basically empty vessels of opinion. It is our choice whether we fill these vessels with the clear wine of freedom of responsibility, or whether they are filled with the stagnant waters of moral decay. Sadly, I feel too many of our youth lack any such responsibility, and are indeed in a state of decay. As a consequence, their role in society is not a responsible one. Drug abuse is increasing, violent crime is increasing, and there is wide disrespect for their elders and nation. All the while they are vulnerable to the left-wing vultures which lurk in the shadows. The East poses a different extreme. Freedoms are denied, but conformity is guaranteed. However, the free spirit of expression is so crushed, the result is mediocrity. It is like two gardens. The garden of the West has been unattended for too long, and it is now becoming overrun with parasites choking the growth of the seeds planted. But the garden of the East is a walled garden. It is tidy, it is neat, it is ordered, but it seems all they want to grow is vegetables. If I've been too harsh on Britain's youth, I do not apologise, for it is deliberate, because time is running out. I admit there doesn't exist in this country a silent majority of law-abiding, good-willed and hard-working young people, but their silence means they are not noticed. Instead, we only notice the all too frequent hooligan rabbles and the other kind of rabble, the left-wing rabble, which march on our streets, fill our television screens, and whose aim is to bring down those institutions which ironically allow them the freedom to speak and to organise. A step must be taken now by our leaders to once again reaffirm those values which once made this nation great. Punishment of offenders is not enough. There must also be a moral example set by our leadership. There must also be positive action against the Soviet propaganda machine, and there must be action against all those greater number of left-wing teachers in our schools who have turned classrooms and places of learning but into something which resemble Marxist seminar groups. Because if we abandon our youth, we abandon our future and the hopes which lie with it.
Thank you very much, Paul. You described it as a personal view, and certainly much of what you said was very harsh. But I'm sure that there were very few people in this room from this country who would disagree with much, if any, of what you said. Thank you. Our next speaker is from Afghanistan, Mr. Tariq Noor. Tariq is currently living in Germany. He's from Afghanistan originally and is 16 years old. This will be his first speech here in Great Britain.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of God, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and especially the young youth. I'm very happy that today I have had the opportunity to come here to talk to you about my country, Afghanistan. The country which is fighting against a superpower and the enemy of humanity, Red Russia. First of all, with your kind permission, I would like to give you a short introduction to the geographical position of Afghanistan. Afghanistan is in Central Asia. To the north lies the Soviet Union, to the west Iran, and to the south and east Afghanistan has a common border with Pakistan. And to the northeast China has a common border with our country for a distance of 60 kilometers. Afghanistan is 635,000 square kilometers in total area, and the population of our country, according to the 1978 statistic, is roughly 17 million. If you go through the history of Afghanistan, it will be not possible in this short time. But along the history of this country, the struggle of the people for the country is our proudness and makes the golden pages of the history of Afghanistan. For example, there was our people's struggle against British colonialism. The first, second and third wars between the Afghans and Britons are famous, and finally in 1919 Afghanistan became independent. After Afghanistan's independence, the Soviets were able to influence the new Afghanistan in various political ways, so that in 1921 they succeed in signing a treaty or an agreement with us in the name of friendship and neighboring relations. With these means, they were able to send their spies in the name of specialists and advisors to Afghanistan, also by use of the semi-democracy policy of the Afghanistan government. They were able to establish two communist pro-Soviet parties under the name of People's Democratic Party in 1965. Moreover, in keeping with the new agreements in the military sector, they sent and sold damaged weapons to Afghanistan and influenced military training by sending KGB members. They could influence the military stations of our country and especially the military university of Afghanistan by their agents. The agents were increased, and these efforts can only be explained by their plans for the future, their plans to occupy Afghanistan. A pro-Soviet party took over power on the 27th April 1978 by a military coup, and the first stage of the Soviet plans was completed. In the days following the coup, the new pro-Soviet government signed new agreements in various sectors. For example, in cultural, economic and educational fields with the Soviet Union. And hundreds of military and civil advisors were invited to Afghanistan under these agreements. In addition, the majority of the people were suppressed because of their beliefs, especially that of the Islamic ideology, culture or traditions. Thousands were imprisoned and thousands of the younger generation were killed. Most of them were highly educated and thus the scientific treasures of our country. As I said, the people in Afghanistan are Muslim. All of them love their traditions and beliefs. And so, various groups of people around the country joined together to stand against the Soviet government. Finally, on the 26th of December 1979, a second bloody coup took place, in which 100,000 members of the Soviet military invaded Afghanistan with after sometimes rose to 230,000. They took over direct power in Afghanistan. Following these developments, the various separate activities organized against the government and pro-Soviets were joined into jihad, our holy struggle of the people to fight for the independence of Afghanistan. At the first days, the people started with nothing in hand. Some of the people had old guns, those kind of guns which you would just take as an antique into consideration. Very soon, the brave people captured some weapons from Russians and used them back against Russians. It was very difficult for people all over the world to believe the successes of Afghans against the Soviets, unless they had previous knowledge of Afghans and Afghanistan. Today I can say with pride that we have proved our strong position, our ability to resist, our strong beliefs and bravery. If you only compare the picture of an Afghan with nothing in his hands to that of a Soviet with the most modern weapons, you will find it difficult to believe, but what you should know is that Afghans have the strongest weapon, that is trust in God. We trust in God and believe that He will help us. Right now, all over the world, in conferences and discussions on a national and international basis, people are talking about the situation in Afghanistan. But unfortunately, that is not sufficient. We hope and expect the 122 countries who vote in favor of the Mujahideen to continue their efforts to establish the right for the freedom fighters to form delegations on an international level. Along the path of history, Afghans have never lived under the domination of others and will not accept live under a foreign flag. Afghanistan was free and wants to be free in future. Afghanistan has always fought for liberty and will continue to do so. During these 6 years, the Soviet Union has used various military means to defeat Afghan Mujahideens. For example, they trained special military groups for various parts of the country, but fortunately they were defeated by our freedom fighters. One example is the Panjshir Valley to the north of Kabul, which you might have known about. Our jihad, our freedom fighters for Afghanistan have many needs. We require the assistance of people all over the world, both nationally and internationally, in support. If us and our position and in providing help for our fighters, we need clothes, medicine and medical assistance, and also weapons. As you probably know, our villages and our farmland have been destroyed by Soviet bombing. Everything has been destroyed, with the result that there is a great shortage of food. My hope and wishes of the younger generation are those that they should convey my message to others, to inform others of the Afghan victories and to support the necessity for the fight for liberty in Afghanistan. At the end of my speech, I want to excuse my bad English. And when any one of you have some questions about Afghanistan, I will be very happy to answer them. And thank you for your listening to me so patiently.
most impressive speech, and there's certainly nothing for which you must apologise. And if I may say so, if you are typical of the 16-year-old typical Afghan, then in the long term, Afghanistan has nothing to fear. Our next speaker is a Ukrainian living in London, Mr. Stefan Oleski, whose theme is the millennium of Christianization, a crucial event in the liberation process. Mr. Oleski is the editor of a English language quarterly called the Ukrainian Review, which is devoted to the study of Ukraine. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked to say a few words about the millennium of Christianity in Ukraine and its crucial importance in the liberation struggle of the subjugated nations. In 1988, Ukrainians around the world will be celebrating the 1000th anniversary of the official adoption of Christianity in Ukraine. In the same year, the Russian Orthodox Church in the Soviet Union and Russians in other parts of the world are planning to celebrate the millennium of Christianity in Russia. The Russian celebration, however, will be founded upon a false claim. The event whose anniversary is being celebrated took place in the medieval Grand Principality of Kiev, the capital of present-day Ukraine, before the birth of Russia. Christianity came to Rus, Ukraine, from Byzantium. It came not because it was imposed on the Ukrainian nation by the armed might of a foreign power, but because it was freely accepted by the prince and his people. This decision has had a tremendous impact on the future development of the Ukrainian nation, because the beauty of the divine liturgy, the unique nature of religious living, and the magnificent Christian culture were accompanied into Ukraine by a most intimate cooperation of church and state. This gave the Ukrainian people its own particular brand of Christianity, best suited to the character and spiritual needs of the Ukrainians. The same inseparability of religious and national ideals and interests is also reflected in Ukraine's struggle for national liberation, and one of the most significant aspects of the struggle has always been the struggle for religious freedom, the freedom to worship God in the native Ukrainian faith, in opposition to the forcible imposition of foreign religions, and most recently of all, since 1917, of atheism, a concept completely alien to the Ukrainian people. Despite all the efforts on the part of Soviet Russia to eradicate all forms of religious worship in the Soviet Union, the liberation struggle continues unabated. Today it is spearheaded by the Ukrainian Catholic Church, which has grown up in the catacombs. The leadership of the Church has gone to a younger generation of priests, monks and faithful, to men such as Joseph Terele and Vasil Kobrin, who are not cowed by the regime. Clandestine religious services are held in almost every Ukrainian village and city in western Ukraine, and are attended by large numbers of people, regardless of the constant threat of arrest and imprisonment. Ukrainian priests conduct missionary work in eastern Ukraine and Byelorussia, and at a time when the Catholic Church throughout the world is experiencing a critical dearth of vocational callings to the priesthood, in Ukraine, where religion is suppressed and the faithful persecuted, no such shortage exists. Today, 10 Ukrainian Catholic bishops, over 300 priests, and more than 1,000 nuns look after the religious and spiritual needs of the Ukrainian people. Thus, on the eve of the great millennium of Christianity, there is a marked upsurge of religious activity. The Ukrainian Church, with its many denominations, not only exists, but its activity is widespread, and the number of faithful is steadily increasing. As a manifestation of religious and national consciousness in Ukraine today, church weddings and baptisms are common practice, even among party officials, and the celebration of religious festivals, especially Christmas, so rich in tradition, are celebrated en masse. The churches, which have not yet been destroyed by the Russians, when open, are always packed with faithful, and young people are increasingly seen openly wearing crosses around their necks as an act of defiance of the official repression of religion. Witness to the growth and vitality of the Ukrainian Catholic Church, as well as the Ukrainian Orthodox Church and the many other religious communities in Ukraine, is the Chronicle of the Catholic Church in Ukraine, published in 1984 by the Initiative Group to Defend the Rights of Believers and the Church. The strength of the Ukrainian Church lies in its martyrdom and the trying test it has to endure. Because a particular brand of Ukrainian Christianity is founded upon a powerful moral, religious and cultural basis, and because religion is so firmly embedded in the soul of the Ukrainian nation, which has, since the time of Saint Volodymyr the Great, identified its national interest with Christianity, the Christian religion has survived for 1,000 years, and the Ukrainian nation has not disappeared as a separate national and religious entity. The recent resurgence of religious activity in Ukraine has stimulated the spread of religious and national consciousness among the Ukrainian people and has led to a great religious, cultural and national revival. The present war in Afghanistan is a very good example of the closeness of religious and national ideals and demonstrates the leading role played by religion in the Afghan people's struggle for national liberation, to live the life that they want to live and not the life that Mikhail Gorbachev wants them to live. The millennium of Christianity, which we will be celebrating in 2 years' time, will be the turning point in the liberation struggle. It will lead to a great upheaval of the Ukrainian nation on two planes, national and religious, by markedly increasing the present national renaissance along religious and national lines, and by instilling the whole population of Ukraine with a great pride in its 1,000-year religious and cultural heritage. The fact that Christianity has survived in Ukraine for 1,000 years will show the people that despite many attempts to destroy religion in Ukraine, what has been given by God is eternal and cannot be destroyed by atheism. This will greatly strengthen the will, determination and energy to go on resisting atheism and Soviet Russian oppression, and to ultimately establish an independent and sovereign national state, which will guarantee the freedom of religious worship. The millennium will have the same effect for the other religions in the Soviet Union, which are also going through a period of revival. Thus, the celebration of this great national and religious event will initiate a spiritual revolution and signal victory over atheism. In the years to come, after necessary preparations, this spiritual revolution will bring about a political and military victory over Soviet Russia and the breakup of Moscow's colonial empire. Therefore, the millennium of Christianization will indeed be a crucial event in the liberation struggle. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. You drew a parallel in your speech between religious and a national revival. I think nowhere has such a joint revival been more evident than in Poland. And that just takes us to our last speaker, who is Marek Bruszczynski, who was born in Poland and currently lives in New York. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, the imposition of martial law was the beginning of a new social political situation in Poland. The political struggle that began on December 13, 1981 is the most severe since the end of World War II. The struggle is not only a struggle for human and cultural survival, but most of all a struggle for the right to freedom and independence. Martial law has been lifted, but under harsh so-called crisis legislation, the regime tightened control over many aspects of daily life. The authorities may suspend the right to choose one's place of employment, extend the length of a workday, or even to introduce forced labor. Since the government is the only employer, it successfully uses methods of repression in factories. The regime may expel students who are then immediately drafted into the army. Today in Poland, everyone can become a political prisoner. Prisoners in Poland have no rights. Prisons are designed to crush people both physically and psychologically. As Mr. Moczulski, leader of Confederacy of Independent Poland, writes in his letter smuggled from the investigative prison on Rakowiecka Street in Warsaw, I quote, "They systematically and in a planned way intend to physically distract us. We are told that by the guards in the prisons openly." Undertaking political activities in Poland runs a great risk. Besides high penalties, arrest and imprisonment, the regime is arrogant enough to authorize political murders. Everybody remembers the murder of Father Popieluszka. Just recently, a young Polish student, Marcin Antonowicz, was beaten to death by the police in Olsztyn. While the regime has been tightening the screws on opposition activities, young Poles show their will to fight for full independence. Despite many forms of mass persecution and terror, the struggle continues on as it has during past years. Polish opposition is very diversified. There is a great polarization of moods, attitudes, and tendencies in differing tactics and strategy. Different political programs have been created and the political thought is being developed. Young Poles organize themselves on the basis of their political beliefs. They reject an agreement with communists and concentrate on establishing political parties that question the legitimacy of the power of the Communist Party. The opposition activities of our young generation are being carried out in academical and industrial centers. Today, there are hundreds of independent bulletins, journals, and newspapers published underground in Poland. The independent press publishes articles and information of the resistance movements. The independent press is also a forum for political discussion and social analysis and proposal for strategy and tactics for the political parties and other opposition movements. It is both the only source of uncensored news and opinion, as well as rallying point for the resistance movements. There is no simple receipt for gaining independence. Young Poles realize that free Poland will be built by those who are ready to sacrifice, but at the same time are conscious of their goals. Young Poles want to have an independent state and a system that will give them an opportunity to live securely. They want capitalism. They want freedom to support themselves. Capitalism is believed to provide a meaningful and fruitful life. It is clear that the political ideas of Confederacy of Independent Poland have not disappeared. Theses put forward by the leader of Confederacy of Independent Poland state that the independence is an indispensable condition for any reform proved to be true. Unfortunately, not all opposition groups give the first priority to abolishing the system. Some of them avoid political involvement. Those groups do not understand that by avoiding political involvement, they resign the right to decide on fundamental matters in the nation's interest. The leaders of the underground Solidarity do not demand political independence, nor do they call for abolishing the system. The temporary coordinating commission of Solidarity, under the leadership of Zbigniew Bujak, maintains a sort of leftist orientation and keeps its profile within the limits of labor unionism. Though recent events in Warsaw may have given some cause to be dispirited about the prospects for freedom in Poland, there is yet reason to be hopeful and optimistic. Daily, and at great personal risk, Poles in all walks of life continue to stand fast in support of the principles and ideals of freedom and democracy. Poles will never willingly accept communism, and playing a subservient role in the European Soviet occupation zone as created at Yalta.
Thank you very much indeed. That concludes the first part of the youth panel, the major part of it. Certainly we've got just over 10 minutes left, and if anyone would like to ask any questions, either of an individual panellist or of a general nature, then please feel free. If you do have a question, please come to the front. Any takers? Mr. Tamsin.
we heard a Latvian speaker, and just now we had the privilege of hearing immensely my Latvian colleague. But I'm puzzled and a bit sad that none of the two speakers saw it fit to mention two occasions, two events that took place in July of this summer, both involving all three Baltic nations and the latter involving Baltic youth. I'm referring, of course, to the tribunal which was held in Copenhagen, in which the Baltic states put Soviet Union on trial for the genocide and language, cultural and religious offences in Baltic states, which was immediately followed by a ship cruise along Baltic coast, along the Lithuanian, Latvian and Estonian coast to Helsinki in Finland and back to Sweden. The latter was organized by the World Baltic Federation, but carried out in practicality by the Baltic Youth Movement. Both events were very, very much reported in the press. My colleague Rutte Paris has a whole book of the press cuttings, certainly reporting in Scandinavia, German newspapers, English newspapers and television, even Saudi Arabia newspaper devoted a full front page on this occasion. And the ship's cruise was a reason for the Soviet Union to launch official protests to Denmark and Sweden. That is a highlight, possibly, of the Baltic Youth Cooperation, which is a recent venture, and let's hope that it grows bigger and wider. Thank you.
If I could just reply, I'd like to thank Mr. Thompsons for drawing the attention to the audience of what were in fact very important and significant political events in the Baltic community in the West. The reason that I didn't actually mention this point was that the topic that I was going to talk about was the aspirations of Latvian youth in Latvia. So if I had extended my presentation to the aspirations of Latvian and Baltic youth in the West, then I certainly would have mentioned that topic. Okay.
Any other questions?
This won't be a question, but rather an appeal to the youth. Mr. Moderator, dear colleagues, I would like to add a few words on a subject that was touched today by General Singlav, and this subject is disinformation. Our colleagues from the Netherlands recently pointed out that disinformation, that is, false information and half-truths referring, among other things, to our liberation struggle, had almost ceased. This is the result of a systematic campaign of response every time false information or incomplete information is published. But equally, we, as young professionals, have to try to ensure that information in Western newspapers is as accurate as possible. For instance, in Belgium, we recently asked a journalist to supplement the facts he put forward in his article dated the 21st of the 9th, 85, under the title Suspicious New Deaths in the Gulag. Here, presenting the deaths of Stus, Marchenko, Teki and Litvin, he pointed out that these four persons had two things in common. First, They were militant on the question of human rights and members of the Helsinki monitoring groups. Second, they all died under the rule of Gorbachev within months of each other in the same concentration camp of the Perm region. Yet a third link between these men was omitted by the journalist. He forgot to point out their Ukrainian nationality. This third link, maybe the most important one, sheds new light on the subject of their death, i.e. the Russian way of dealing with non-Russian peoples of the USSR. The letter we wrote with a complement of information was published by the newspaper. We, gathered here, have been brought up and educated in this world. We know its language and we have the information. Let's use it. Let's react. Let's contact journalists. Let's get heard as young professionals. Let's fight the disinformation campaign against the truth and against our struggle. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments at the back now. No, you're right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make a few comments to our friend from Vietnam and also a young friend from this country. I followed the affairs of struggle in Vietnam for the last 30 years, ever since the last war. And I would say that why the Vietnamese people lost their struggle for independence, there's two factors. First, the French are a bit to blame because they left the country in not manner that they should have left. And second, the Vietnamese youth was hooked on a poison exported from Kremlin. And if you go back in the old newspapers and magazines, you will see how the young Vietnamese then demonstrated with the red flags in the street of Saigon. The Buddhist monks burned themselves, pouring petrol on them. Otherwise, there was no national unity to achieve the final victory. Second, the lieutenant from Vietnam mentioned that we sent the freedom fighters in Vietnam and win the physical victory. But before you do that, you have to win the hearts and minds of Vietnam youth. Otherwise, you have to win the ideological struggle. Because in the Vietnam War, the Saigon government, with the help of Americans, they had enough hardware to defeat the Hanoi regime. But there was no spirit, there was no ideological preparedness. While the Hanoi people export all this new idea of freedom, independence, this and that, the Saigon government had nothing.
Shorter, please, because other people may be
right. That's one point. And I fully agree with Paul when he says that the senior leaders in this country and all that, they do not give the right moral example. They also allow the export from the Kremlin of the poisonous ideas and give nothing in return. It's no good to say we are a democracy and we can allow our people can manage with it. But they don't, because we have the example that universities, the trade unions, the schools, even the churches are penetrated by people who should never be allowed to be there. Thank you.
Does anyone have any comments on that? Okay, any other questions? You're over there, yes. No? All right. Standing up, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like first of all congratulate our young speakers on the excellent speeches they made tonight. And they were all very good, and I should say excellent. And people of my generation did always worry what would happen when we are gone, whether our young generation will continue what we started. And tonight, we can be proud that they can do, and they will be doing. I'm sure they will do what we want them to do. But unfortunately, I would like to draw one attention tonight. There are only a few of us here comparatively, and the listeners that are here, they don't need to be convinced, they don't need to be persuaded of what the speaker was talking. What we really want is to get through to the general public in this country and other countries. Unfortunately, we haven't got here any mass media. We haven't got any representative of the newspapers, radio, or television. What I would like to ask the panel, how do they imagine, in what way they can put what they said to the general public, how they can persuade or spread the information they put here before us to the public in here, in this country, and other countries in the world. This is very important, and I would like to think about it and get around it, in spite of the fact that we have no mass media here, that in any way what it was said, it should go through to the public in the world. Thank you.
I think we do have a comment on the previous question. So.
Mais je voudrais bien expliquer pourquoi nous avons perdu la guerre. Il y a beaucoup de facteurs que nous avons perdu la guerre. C'est simplement un facteur que les jeunes gens qui n'ont pas entré dans la paix, ou bien que nous n'avons pas de l'esprit des unis. Non, c'est pas. C'est parce que vous savez bien que mon pays est un pays moins développé. Mais la propagande du communisme est une propagande excellente. Dans tous les pays moins développés, on aime bien des propagandes des communistes. C'est parce que chez nous, pendant la guerre, vous savez bien que le communiste a dit que s'il n'y a plus la guerre, chaque personne a un minimum une maison en briques. C'est parce que vous savez bien que chez nous, la plupart des maisons en paillotte, mais on n'a pas demandé comment faire, ou d'où vient de l'argent pour que chaque personne ait une maison en briques. Ce sont des propagandes, illusions. Et maintenant que vous savez bien que tous les Vietnamiens ont des exiliés, c'est parce qu'on sait bien que, comme nous, maintenant on a dit que le communiste vietnamien, c'est égal, ce sont des calomniateurs, ce sont des menteurs, et en plus que, vous savez bien, depuis la fin de la guerre jusqu'à maintenant, il y a déjà 10 ans, est-ce que la suprématie du gouvernement vietnamien se justifie à l'égard de son peuple? Il a justifié quoi? Le terrorisme, la trahison, la dictature et les assassinats. Mais c'est parce qu'avant, on ne connaît pas qu'est-ce qu'il a expliqué. C'est parce que les gens, nous, ce sont des gens moins développés, moins civilisés. Merci.
Would anyone wish to summarise that? Please.
The explanation to that question is that our country, Vietnam, is practically, or was at that time and before the war, an underdeveloped country, economically and even culturally, and from an education point of view. That means that the youth and practically the whole people could be convinced by the liars of the communist propaganda. And we believed them because we were underdeveloped and we were a colony. And all these, for our youth and for our people, these propaganda words and ideas were taken as the truth. And during the war itself, we were told that every family after the war, if we communists win it, will have a brick, a house in bricks, which meant something fantastic in Vietnam, where we had very poor housing conditions. And we believed all this. Of course, after the war, what we got was just dictatorship and tyranny, but it is another problem.
Thank you very much.
This is the explanation.
Finally, I'll just ask Ms. Larissa Figol to reply to the last question about how to get the message across.
I think the easiest for us that we as students can do is speak with students on our own level, and that's in the university system. Now as we walk through the hallways and the forums of a student hall, we find many Marxist tables that are set up with all this wonderful Marxist and communist propaganda. We have to speak to those people. Another thing that we have to do, and what our parents didn't have, is we have a knowledge of the language, something that many of you don't. We have to use that knowledge. We have to write letters to the press. We have to lobby our parliamentarians, just meet with anyone that we can, and use the abilities, the education that we have to gain our cause. Another thing, and I've noticed that being used here, is the word Soviet. I don't know what it is. We are either Ukrainians, Croatian, Latvians. We are not Soviets. Many people call us Soviets. I am not a Soviet. I think that's something that we have to explain to anyone who uses the word, and as soon as they use it, we stand up and tell them that they're wrong.
Thank you. At that point, ladies and gentlemen, I think that we've got to bring the proceedings this evening to a close. Time does not allow us to take any more questions. I think it's most appropriate and indeed necessary at a conference of this nature to have a youth panel. Throughout today and undoubtedly tomorrow, we will hear from people who have been in the front line for the struggle for freedom of nations, for the freedom of individuals. They've dedicated their lives to combat Soviet Russian imperialism and imperialism of other communist regimes. The Soviet Russian leaders and their fellow travellers take no satisfaction from the campaigns mounted against them by such dedicated individuals. They do, however, have one hope. They hope that the torch of freedom will become extinguished with the passing of this generation, and that once this generation of fighters is gone, there will be no one to replace them. We hope we have shown today, as if we needed to, that that hope is a false one, that the torch of freedom, far from becoming extinguished, will be passed from one generation to the next, from father to son, father to daughter, and with ever greater intensity they will campaign forever until their campaigns are met with success. I thank you very much for attending this evening, and hopefully we'll all go away renewed with more vigour for the campaigns ahead. Thank you. Just one final announcement. The dinner will be served in this hall at 8 o'clock, and therefore, if you wouldn't mind, could you please all leave this hall as soon as possible, because otherwise you'll just be delayed in getting your dinner. And those having dinner, it's the yellow ticket marked dinner the 22nd of November. Thank you.
Добрый день,
reason I was saying this, I was asking this question, is that we help the country, but we cannot, in news media, we cannot say it. We can only say we're helping the refugees. Do you understand?
Oh, so that's all. Well, you say that you're helping refugees, and
yeah, because
if you don't want to get that, I understand that.
Because we have to do.
Okay, of course. Reverend Wallace, could you tell us something about the organisation which you're representing?
Yes, I am a Southern Baptist minister from Texas. I live in Honduras. I've been there for 4 years, and my wife and I are the Central American directors for a relief agency called World Opportunities International. This relief agency works in 96 countries, and it works about 80% of the time with children. In Honduras, we have 3 types of ministry, and that is, first, we work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with over 5,000 children who have terminal cancer. 50 of the children per day live in our home, and each day my wife and I take them to the government hospitals to give them chemotherapy and cobalt treatment. And my wife and I become their foster parents until the Lord takes them home. The second thing that we do, we bring in medicines from the United States, and we deliver them free of charge to organizations of all type in all areas of Honduras, and it's given as a gift from World Opportunity to the children of Honduras. Then the third area in which we work is along the Rio Coco River between Nicaragua and Honduras. My wife is a Mosquito Indian. She is one of the elected leaders of her tribe, and in 1980 she escaped from prison in Nicaragua and made her way to Honduras. And in that particular area we work with something like 20,000 Mosquito Indian children who are from families that are refugees. These are children that somehow fall through the net. The UN High Commissioner of Refugees says that these children cannot be helped because their parents are Contras, therefore they cannot be numbered in a refugee camp. The Honduran government feels similar to that, and therefore there is no one really to take care of these children. So my wife, who dearly loves the children of her national Indian tribe, is working to educate these children, give them medical care, and give them nutritional care. And she feels strongly that the first thing that a child should be doing after he has been fed and taken care of medically is that he is learning, because without knowledge, without education, the Mosquito Indian is lost. He is absolutely nothing without the education. So overall, our program, which is something like, by American standards, $500,000 a year, we operate on $25,000 per year, and we take care of, or in some way our program touches probably 500,000 people during the year through our medical program, our refugee program, and our cancer program. And all of our work in Honduras is predominantly with children, teenagers, or young adults up to the age of 26.
My wife is not here at this conference. She would love to be here, but unforeseen elements came up and we were not able to get transportation for her. But she is here in spirit, and I hope that the people of this conference understand the hardships that our family and our Indian tribe is going through. And I would just like to conclude by saying that since the communists took over in Nicaragua, our family, who are Moravians, 12 of them have gone to prison for their Christian beliefs, and 6 have died there. And my wife, before she escaped, was asked to come and be a Sandinista leader. And she told the president, Mr. Ortega, who is president now, that you can have my car, my home, my farm, my clothes, my money, but my convictions, my conscience, my beliefs, they are not for sale. My dignity and my pride are also not for sale. And I will leave this country with nothing, but yet I will be richer than all who stay behind in Nicaragua. And this is what has happened. We are richer because we did not sell what God had given us for a few dollars. And so we thank God that He has now lifted us up so that we can turn around and help those who are less fortunate, because they were doped by what the Sandinista had said. They sold out to the highest bidder. Now we must help them, because simply God says, if you serve others, we serve you. Thank you.
Reverend Wallace, what do you think that the people, in what way can the people of this conference and possibly this country help your cause?
Well, at the present time, I am going to be spending another week here, and if some groups could raise some money, as little as $25,000, we would be able to take care of those 20,000 children in the border between the two countries for 1 year. We need your prayers also, but I would like to go back to Nicaragua and say, we've got the 25,000, the children can survive for the year.
I think on that note, thank you very much indeed, Reverend Wallace.
Thank you very much. You got 25,000? I know it's a lot for some people.
Everybody here wants that.